Te Whakariti Mahiri at Auckland Council, and today is the 30th of June. So the meeting is now open. I welcome you all, Mayor Phil Goff, all the councillors, Independent Māori Statutory Board members. Now, some members are in the room and some are online, just so that everybody knows that it's a hybrid meeting today. So welcome to you all. We have got a rather hefty agenda in front of us. And I will firstly go to the roll call and hand to Mike G'day to take that roll call.
Councillor Darby.
Yes.
We have an apology from Councillor Bartley. So Councillor Casey.
Morena, Michael.
Deputy Mayor Cashman.
Kia ora, Mike.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora tātou.
Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, Mike.
Councillor Dalton.
Morning, Mike.
Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Fletcher. Apology for lateness, I believe. Mayor Goff.
Kia ora tātou.
Member Henry.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora koutou.
Councillor Hills. Lateness. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Mike.
Councillor Sayers.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Member Wilson is an apology, but I understand Member Taipari is present as an alternate.
Kia ora.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Mike. And we'll just check on Councillor Filipaina. I think he might be in Wellington on council business, or he might be an apology for lateness. We'll just check on that, please. So I'll move acceptance of the apologies. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Young is the second.
Point of information, please, Chair.
Is that Councillor Collins?
I'm here, Chair, sorry.
Yeah, it's Councillor Collins here, Chair, and apologies for interrupting you on that. I haven't got it noted, but there may be I may need to leave by 5:30 this evening. I'm not sure how long we'll go, but there's a mayoral forum that I am seeking at. So my apologies if we hit that time, Chair, and I'll have to leave early. So I just thought I should note that, please, Chair.
Okay, look, thank
Councillor
you.
Collins could come back on at 10:30. We'll still be going.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. We'll note that. Moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no. And declare that carried. Now, I heard another voice there. Did somebody want to record something further?
It's Councillor Simpson. I'm here. Sorry. Apologies.
I don't know who I'm is when there's just Councillor Simpson. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson. Sorry.
Thank you. So, members, just if you could help me, sometimes it's hard to recognise a voice if you're remote out of the room, connecting virtually. If you could just identify yourself, that would be great. Thank you. That is passed. I will call now under item 2 declarations of interest on any item before us on our business agenda today. None has been notified to me prior. None now. I'll go to 3 and I'll confirm the minutes for the meeting of 2 June, both the open and the confidential minutes. And I have a second from Councillor Walker. Thank you, Councillor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And to the contrary,
Aye.
to the contrary say no. And declare that carried. Thank you. There are no petitions, so we'll now go to consider public input. Members, I've received application to make public input from the St Mary's Bay Association, Freeman's Bay Residents Association, Alan Matson, as an individual, Coalition for More Homes, and that has been declined. As you well know, we've sought public feedback on our preliminary response, and we have now considered that feedback through workshops and meetings like today. So that process has been available to all, and therefore I am declining the public input stages. That takes us to 6, which is local board input. And members, today we have received 10 requests from our boards, and they've all been accepted. And each board will have 5 minutes to speak to our committee today. And members, as notified in an email to you, I'd like to limit the questions from our committee members here to 2 per board, in the interest of time and getting in through to our business that we need to consider later on under item 14. And first up, we have Margie Watson, the chair of the Albert Eden Local Board. And Margie, the floor is yours, and your 5 minutes is available to you now. Kia ora, Margie.
Kia ora, Chair Chris. Atamaria, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the board today and provide our views. My intention is actually to briefly speak to 2 items on your agenda today. Item 10, which is making Plan Change 68 operative, adding the tree at 8 Eglinton, Mount Eden to the schedule, and item 14, which is our feedback to the MPSUD and policy directions. So just very briefly on item 10, thank you. The Albert Eden Local Board kicked off that process in 2021 to protect this spectacular and significant tree. Our local board had since 2011 strongly advocated for increased tree protection, and whatever the journey up till today, the governing body listened last year, staff worked to find a process, and we submitted to the plan change along with the Tree Council and 150 other residents. My extra thanks go to Councillor Kathy Casey, local board member Christina Robertson, and the Tree Council for your collective commitment and mahi to make the change for this tree, and we 100% support this plan change becoming operative. So thank you. Moving to the main item for today, what follows in our local board feedback is our local board feedback on the MPSUD. So next slide, please. So just, you've got that one there. So in summary, we support the proposed walkable catchments of 1,200 from the city centre edge and 800 from the edge of the metropolitan centres, 800 from those rapid transit stops, and we support the proposal to apply walkable catchments around those stops. What we do see are the significant infrastructure constraints, and we support them becoming a qualifying matter with specific inclusion of those sites identified with stormwater disposal issues as identified by staff in the Mount Eden, Epsom and Balmoral area. And there's quite a big wet puddle, I'll call it, on the map where there's those stormwater disposal issues. So look forward to and encourage you to make those a qualifying matter. We support the proposal to include special character areas of high quality as a qualifying matter, as in the proposal, but we continue to retain some specific reservations around the effect of including a large portion of the land around the rapid transit stations and town centres in Albert Eden as special character areas. And we see that what that did as a board was that severely limits the potential for new dwellings, with implications on emissions reductions and Auckland becoming a compact city. And we are very central on the isthmus. And I note the change in approaches also be recommended by staff later on in the agenda around their recommendation L Roman 2 to look at maybe increasing or decreasing some of those areas, and we would support that. So next slide, please. Look, we request Auckland Transport invest in making those areas more walkable. So we talk about walkable catchments, but we all know that that along with that doesn't mean it's that walkable. So we'd like to see Auckland Transport be looking at improving footpaths, shade through planting of street trees, improving and increasing pedestrian crossing points, installing drinking fountains and incentives for developers to provide through-site links for greater permeability and shortcuts around the community. We also note with there's potential for the future plan change process from the Auckland light rail stations, because we don't know where they're confirmed, and we support that happening because that actually overlaps with the proposed special character areas of high quality. So there's quite a lot of work to do in that space. We look forward to hearing your decisions later today. Thirdly, we do have concerns about the work on the precincts. So we're requesting Auckland Council provide information on the precinct areas under investigation and seek that local board feedback prior to notification of any plan changes, with provisions affecting those areas being the University of Auckland Epsom campus, the Wairaka, Carrington precinct in Mount Albert, Auckland Institute of Studies and St Luke's Mall. I've heard a bell in the distance. I don't know if that's 1 minute. So last slide, please. Just up there, we support the transport provisions being proposed as ancillary. We support the addition of notable trees to Schedule 10, and we support adding Hartsholm to the Schedule 14 of heritage buildings. So thank you for the time. Happy to take some questions. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Margie. We can take a couple of questions. And Margie, thank you. I should have explained there'll be, and for other local board chairs and members coming in, 30-second bell, a single bell and double bell for time.
Oh, 30.
And Margie, thanks for being succinct. Thanks for your support of the Eglinton paper and your feedback today on item 14. Do I have questions for Margie, please? One question from Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. So in respect of your local board, was there support across the entire local board for the submissions that you're putting, or was there a mixture of views, particularly as it goes to special character in those walkable catchments?
Sorry, you're breaking up. I can't hear. Oh, it's me that's got the connection problem. If I take the question generally, is that the local board's view, and could you repeat it?
Sure.
I think the question was, look, if I can come in there, Councillor Walker's asking, is that the view of the total board? I mean, you're presenting the board view. That's your job today. Yep. You've given it to us in writing and you're giving it to us orally. Councillor Walker's asking, is that the view of all of the board?
This is the board's view. So the board's view is the board's view that was resolved on, and that's what I've brought to you today. Some members may have personal different views, but this is the local board's view as resolved. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you. Thanks, Margie. Well, thank you, Margie. There are no further questions. So thanks for reiterating the main points of your written submission, and pass appreciation to your board, please, Margie. Thank you. So just for the benefit of other boards, I would just give you a polite 30-second bell and then a double bell at time. And if you could just, we've got your written submissions where we can read and consider those. If you could reiterate the main points, that's the key today. And now I welcome Chair Ruth Jackson and Member Trish Deans from the Devonport Takapuna Local Board, and their written submissions also at attachment D. Ruth, in your hands.
Lovely. Thank you firstly, just to say that of course it is a very short space of time to deal with something that's going to change Auckland and is a huge thing. So I'm Ruth Jackson. I have with me here Member Trish Deans, who will be also speaking today. Firstly, general comments about the NPSUD. I'm sure you will concur. It's a this is our board's resolved view. It's a one-size-fits-all approach, which we don't believe can work. It's not needed in Auckland. The AUP achieves all the goals that the NPSUD aspires to. NPSUD focuses on quantity at the expense of quality, community and social outcomes. Once the damage is done, it cannot be undone. The AUP already provides for 900,000 new homes, took years of planning and consultation, and already achieves the goals of the NPSUD. We have not been given sufficient time for these changes by the government. We urge Council to pursue a legal challenge. NPSUD is policy, not law. Sorry, is there a remote? No, I can't see a remote. Next slide, please. And next, thank you. Walkable catchments. We do not support standardised walkable catchments anywhere. We believe each catchment must be tailored to local needs and conditions, and that qualifying matters are insufficient. We oppose walkable catchments being any larger than those that were consulted on. Next slide, please. Next slide. We propose that all walkable catchments be conditional on adequate infrastructure, retaining existing levels of public parks and spaces, acquiring and creating more of these. The adoption of sunlight controls as a qualifying matter to protect beaches, parks, reserves, lakes, foreshores and similar from shadowing and from being dominated by buildings. Next slide, please. Takapuna, 800-metre metropolitan catchment. We oppose a standard 800-metre catchment around Takapuna. It has unique geography, including a precious volcanic rim, ecologically sensitive areas of Lake Pupuki, coastline and Shoal Bay, multiple unitary plan management layers. Next slide, please. Large local and small town centres. Devonport must retain its heritage and special character overlays, the view shafts to our precious maunga, other AUP management layers. We support the proposed two-storey single dwelling zone around the Devonport town centre. Belmont and Hauraki, already under pressure there on Lake Road, which we know is notoriously one of New Zealand's most congested. And we believe that makes the whole peninsula there unsuited to this level of intensification. Next slide, please. Milford, we believe, should not have the FAB or the terraced housing and apartment buildings by Lake Pupuki or by the Wairau Creek and estuary. They're both ecologically vulnerable. Water quality in both is a long-standing concern. Next slide, please. Sunnynock Town Centre is also in the bus station walkable catchment, and we oppose the extent of that rapid transit catchment. Large areas of the proposed FAB area in Sunnynock is a flood zone. Even after millions have been spent on drainage and flooding upgrades, flooding this year again threatened homes. Next slide, please. Special character areas, and just as I pass over to Trish Deans to address this, I note the special relationship between our maunga and the softness of our leafy special character areas, and I see that that's your featured artwork at the back of this very room by Peter Siddell. Trish.
Okay, the board strongly supports retaining all existing SCAs as per the AUP. We oppose the reduction of SCAs. We note that 74% of our locals support existing and proposed SCAs. We request that buildings in the SCA with scores of 4 also be included in the assessments. We support retaining all AUP overlays. We support Devonport Victoria Road business area becoming a historic heritage area. There is provision for further historic heritage areas. We wish to remove the UD policy around the Devonport Town Centre. The overlays protect it. We believe that Devonport is a domestic draw card for both Auckland and ourselves. Devonport's special character provides a soft buffer zone around Takaranga and Mangaweka. We'd be compromised by taller buildings and loss of trees. We are like Devonport, like Ponsonby. We're intensively developed already. Thank you. Ruth.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Infrastructure. We absolutely support infrastructure as a qualifying matter. Next slide, please. We are concerned about council and government infrastructure, and there's a long list there of those. Open space is a significant concern. Transport is a significant concern. And finally, we support all of the other proposed qualifying matters. Questions?
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Trish. And thanks for your 13-page comprehensive written submission that came in earlier, supported by your board. Questions, please, and first is Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got a question that goes to the agenda item and a particular part of it, which is N2, and I'll just read it out really quickly. It covers off, amend the provisions to provide for a limited range of non-residential activities, in brackets, such as home occupations, boarding houses, dairies and restaurants, close brackets, and add a new objective and policy and assessment criteria to support this. This is within special character areas. I'll just invite your comment on that.
Yeah, sure. Look, it was a total surprise to see that 2 days ago. And why wasn't the public consulted on that, if that's the change this council or its staff are proposing? So we haven't got a feedback from our local supporters who say 74% of our area should be, 74% support the SCAs. So we're just quite surprised. That type of conditions in an SCA just undermine the quality of the SCA. You're looking at a whole geographical area, not just plonking things around it. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And the second question and final question is Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Jackson. Thank you. Would your board support redirecting more public investment into areas that have taken on more housing and away from areas that have taken on less housing?
That's not something that our board has considered, but certainly we think that and this is something really beyond our control and is at government level, that the AUP, the provisions and the tiers of FAB, mixed housing, urban, mixed housing, suburban, suffice, and that this is going to create, this is going to have unintended, very negative impacts on our whole city. But the question of diverting finance is not one that our board has considered.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Trish. And we will further consider your...
I invite the planning committee to come to Devonport one night soon to see our lights on our old buildings. It's just fantastic. We'll meet you there, have a pizza and a glass of wine, but you really should come and see how they look. The community loves it.
That's fantastic. So there we go, members, complimentary pizza and wine. Oh, yeah, it's got to withdraw that. Okay. Thank you. And now we will go to the Henderson Massey Local Board, and Member Brooke Loader is presenting on behalf of the board. Now, I think Brooke is online, and here she is. Kia ora, Brooke. In your hands, Brooke, and if you may have heard me earlier, there's a very diplomatic 30-second bell, and then a double bell at 5 minutes. Okay? In your hands, Brooke.
Thank you. To our Chair, Councillor Darby, and all councillors, thank you for the opportunity to provide the views of the Henderson Massey Local Board on the NPSUD at today's governing body planning meeting. These are the views that have been resolved at our June Local Board meeting. To Henderson Massey, our residents want a well-functioning urban environment, particularly as it relates to affordable housing, improved access to transport options, jobs, services and amenities, and lowering carbon emissions through effective planning and investment by Auckland Transport and Auckland Council. We advocate for the protection of rural land, protection of existing tree coverage and development, and that encourages good urban design, including mixed-use, papakainga and extended family housing models, social housing and accessibility. A majority of Henderson Massey supports intensification inside walkable catchments, around the metropolitan centre edge, around rapid transit stops and around small town centres or large local centres with high accessibility. This includes Henderson, Te Atatu Peninsula, Te Atatu South and Ranui, as well as future potential rapid stops at Lincoln Road and the Northwest Interchange. This has been supported by the findings of the independent Canter public survey, which legitimises this position, and feedback that has been received also in person on this matter. However, we would like to draw your attention to feedback concerning the council identified qualifying matters and Henderson Massey Local Board's position on this. So Henderson Massey supports the phased transitioning of the infrastructure overlay, supports retention of the ridge protection overlay and the museum shaft overlay. However, we feel an overlay should be created to protect special environmental areas, such as sections of Henderson Massey that abut the Waitakere Ranges and also our waterways. Although you may have read the Auckland Council's feedback received from us, from our area, we submit that the findings of the feedback does not really present a true picture on behalf of the residents when compared to Canter independent survey. The Henderson Massey area has a population of about 118,000, 7% of Auckland's population. However, only 310 submissions were received through that council consultation process, which accounts for only 4% of all consultation feedback received in total across Auckland. So if 4% of submissions come from the area, that means some local board areas have provided a disproportionately higher percentage of submissions compared to Henderson Massey, which would skew some of that data. So I urge councillors to take this with in due course. Turning to the Canter Public Opinion Survey, the data from Canter shows that awareness amongst the new rules in general is lower, particularly from those living in Henderson Massey. Also those that are younger, Māori, Pacific, Asian, renters and those on lower incomes, which does describe most of our population of our area. The data shows that support for special character area exemption is much lower than to those living in the Henderson Massey area overall, and they made a point of that. And this paints a very different picture to the council feedback, which stated around 2/3 either support or want all of the special character areas to remain. Now, the Canter survey ensured a demographically representative sample based on gender, ethnicity and socioeconomic groups, and that's important because it has a potential different impact in terms of that higher density housing on those low and mid-income households, which describes much of our area. So given that we have a lower awareness of the rule changes in Henderson Massey, that those provided feedback are more demographically representative, and from those that submitted, 55% of them were actually opposed to this overlay. I just want to challenge you to think about how the decision will impact those in the Henderson Massey area. By protecting some areas of Auckland from development over more far-flung areas like us, this will negatively affect large parts of West Auckland that are already bursting at the seams with development. We have limited access to public transport and many don't have local jobs, so must travel for work. Without effective public transport options, it increases the burden on our roads, our infrastructure and our housing, which is already crumbling that infrastructure with leaks popping up everywhere. So introducing overlays that limit development in some areas will have an unequitable and direct impact in our area. Therefore, it's important to show leadership and voice for our community, particularly those that have not been able to voice their views. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. And I've got a question from somebody who's familiar to you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it's kind of answered, but I'll ask anyway. If this council were to allow more housing in central Auckland closer to work and study, what would this mean for outer communities such as Henderson Massey?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. That is a good question because already we are bursting at the seams here. We've already been under the Auckland Unitary Plan subject to a lot of intensification in our areas, and we still have that lack of public transport and a lack of investment into our water and stormwater infrastructure. And so it really is crumbling there. And so if you do allow a greater degree of intensification across all of Auckland instead of excluding some areas over others, that would really actually lead to a more equitable outcome, I think.
So it's about fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Brooke. One final question. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Brooke, for your presentation. It was really good. Just in terms of, you spoke about design. I'm just interested in the impact of design and what you're also describing as an area which has already taken its fair share of intensification of housing. How are the designs of that housing impacting your area?
This is a real, thank you very much, Councillor Dalton, for answering this question. Basically, this is something that I, as an elected member, have to deal with every day. I have our constituents coming to us with a whole manner of complaints because of the concerns that they are experiencing because of that infrastructure deficit in terms of transport and water, especially in these high density developments. An example I have here is Kerbal Lab, and we've been trying to advocate there to basically have effective structural supports around, but at the end of the day, there's still not effective public transport there. There's cars parking in all areas around the streets. People, they've had like leaks from the pipes because of that. They're even experiencing electricity issues because there hasn't been enough electricity connections, and let alone the internet issues that they experience too. And that's because of these intensive housing developments. And of course, we haven't had that investment to be able to, on the other side of it, make our systems better so that they can effectively cope. And so that's the kind of thing that we see on the ground, and it is a sad state of affairs, but that's what we do as advocates. We are trying to basically effectively ensure that there is fairness across Auckland, so that it's not just those, for example, those residents in Kerrville that are stuck with it, but that there's that fairness where everybody can have their share of that burden too.
Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Hey, thanks, Brooke. Please pass appreciation to your board for your written and supporting you in your oral submission here today. So appreciate that. And we will proceed now to the Kaipātiki Local Board, and Deputy Chair Daniel Grant will join us. Danielle, are you with us now? Yes, I think yes, I can see you, we can hear you. Thanks, Danielle. Now, we've got your comprehensive, I think it's about an 8-page written submission. And if you could reiterate the main points of that, and there'll be a 30-second bell and then a double bell at time of 5 minutes. In your hands, Danielle.
Thank you. 7,886 submissions were received across Auckland, with 8% coming from Kaipātiki and 8% coming from Devonport Takapuna. 16% of the total feedback for Auckland came directly from the wards of councillors Derby and Hills. That's 660 submissions for Kaipātiki. And I will tell you, our people are angry. They do not support the proposed changes. They want to retain the special character areas of Birkenhead Point and Northcote Point, as well as Devonport. And they are very clearly saying that special character areas should be a qualifying matter. Over 1,200 signatures opposing the removal of special character areas from Northcote Point and Birkenhead Point were received as a petition to the Kaipātiki Local Board. And we urge you to support special character in non-walkable catchment areas as currently stated in the unitary plan as a qualifying matter, or as best practice alternative, at least make all special character areas inclusive of scores 4, 5 and 6 properties that reach a threshold of 66%. Infrastructure. We do not have rapid buses along Northcote and Birkenhead points. We have ageing water infrastructure, poor internet, and a ferry service that is still significantly impacted by weather conditions. Infrastructure must be considered as a qualifying matter. In fact, 75% of respondents in the Kaipātiki Local Board area said that infrastructure was a significant qualifying matter for them. The process that we have gone through has been appalling. I have had people in tears over the stress caused by elderly homeowners who are deeply concerned about the lack of information, the rushed process, and the uncertainty of their special character homes. In tears. The rating methodology applied for the calculations has not been of a high standard at all. A Google Street View map view search is a weak process, and it was prone to significant errors. Errors have included misnumbering of properties, duplication, an inability to correctly view a property. In Northcote Point, 27% of the properties recorded were unable to be seen. So not only did they not even score a 1, they weren't even scored at all. There were just so many inconsistencies, even compared with a home in Northcote Point compared to a property in Devonport or Otahu. We scored 2s, they scored 6s. It was a poor assessment process. And it only serves to reinforce the low trust rating our community have in Auckland Council. Surveys indicate that around 1 in 5 Aucklanders have a low trust in the decision-making of Auckland Council. So I urge you, please consider what the gravity of the decisions you are making today. I have to ask a question. Item 14 is your decision-making resolution. It is N2. Where did this come from? To amend the provision to provide for a limited range of non-residential activities such as home occupations, boarding houses, dairies and restaurants, and add a new objective and policy and assessment criteria to support this. We had never seen this information before. The impact of implementing the medium density residential standards of 3 stories, 12 metres high, 1 metre from the boundary, without enabling the existing protection of the current unitary plan protections, will see the destruction of one of our oldest coastal heritage areas. Once the damage is done, it can never be undone. Kaipāriki does support the development of warm, dry and affordable homes. We've got Northcote and we are proud of that development. We are seeing the infrastructure in place that will effectively manage the increased density. So in summary, in non-catchment areas, we want to see the integrated approach to secure special character areas with the flexibility to realign the boundaries, that this will enable the exclusion of the lower scoring properties that have decreased the overall percentage and value of the special character areas, and will enable a smaller area of high scoring properties to be retained as special character.
Thank you, Danielle. First question, Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Danielle. You mentioned in your submission the high response rates from both Kaipāriki and Devonport Takapuna local boards. In the case of your local board, as notified, you lose 100% of your special character areas, and across the North Shore ward as a whole, you lose 66%, essentially 2 of the historic marine suburbs. I'm curious to know, Danielle, outside of those immediately affected areas, what the response is of the wider community who place a value and make use of this quite unique marine heritage status on the North Shore. What has been the kind of response from people beyond the immediately affected parties?
Danielle.
People in Kaipāriki are so distraught. They have come to us, they have been attending public meetings, they have been emailing, they have been speaking to us. They are deeply distressed because the pepper potting that is going to be enabled because we are not retaining the unitary plan standards that we've spent years going through, years of time and effort and consultation to enable a unitary plan which is strong, which takes in the views of our community. It has been completely undermined. And once we start down this path on the 20th of August, we will never be able to retain areas such as Queen Street and Birkenhead Point. It will just be destroyed. And it is absolutely heartbreaking.
Councillor Walker, your question.
So I've just got a question around the last point that you made, which essentially was around taking an integrated approach, which is the sort of approach that has occurred in Devonport, for example, where you've got the subcatchments combined, and in a situation where you had 5s and 6s and 4s, which contribute to character, would you suggest there's an opportunity to retain a significant amount of the special character in Northcote and Birkenhead, and that piece of work needs to be done?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Absolutely. A Google search was not an appropriate way to assess the properties of Birkenhead Point and Northcote Point. The infrastructure is not there to support these as medium density. And there are so many inaccuracies with a Google search. It has to be done effectively and with a mindset of protecting these areas, because if we don't do it now, we will never get this back.
Thank you, Danielle. We'll close it there. We appreciate it, and please pass appreciation to your board. Members, we will now go to the Maungakiekia Tāmaki Local Board, and the chair is Maria Meredith, and Deputy Chair Chris Makoari, and they are before us now, I think, connecting virtually. Maria and Chris, are you with us? Not quite yet. Do we have the Ōrākei Local Board, Scott Milne, Chair, and Troy Churton? Troy's in the room. Okay, Scott's ill. We'll take Scott's apology. We've got Troy in the room. Troy, can we take you now? Thank you for coming up. And I think you've heard me prior. Thank you. And we'll hand to you and take your slides. Troy, can you activate your mic there, please?
This is a watershed day for the governing body to acknowledge not only the public feedback, but also the cultural diversity of the development of our city up until today and how it proceeds into the future. I think it's really important that we start by acknowledging what Megan Tyler said to you the other day in the workshop. There is no express requirement on you, on your shoulders, to significantly reduce SCA in inner isthmus areas. Ōrākei already is over 90% zoned to do medium and higher density development as it is. We are playing our part as an inner city area to enable densification and ultimately access to housing. You heard from a specialist the other day in a workshop that the NPS, once implemented, can give you 3 times the capacity above the forecast demand, even if you retained all SCA. Fact. There is no risk to this council in retaining more SCA areas than you are currently proposing, and definitely not leaving that to the whims of the IHB process. I want to remind you of Section 6 of the Resource Management Act. It places a strong responsibility on this council to provide for heritage, character, and not expose that to inappropriate subdivision. It's a matter of national importance recognised by central government. It defeats any idea you may have that the NPS is designed to do away with SCA. It's not. Slide 2. Next slide. Next slide. I'll move on to the next slide. I'm going to implore you again. You have, as a council, exercising good governance, irrefutable evidence that you have capacity, that you have a methodical assessment for retaining SCA, and it would be, in my view, very risky for your council to make a decision in anticipation of what you think the independent hearing panel may or may not do. That would be particularly risky, and I'll explain why at the end. The best approach on slide 2, which if you can bring slide 2 up. Can't bring it up.
We'll just, if you could carry on and we'll attempt to bring the slide.
Slide 2. So I've been before you before a number of times to echo this as a best practice governance approach, please, folks. But slide 2 talks about the best governance approach to deal with this matter that you have, we're all in the same walker on. We're under pressure to get this NPS implemented, right? But the best practice governance approach is to take the precautionary approach. Now, ideally, that would be retaining all SCA, but at least in honour of the Section 6 RMA requirements I mentioned before, at least you could include the score for properties for SCA. The score 4, remember, by Council's own assessment criteria, was labelled character supporting. It's relevant for SCA retention. Okay. Next slide, please. Like Kaipātiki before you and like Devonport before you, we support score 4 property in the SCA assessment. It will help you meet the NPS objectives that are placed on you. For some areas, in particular in my ward in Ōrākei, around the Moanga of Hobson, Mount Hobson, and around Remuera East, by including score 4 property, you can create a sort of urban cohesion for small pockets of areas of urban development, which Noel Reardon the other day in the workshop agreed would lead to greater cohesion. We also echo the sentiments of Kaipātiki and Devonport and many other boards I've heard this morning. There are clear evidential areas of Ōrākei, particularly in Hobson, that have infrastructure constraints with wastewater and stormwater, and in the memo we filed, we have included a map which shows that area of the Hobson catchment on the Parnell side of Remuera and Hobson, I guess, which has to become a qualifying matter in the short to medium term for the benefit of everybody who enjoys the marine environment of Auckland City. Hobson being one of the main filters out into the Waitemata. So the final slide echoes what I think are joint recommendations from Devonport and Kaipātiki, and all of our respective areas had high levels of submission and evidence. Over 70% of the public indicated that they wanted SCA to be retained or increased. I'm pleading for you to not exercise governance by trying to preempt what the IHP may or may not decide. Because if you exclude SCA from the proposed plan change, regardless of what the IHP may think later on, that area of SCA will lose its protection. And that is not good governance in an environment, especially where your own senior officers have already told you time and time again that they've been under the pump, that they've had to do a number of desktop assessments. 100% of Ōrākei special character assessments were desktop. It's just not good governance to throw the baby out like that.
Thank you, Troy. We'll call it there and we'll take your questions. First from your ward councillor, Councillor Desley Simpson. Councillor Simpson, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Troy, we've had lots of advisors suggest that we have to significantly reduce our SCA.
Desley, you're a little bit faint. Can you come up to your mic a little bit closer, please, Desley?
Okay. Is that better?
I can hear you.
Is that better?
We'll persevere. It's very faint.
Okay. Sorry about that. We've had lots of advisors suggest we have to significantly reduce SCAs. Otherwise, the independent hearings panel will overturn our proposal. How can you be sure that the IHP will not reject the idea of including score 4 properties in SCAs and therefore end up with less than what we actually want?
So it's good. There's a great question because I've got certification as a commissioner in RMA stuff and know a little bit about how commissioners approach these things. In my view, and it is a view that I've shared with the board and they endorse this view, you have to remember that the assessment criteria that you've developed was a council criteria in response to the central government's NPS. It wasn't something prescribed by the government itself. So you are the master of your own destiny to that extent. And that will be recognised by a commissioner in my view. Also, you need to remember what I said at the beginning, that the council has not actually been asked by central government to refine SCA or eradicate SCA at all. In fact, what the law does say is that it leaves the discretion on SCA with you. And what the Hansard notes that I included in previous submissions to you also show is that our central politicians very expressly expected you to retain SCA. It's very clear, and no matter what party political colour people link to, it was very clear in the Hansard notes. The law also says that a qualifying matter is one which makes higher density inappropriate. Retaining SCA areas with score 4 homes, for example, Desley, won't have a material effect on enabling higher density because you've already got so much evidence about the density that you can achieve in all the land areas other than the existing levels of CEA, let alone a reduced level of CEA. I think that the IHP will appreciate Council's approach if we are seen to have site assessed, tick, and in the areas of SCA, then there is no need to be so risk averse by including more SCA than has currently been suggested.
Thank you, Troy. The second question is from Councillor Walker.
I'll pass over to Councillor Watson. I was going to deal with the question that Desley asked.
Just a quick question, Troy, an excellent presentation, by the way. You mentioned the employment of the precautionary principle, and that's certainly one that Council usually uses in planning matters. How might the employment of that precautionary principle apply to today's proceedings, and particularly as it goes to these score 4 properties that
yeah, it's a really interesting question. I don't remember hearing it from the planning advisors at any stage. You know, you've got the matter of national importance, which you have to give effect to. And it concerns me that if you know that a matter of national importance is heritage, that retaining some landscapes from inappropriate subdivision, etc., etc., if you then go ahead and decide that you're going to get rid of all of this SCA or most SCA, which is something that's been identified and there's enough evidence in the existing schedules of the plan, let alone the fresh assessment, I think this council exposes itself to a motivated group who could pursue an action for an enforcement order under the Resource Management Act, because the effect of suddenly eradicating character and heritage from our plan would surely be an adverse effect on the environment. So I think we want to bring some balance back to the debate and placate people who think that by retaining some areas of our historic development will somehow deny others the access to affordable housing. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We've got so much capacity in all areas that we can have both.
Thank you, Troy. Please express quick recovery to your colleague Scott.
Yep.
And thank you, Board.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming in today too, Troy.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to the Maungakiekia Tāmaki Local Board.
They're unwell, so they're not coming.
Okay, we've just received information they're actually unwell. So I hope they do get well. And the next is Puki Tā Pāpapa Local Board, and Deputy Chair John Turner, I believe, is with us. John, are you yeah, there you are. Kia ora, John.
Kia ora.
And John, we've got 5 minutes and then time for questions, and there's a 30-second bell and then a final bell. John, in your hands, John.
Fantastic, thank you. I've got a presentation I sent through. Is that able to get put up?
It's coming up now. John, if you could start and we'll get that up.
Yeah, great. Kia ora everyone. Ko John Turner, toko ingoa, Deputy Chair of the Puki Tā Pāpapa Local Board. Not quite sure if we've got other members online, but we managed to pass our resolutions with a unanimous support for all of our resolutions. So really pleased to be able to represent the board today. Kia ora, all right, I see it's up there. Can we skip to the next slide, please? So within our residents' feedback, there was broad support for the catchment proposals as they currently stand. So we had a majority that supported the proposals as they were planned or asking for them to be extended. For special character areas, as they were currently identified, where there was 40% support for those and 31% wanted no special character areas at all. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I'm just going to talk through, I think, 3 of the kind of main points in our feedback. So our first request was that special character areas within walkable distance of the rapid transport network and frequent transport network stations be disestablished. So noting that it's really important we're intensifying those areas when we're building a compact city, providing housing equitably, and it's climate action, that's what it is. So areas around Kingsland, Morningside, particularly once light rail goes through, those are going to be some of the busiest stations in the country, public transport stations, and those are the kind of places where if we want people to be living car-free, which is one of the goals, Te Tariki Atawhiri talks about reducing vehicle kilometres travelled, giving people that access, and we've removed parking minimums. So these are the places where people need to be able to live. I'm in Mount Roskill. We currently have a whole lot of Kainga Ora redevelopment, which is fantastic, happening. 0.3 parking spaces per car, and a lot of those aren't on that frequent transport network yet. Hopefully we'll get there with the great work with the climate action targeted rate and more focus from AT, but it's kind of about that equity with zoning. We have on Richardson Road, there's a terrace housing apartment block zone that has no bus route beside it. There is one a 10-minute walk away, but it's not frequent. And so we hear a lot about, there is space in the plan for all these houses, but at the moment, a lot of them are in those areas that don't have access to that frequent rapid transport and frequent transport. We note that there is the ability to protect heritage building and sites using other planning and legal mechanisms, and that wouldn't be impacted by disestablishing SCAs. Next slide, please. So this is one of our special character overlays in our area. We'd like an investigation into the potential for removing it. So this is Donald Crescent and Farron Ave. The photo there shows one of them, and that was actually scored as a high value house, which I found quite interesting. So this is, 3-minute walk from Roskill Shops. It's on a bus network, which has buses coming past every 5 minutes in the mornings and in evenings, sorry. So this is the kind of place, again, where we should be building up rather than doing the same over in Linfield, where a lot of residents don't have access to a bus. So yeah, this is part of the corridor which is under investigation, and there's been some confusion as to what this actually means, because there has been a lot of work done on parts of the corridor which are under investigation. I'm not quite sure whether that's really been explained to residents and to members as well. So as that investigation takes place, and noting that the way that things are currently looking, this probably won't become part of that light rail network. We'd like this to be selected as one of the areas that gets a review as to whether it really does meet those special character provisions. One of the things I found really interesting was looking at how Christchurch have chosen to do it, and they set it at 80% as a high standard rather than the 75%, which is what Auckland chose to set for walkable catchments, especially around public transport again. So we're already lower than them for our walkable catchments, which are going to be around all that frequent transport network. Next one, please. We'd really like a bit more of a focus on the natural environment. It was quite disappointing to get the reply when I asked about this, that there wasn't the time to be able to review special ecological areas. I found it a bit interesting, sad that we have chosen to prioritise the protection of special character rather than looking at an assessment of special ecological areas. So this is the Wairaki Stream catchment. It's a special ecological area in Linfield. The entire catchment's within Puki Tāpapa. It feeds out into the Manukau Harbour. It's a really high quality area, and it doesn't have those the restrictive overlays that other special ecological areas have. And so we requested this and were told, oh no, there's no ability to do that. And so again, looking at what Christchurch have done, that was where they started their focus. They looked at the special ecological areas, they looked at waterways, they looked at natural hazards and all those kind of things. And I think that obviously it's a bit late now to kind of go back and redo that, but we would like to see a focus on these kind of areas before the plan change is signed off, and if possible for this to be kind of prioritised as one of the next actions. And I believe that might be my last one. Next, yes, so Pātai.
Fantastic. Thank you, John. And we'll go to a question from Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, John. Great presentation. So this council, as you know, has declared a climate emergency. Can I talk to you a little bit more about that? So
Sure.
what are the climate impacts of the current trends of building outwards rather than in the central city of Auckland?
I mean, yeah, they're huge. So I think you have Te Atatu Peninsula in your area. A lot of those houses don't have access to a regular bus. I know that it is coming from it with AT, but you know, that's been a long process. It locks people into car dependency. And also there's the issue with the way that zoning is, that we zone these terrace housing apartment block spaces without any shops nearby. I know out in Otahuhu by Seaside Park, there's a whole section of that's zoned terrace housing apartment block. There's no shops. The train station's 2 kilometres away. So, you know, when that's probably gives us 300 of the, 900,000 houses that we're talked about, that we're currently given with the zoning, but we need to be building it in those places that have access to public transport, that have access to shops, that allow people to live in that 15-minute city that we talk so much about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. The final question is Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks for your presentation, John. You mentioned at the outset that your local board supports a compact city model that's enabled by this NPS legislation. Was your board aware of the commentary in the council's own submission that said the MDRS will actively work against a well-functioning urban environment, disperse development, and actually contribute to greater emissions through the enablement of three stories virtually anywhere in Auckland, and therefore we'll lose that focus on the compact city that you seem to support?
So we haven't quite got the full views on that, but I wonder if that is due in part to the way that it would be rolled out, where MDRS wouldn't apply to those areas that would become the, that need to be the compact city, and instead is pushing that development out into the outskirts.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, John. The second, that is the second question. So thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, board. And we will now go to the Waitemata Local Board with Chair Richard Northey and Deputy Chair Alex Bonham. I think, Richard, is she joining us? Is Alex joining us online? There she is. We can see her now.
I am.
Kia ora, Alex. And Richard, in your hands for the next 5 minutes.
Right, first slide. So the new policy and legislation put major restraints on what we can include as qualifying matters, in particularly the extent of special character areas. It'll actually be sustained, and it would ill serve the families living in character areas to have them all ultimately rejected if we overreached in this, in a sort of futile cavalry charge like that in Crimea by the Light Brigade, saying magnifica, il est non la guerre, as the observer said at the time. It's got to be realistic. In the last 8 years, since the unitary plan was developed, prices of homes in Auckland have skyrocketed out of the reach of working families who need to live near the city in metropolitan town centres and rapid transit to restore healthy mixed communities, and our plan must respond appropriately. Climate change is occurring more rapidly and intensively than predicted, and young people must be spared endless car drives to their work, education and recreation. To balance these must be balanced by, and it was eloquently put forward by the then chair of the Auckland District Council of Social Services in 2024, yours truly, that there are some really compelling reasons properly to protect our heritage and the best of our character buildings for their history, for the inspiration, for the quality of life of this area. These must be there, and you need to carefully consider the passion and the wisdom of the submitters from these areas, many of whom are here today because they really care about the future. Think carefully of the case that they put forward. And we should also advocate both for in the longer term, law and policy changes, and also for now and future changes to our unitary plan that are aimed at creating really great spaces to live in an intensified central city and in the suburbs that we all need and we all deserve. And I'll hand over to Alex and the next slide.
Thank you. Yes, next slide, please. So it's been told to us many times that we can't use good design, but actually good design makes all the difference. Good design actually enables more housing, not less. So we're not talking about mid-density residential zones. We're talking about high-density areas in walkable catchments. Wynyard Quarter has a precinct code. Perimeter blocks have form codes. And perimeter blocks would meet many of our goals if we're trying to meet climate plan goals, NPS on fresh water, manage stormwater, the 4 well-beings and so on, by having gardens in the middle that people can access and that can suck up water and that can be used for growing food. The design panel is excellent, has improved the Isaac on Surrey Crescent, or residents inputting in to what their homes will be lead to better results as well, as happened with Ngāti Whātua and Co-House. And if designed well, then density throughout the city could be a good thing. And there are enormous gaps throughout the city, as we can see in the bottom right corner of that slide, and some built out buildings that are not well planned in the middle of the city centre. So not as many people live in the city centre as might do if it was better designed. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, I am talking about streets. Buses seem to be notable in their absence in the proposal, and yet there are fast, frequent bus routes throughout the city, either in place now or planned shortly. If we could upzone on all of these bus routes from 4 to 8 stories, perhaps with perimeter blocks behind them, it would create that mixed-use 15-minute city that would mean that you did not need to have a car. We are looking at a city, not just the city centre. This is not a town. This has many, many hubs, as other cities do. So we want to be able to enable this intensification well as joined up streets, using form codes, setback and height rules to make this happen with activated frontages, so people do not need to use their car. Next slide, please. And in the special character areas that we have got, they already function really well. If heritage buildings are like glorious soloists, our special character areas are like choirs. There is variation and harmony within them. They're actually very dense already, very walkable. That's my son. He is walking to school without shoes. So we want to retain this walkability and low traffic. So if it's a walkable catchment, we would strongly recommend road charges, modal filters, road treatments to stop cars going through these areas, and perhaps parking maximums or parking controls. I'm seeing new developments in St Mary's Bay on what might be considered a double site of about 800 square metres with about 18 car parks. This is not sustainable. The SEAs are really well loved because they work really well. Their frontage to the street with the low picket fences allow overlooking onto the street. The front yards provide habitat for wildlife and suck up stormwater. They are very, very nice to walk in. More but in other areas of the city where the density is much lower. But the important thing too about them is that they are mixed use. You can get to places very quickly, and they are close to far denser streets and areas, so they balance really well. So people will transfer to public transport if it is really easy. They will transfer to active transport. It is very enjoyable and safe and comfortable and useful. So our plea is that in the future development of the city, that we plan it really well for the well-being of the people who will live here.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Richard. And we have your written, and we've got your presentation here today to consider. And I'll take questions now from Councillor Sayers first, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Richard and Alexandra, for your advocacy. and understand, the position you're coming from. So I just have two questions. Richard, I just wanted to pick up on your advocacy around. So under this proposal, in your opinion, when would housing become affordable, or when houses become affordable, what would be the reduction in the average market price, i.e. what is considered affordable as an average price? Again, I guess in your opinion, sir.
Richard, you're not the land economist, but
No. I mean, obviously, this is a sort of 10-year change in the shape of Auckland, with people being able to afford housing, living really close to transport and metropolitan centres. I can't guess what the value would be, but when 8 years ago it cost 4 years for an average person to buy, and now it's 10. I think we were in a better position in 2014.
Thank you. I'll go to the final question from Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just Richard, apropos your Charge of the Light Brigade analogy, I spent a large part of yesterday reading through a whole swag of submissions authored by heritage architects and town planners from associations in Ponsonby, Greylands, St Mary's Bay, Freeman's Bay, Parnell, who seem to have quite a different view than you in terms of the value of special character and the ability to preserve it through this process. Have you got any comment on that?
Well, as in 2014, Alex and I have a very high opinion of the importance of special character. What we're saying is that in the current environment in terms of the law and affordability of housing and climate change, we must keep the best of these, but I doubt that we'll be able to keep all of it.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Alex. And please pass our appreciation to your board. And that concludes the presentation from the Waitemata Local Board. And finally, we will go to the Faux Local Board. And we've got Chair Kay Thomas with us. Kia ora, Kay.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for this opportunity to present Faux Local Board's feedback. Next slide, please. Although only 3% of the individual submitters to council on these proposals were from the Faux area, there is remarkable consistency in their views, as you can see on this slide. In the Faux Local Board area at Metropolitan Centre, New Lynn contains the only transit-oriented development in Auckland, making it ideal for walkable catchments. We also have 3 rapid transit stops, so the brownfields intensification our area is currently undergoing will escalate. Local board members assume that this support for walkable catchments and zoning changes indicates many people in the Faux have learned to live with intensification. We have had people tell us that without intensive developments, they have no hope of ever owning their own homes. This is especially true of our younger generation. However, seeing the benefits of intensification does not mean that we are turning a blind eye to its disadvantages and the support it requires. Next slide, please. Therefore, at last week's business meeting, Faux Local Board voted to support the preliminary proposals, but reiterated our advocacy for high quality design, which the previous board has spoke of so articulately, our advocacy for access to open green space and the restoration of tree canopy. We believe these are essential for the well-being of residents in apartments and units. We're very concerned that these matters and other such issues as climate preparedness and emissions reduction have been isolated from proposals around intensification. We urge councillors to take a more holistic approach and support intensification with a range of environmental and social measures. In this environment of ongoing intensification, we also believe that public transport services need to be provided to our rapidly growing areas. Auckland Transport should be considering population projections and planning for public transport services in advance of intensification, rather than waiting until after people have moved in. Next slide, please. We are also concerned that intensive development could impact on the health of our environment and our waterways, especially the Faux River and the Manukau Harbour. So request that wastewater pipes and other essential infrastructure be protected as qualifying matters. As you can see from this slide, feedback on special character areas was much less conclusive than on the other proposals. Only one special character area exists in the Faux. We would like Council to consider other ways places of significant heritage value could be protected. We know from our experience with the St Andrew's Sunday School Hall that placing individual buildings on the heritage schedule does not protect them from neglect and eventual demolition. We contend that continuing to exempt some areas from intensification because of the quality and age of their housing stock will add to the inequality that exists across Auckland, as most of the special character areas are in so-called leafy suburbs. These suburbs are often well off in terms of community assets, while the Faux area has few assets because of its position in regards to legacy councils. If councillors vote to retain or extend the proposed special character areas, intensification will continue to be centred on Auckland's more deprived areas. I ask that you ensure that if deprived areas continue to experience a disproportionate share of Auckland's intensification, that Council carefully considers how future assets and LDI can be allocated to address such inequality. Next slide, please. Thank you.
And thank you, Kay. Are there questions for Kay on behalf of the Faux Board? Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. When the Faux Board considered its support for the walkable catchments, did you have a look at the advice from the Ministry for the Environment around walkable catchments, and especially the guidance around a whole range of things that you consider, you know, street layout, lighting, security, whether it's safe or not, whether you've got streams and things in the way? Did you consider those things in terms of arriving at the 1,200 metres and the 800 metres?
I'd just like to say that these things are happening regardless of whether or not we support them. If you see what Eki Panuku thinks Avondale will look like in about 5 years, you will realise that we're supporting something that is already well and has been well progressed in our area.
Thank you, Kay. And Councillor Newman, your question, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Kay. I'm not unsympathetic to the predicament in relation to infrastructure. So I've got very poor connections here this morning. So I guess there's a bit of IT infrastructure, but I have pushed back on the officers, and I just wanted to question you too on this matter. If infrastructure, by nature of the deficit, is to be a qualifying matter, a deficit isn't permanent. So would you accept the proposition that as infrastructure deficits, systemic or otherwise, are addressed, then the matter subject to qualification becomes redundant over time?
Thank you, Councillor.
It depends on if they can stop pressure going onto pipes and other infrastructure, that council could look at putting a condition on it if infrastructure issues are addressed. Councillor Newman, I think that could be quite a way in the future when I look at our infrastructure. And I'm mostly talking about pipes. Public transport and that kind of infrastructure can be addressed much more quickly, but some of our underground infrastructure could take quite a while.
Thank you, Councillor Newman, and thank you, Kay. Thanks for your presentation here today, Kay, and we have you written as well, of course.
Thank you.
Please pass that back to your board. And members, that draws us to the conclusion of the local board input. Just a minute, I'll just check with Senior Governance Advisor. And we'll now put up the motion to receive and acknowledge all the boards together. And I have a second from Councillor Dalton. Now, I'll just make sure that do we have the bundled motion there? Members, I think you understand what the intent is here. We're receiving and we're expressing appreciation. So if you could imagine that motion, because it's not quite before us written, as has Councillor Dalton imagined. So it is moved and seconded. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And to the contrary say no. And declare that carried. So members, just before we break, I'll just give you an idea of how we're going to proceed from here on. I might just take, we'll go to 7 when we come back. We'll take a 10-minute break now, but just to give you an idea, if you could keep an eye on your email inbox, members, Mayor and Chair's recommendations for item 14 are coming now. And then we'll go through 8, 9, 10, 11, there was a confidential item at 16, which will be brought up into the open record. That still stands. So we'll consider that in open. Then we'll consider 12 and 13. And then we will go to item 14. When we go to item 14, I will move the recommendations. The Mayor will second. And then we will go straight into public excluded to consider legal advice, okay? Because there have been some questions and I anticipate more. And then we'll come out of public excluded and continue on with the item. That is the pathway forward, and we'll now stand adjourned for 10 minutes, please. Mayor, would you move, please? Councillor Sayers, would you like to second item 8, please?
Certainly, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. And we have got Alison Pye, Senior Policy Planner, with us for this item. Now, Alison's online. Here I am looking around the room, Alison, and there you are. Alison, I think reasonably straightforward, but just briefly take us through it.
Yes, kia ora koutou, Chair Darby and councillors. Plan Change 20 Rural Activity Status. This report recommends that the Planning Committee approves making the Plan Change Rural Activity Status operative. The Plan Change has completed the hearing and appeals process with decisions from an independent hearing panel and decisions from the Environment Court on 2 appeals, in which the court decision has upheld the panel decision. By way of background, the plan change is a council-initiated plan change relating to Rural Land Use Chapter H19, the rural zones. It introduced 2 changes, the first being to amend activity tables in the rural zones to make any activity not provided for a non-complying activity, rather than having it default to a discretionary activity status, is currently the case. And the second change being to replace references to the term residential with the term dwelling or dwellings. The intent of the proposed changes was to create a rule framework that more appropriately deals with unanticipated activities in the rural areas to better protect the rural environment against urbanisation, and in this to better align with achieving a compact built environment as sought under the Unitary Plan's regional policy statement. The intention of the application of the non-complying activity status for unanticipated residential activities is to ensure a fuller assessment of those activities against the objectives and policies in the plan, and the proposed replacement of the term residential and the term with the term dwelling or dwellings, recognising that the term residential can include a very wide range of activities such as retirement villages and other residential development types never intended in the rural zones. Sorry, excuse me a moment. So that the hearing of submissions to Plan Change 20 was heard by independent hearing commissioners, with a decision notified in February 2020. That decision confirmed the proposed changes in the terminology, replacement of the references residential with the term buildings. However, it rejected the proposal to apply a non-complying activity status to activities not provided for in the rural activity tables, meaning that the discretionary activity status is retained. The decision was subject to 2 appeals lodged with the Environment Court, in which the appellants challenged only the part of the decision relating to the terminology changes. The Environment Court decision notified in May 2022 confirmed the Council's decision to Plan Change 20, making one further small amendment to clarify the position of buildings accessory to dwellings in the rural zones. Regarding the consultation with Mana Whenua, all iwi within the Auckland region with rural zoned land within their rohe were consulted on during the plan change preparation. There was a consultation also with the Independent Māori Statutory Board. That consultation also occurred during the preparations of the plan change. Discussions, particularly in relation to the proposal to amend the status of activities not listed in the activity table becoming non-complying. When the plan change was notified, the IMSB and Ngāti Tamoho Trust and 3 other submitters did lodge submissions seeking to retain the default discretionary activity status for activities not listed in the activity table. This was on the basis that Papakāinga on general land would become non-complying instead of discretionary activities. Those submissions were accepted and the decision has retained the status as a district discretionary activity. So, as I say, this report is seeking the approval of the committee now, as the hearing and appeals process has been completed. The final step is that the planning committee approves the plan change to then go ahead and make the update the unitary plan, making the plan change formally operative.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you for the outline too, and thanks for shepherding this through over quite a long period now. So it's gone through a good thorough process, and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sayers have moved and seconded accordingly. Are there any questions, members? There being none, the motion is before us, the A and the B, to approve the plan change 20 and request staff to undertake the necessary steps. So I'll put that motion now. All those in favour say aye.
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 And to the contrary, please say no.
Aye.
To the contrary, please say no, and declare that motion carried. Thank you, Alison. Members, the next item is item 9. It's on page 89 of your agenda, and this is to make operative the zoning of the terrace housing and apartment buildings zone, provisions around an area of land in Takapuna, and Warren McLennan will briefly outline where we've got to on this. And Councillor Hills, I've got notice of you being willing to move this. I just need to confirm you're on the call.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And do I have a second, please? I'll second. Deputy Mayor will second. And now I will hand to you, Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is also at the end of its processes. It's not challenged now by any proceedings. It has been the subject of appeals through the unitary plan process over the last few years, but this is now able to be made operative, just this small block, and so we're looking to do that so that it can be made operative and then be included in the IPI, the NPSUD plan change in August. So it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Warren. Questions? Councillor Walker, please.
My understanding is that while the item indicates that the FAB area is no longer subject to appeal, my understanding is that they've never been subject to appeal. Isn't that the case?
They have earlier been subject to appeal, and that has not now been continued. So, so that's the part that we're making operative, just that small couple of blocks there.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. It's been responded to. There being no further questions, the motion is before us to request staff, to have staff undertake the necessary statutory processes from here on in. It's moved and seconded. I'll put that to the vote. There's no discussion I'm hearing. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
And to the contrary, please say no. And that matter is carried. Thank you. That is item 9. Thank you, Warren. The next is the matter of plan change 68, the addition of a tree at 8 Eglinton to the notable tree scheduled. I've got notice that Councillor Casey will move this and the Mayor will second. We've heard earlier that the Chair of the Albert Eden Board, Margie Watson, offered support for this. Tuila Young, Policy Planner, is before us again on this matter, and the purpose today is to make it operative. This is Plan Change 68 with the addition of this tree. Brief outline, Tuila.
Yes, good morning. So Plan Change 68 proposed the addition of a single pahutakawa at 8 Eglinton Avenue, Mount Eden, to the Auckland Unitary Plan's notable tree schedule, text and maps. So scheduling this pahutakawa would provide recognition of its identified values and protect the tree from inappropriate subdivision, use and development as was originally intended. So the plan change has been through the submissions process. It's been heard by a hearing panel with the decision granting the plan change being notified on the 28th of April earlier this year. No appeals were received, and so this is now able to be made operative.
Thank you, Tuila. Any questions on this, members? Any at all? There being none, Councillor Casey and the Mayor have moved and seconded. The motion is before us, the A and the B, to approve the amendments, and then for the staff to undertake the
Can I make
usual.
a comment?
Absolutely,
Kathy.
Councillor Casey. In your hands.
Thank you. Oh, that's great. Well, look, this is really good news, and I want to say a few thank yous for it happening today. As you know, the Auckland City Council scheduled this tree, and it somehow slipped off when we did the unitary plan. And I want to say the first thank you to Mark Lockhart, who's a local resident who brought it to our attention. He realised that this tree was in imminent danger, and he advocated by email to myself and others. And my second thank you is to Phil Goff, because as soon as I brought the email to Phil's attention, he said, we made a mistake, we got to put it right. And so from there on, the Albert Eden Local Board completely supported it, the Planning Committee completely supported it. And here we have the end of that process today. My third big thank you is to our planning staff, who needed to step into the breach. And, you know, that was that awful period between finding out it was unprotected and today when it will be protected in perpetuity, who stepped into the breach and made sure that this tree was protected. It's a historic, majestic tree. It has a special place in the minds, the hearts and minds of the people of Mount Eden, and it's now been protected in perpetuity. So thank you everybody who's been involved, but particularly to Mark. You should be very proud of yourself today. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. And the Mayor.
Yeah, just very briefly, Mr Chair, thank you, and thank you to Kathy Casey for, getting onto this as soon as she was aware of it. And thank you to all of those who've been involved in the process. Look, this is a beautiful old tree. It's 150 years old. It's part of the history of that region. It's a notable landmark. In the original hearings, I think there were 160 submissions and 159 of them wanted this tree protected. And if more people had made submissions, the ratio of those being in favour of protection as against would have been even greater. It is good that we're protecting it. It'd be fantastic if we had a change to the Resource Management Act that gave us a wider ability to protect notable trees. That was taken out way back in, I think, 2014 by Nick Smith. We haven't yet been able to get it back. So therefore we have to list trees. This tree was listed. Its removal was simply a mistake, and it was really important to put this right as quickly as possible. So thank you to Tuila and for all of the council staff that were involved in this. It's great that this will continue to be a landmark, I hope, for another 150 years.
Thank you, Mayor. And there being no further speakers, I will put those motions to the vote as I outlined earlier. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye, big aye.
Aye.
And to the contrary, please say no. And the motion is carried. Thank you, members.
Woo!
That is item 10. We'll now go to item 11, and this is to make a private plan change at Waipupuki operative, but in part. Jimmy Zhang is going to be online shortly. I think he might be joining us right now. So it's to approve in part the private plan change 61. Deputy Mayor will move. Councillor Dalton will second. And I will now hand to Jimmy Zhang for a brief outline. Kia ora, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. So this is just a request to make plan change 61 operative. So it's one of the Drury West plan changes. we have received an Environment Court consent order approving the plan change with modification. So the only parts in the plan change that are not being made operative are those to do with the discrete matter of noise attenuation. And so those parts are still subject to appeal, and the Environment Court has given us some time to try to resolve those issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Are there any questions on this paper, please, members? I think it's reasonably straightforward. Are there any comments? There being no comments, we will go to the vote on approving this in part as outlined in the motions before us. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 And to the contrary, please say no. That matter is carried. So that is item 11, which we've just carried. We now go to item 12, which is a summary of Planning Committee information. Procedural motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Henderson, I'm choosing you on this one. So moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary.
Aye.
Contrary, no. And that is carried. Now, there's a summary of confidential decisions and related information released into the open. That's on 181. I'll move accordingly. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Young, thank you. Procedural, I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And to the contrary, please say no. And declare that carried. Thank you, members. At this point, just before the morning recess, I did mention item 16, which was a confidential matter. We've reconsidered that and it can be brought into the open. So we'll now consider that item. And this is on page 5 of the addendum agenda. And this is to accept the recommendations of the Independent Hearings Panel as it pertains to their consideration of Fairview Avenue and I think 129 Otaha Valley Road. Warren McLennan, our Manager Planning and Regional North, Western Islands, is with us. Warren, in your hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
I might just seek a mover. Councillors Watson and Walker, are you wanting? Thank you. Councillor Walker to move, Councillor Watson to second. Thank you. We'll put that up now. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The site is along Otaha Valley Road, and you'll see from the map on the on page 9 of your agenda the area in question. So it's been the site of a variety of proceedings through the Auckland Unitary Plan IHP process, and that's set out in the report. But more recently, Auckland Council, through its appeals subcommittee, has agreed with the owners, North East Investments Limited, to settle the zoning of that land on either side of the stream as business mixed use. And this proposed settlement was put to the IHP. It reconvened last week to hear this, and it's now recommended in favour of the subcommittee's decision. So it means now that the Planning Committee needs to make a decision on this, and if you accept the recommendation of the IHP, there'll then be an appeal period of 20 working days, and there'll be a further report back to the Planning Committee to make that zone operative so that it can be included in the IPI in August. I guess one point of caution is that while we are looking to settle the zoning, we are not looking to settle the precinct over the top of much of that land, which relates to some significant heights and also relates to the protection of the stream going through that piece of the property. So that is a separate issue, and that's not part of the decision at all.
Thank you, Warren. Are there any questions on this paper before us? Question from Councillor Walker.
So just a question in terms of any impediment now to development, Warren. Can development essentially proceed?
Well, we've still got a few more steps to go through in order to get to that point of including it into the IPI.
Okay.
Further questions, members? There being none, is there any comment? There is no comment. The motions are before us to accept the within scope recommendation from the IHP. I will put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 And to the contrary, please say no. And that matter, that item 16 is carried. Now, members, I'll just check with staff. I think what we'll do now, members, is before we start our final item, which is item 14, I think we'll now take a half-hour lunch break. And yes, a 30-minute lunch break. I think that will suffice. And we will reconvene at, I think, 12:30. Is 12:30?
Yeah.
There we go. 32 minutes. So we stand adjourned now, and we will reconvene at 12:32. Just to remind you, we'll start the item. The motions will be moved by myself and the Mayor as you have received in your email inbox. But then we will go straight to into confidential to receive legal advice. Okay? So we stand adjourned now. Thank you.
Chair?
Excuse me, what's a question?
Chair.
Yeah.
Councillor Mulholland.
Chris.
Yeah, had a question. Yeah.
Hi. Just sorry, are you saying you just want us to come straight back into confidential, or come back into this, then go to confidential?
We will, when we come back at just after 12:30, we will we will go to item 14 and the recommendations as distributed about half an hour. And we will go to item 14. Item 14 is on page 183, and it's to further consider Council's response to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Looking at the policy directions again today. Now, we are going to put up the recommendations which have been distributed earlier. If you can just make sure you look closely at the red items. So we're going to move that now. So we've gone to 14 in the open, as is obvious, and we're moving those recommendations. And I can signal also that I have been working with Councillor Simpson and Councillor Coombe on amendment, and they have an amendment to put later on, but we'll come back to that. Now,
So is it moved by you, Chair?
it's moved by the Chair, seconded by the Mayor. So these are the Mayor and Chair's recommendations, and they are before us now. Okay, and now we need to go back to exclusion of the public for the reasons outlined. So I won't read through the motions A and B. I signalled this before. So I will move that motion. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Dalton. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And to the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. So if we, just to signal, it might be half an hour. If it's longer, my apologies, but it's probably around about half an hour or so. Not too sure. We're on item 14, and we're in open, and welcome the members back. And we've considered questions and public excluded legal questions, and we are now in open, and I'm now going to hand to the principal author of the report, our General Manager of Plans and Places, John Dogood, and John will speak to the report before us. John, in your hands.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mayor, councillors and members of the committee, Independent Māori Statutory Board online. So, right, Chair, you've mentioned me as the principal author of the report. Aaron Shields, one of our team leaders, did the first draft, and I did work on it as well. And so Aaron is behind me in case I need to call on Aaron. We also have a number of our subject matter experts online who can help answer questions as we work our way through. So I do have quite a few slides to get through. Some of these slides you saw in workshops over the last few months, and others are new, but we've tried to condense it as much as possible. So the other presenters are, we have Elizabeth Laird, one of our planners who's been focusing on the city centre. So Elizabeth will present to you online shortly. Then back to me, and then I'll be handing over to Noel Reardon to take you through the special character slides. So I don't have the here we go, gadget to flip the slides over. So really this presentation does sort of follow the same structure as the committee report to try and keep things as tight and linked up with the report as possible. So the purpose of the report is to for you to finalise policy directions, to assist us as staff to finalise the Intensification Planning Instrument, as it's referred to under the Resource Management Act, which must be notified by the 20th of August. So we really need policy directions from you now, otherwise we'll be in August and we'll still be lacking that direction. So you have given us direction as staff along the way. We've had multiple workshops, multiple meetings where preliminary directions have been given, but now that we've had feedback from many thousands of Aucklanders and key stakeholders in mana whenua, and you've had workshops on that feedback, and we've had input from local boards, we're now at the point of either seeking your confirmation of previous policy directions, as we refer to them, or amending those policy directions, or in light of the feedback and further technical work that's been undertaken, agreeing to new policy directions. So, as you know, this work goes back to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development from 2020, but at the end of last year, as you also recall, there were some very significant changes made to the Resource Management Act, and Council made submissions to Select Committee, and that's only just over 6 months since the Amendment Act was passed, and so there's been a lot of work by yourselves, local boards, mana whenua and staff to really get to this point, and it's been extremely fast-paced, and there's still a lot of work to be done prior to the 20th of August. So this Intensification Planning Instrument, in really simple terms, we're required to give effect, implement, words of that nature, policies 3 and 4 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and then in terms of the changes to the Resource Management Act, that's the second bullet there, we've got to incorporate the medium density residential standards, with which you'll be pretty familiar. That's the permit 3 dwellings on a typical site in an urban area, and permit up to 3 stories, and various other standards that go along with that. And we must notify all of that in this Intensification Planning Instrument by the 20th of August. So policy 3 is the sort of the walkable catchments around stations, the city centre and so on, and around other town centres, local centres. Policy 4 is the qualifying matter. So that's kind of how the NPSUD works. On the one hand, it says intensify in these areas regardless of existing capacity under the unitary plan. And on the other hand, it says, well, there may be some reasons under policy 4 to modify those intensification requirements under the policy 3. So that's the purpose of the report. So a little bit just more on this intensification planning instrument. Walkable catchments around the city centre are 10 metropolitan centres in the Auckland area, starting with Albany in the north and Papakura in the south, and 8 others in between. I won't list them again, but you're pretty familiar with the metropolitan centres. Then the rapid transport network stops, so that's primarily the heavy rail stations, but also the northern busway and parts of the eastern busway. And that's where, in a very directive way, government, through the national policy statement in 2020, that we must allow buildings of at least 6 stories in height. Now, in some of these places, the unitary plan does allow buildings of 6 stories in height already, but not to anything like the extent that the NPSUD requires. And in fact, in some places, Auckland already allows more than 6 stories in these walkable catchments, but again, only in a very limited, targeted way, and that was worked through in the unitary plan process several years ago. The next tier of policy 3, intensification, is around the town and local centres and the very small neighbourhood centres. So a neighbourhood centre could be something as small as a service station, a dairy. Typically, you might have 2 or 3 of those, and we zone those neighbourhood centre. And that language of neighbourhood centre has been picked up by the government from unitary plan, and I'm sure other plans as well. Local centres tend to be a main shopping street with maybe anywhere between 20 to 30, 40 shops on a sort of single main shopping street. And then the town centres would tend to have a shopping mall, perhaps, as well as a main street. Or a larger shopping mall like St Luke's would be a town centre. And in some cases, the town centre might just be a collection of retail streets, so the sort of larger centres. So that's the hierarchy in the unitary plan, and it's also the hierarchy in the NPSUD. NPSUD does not say we have to enable 6 stories around those town, local and neighbourhood centres, but it does say we've got to enable a level of intensification that's commensurate with the services that they offer as community services and commercial services that they offer. But it does leave the council discretion to decide how far beyond the commercial area itself we allow more intensification and what degree of intensification. And you've given direction on that previously. Incorporating the 3-storey medium density residential standards, I've talked about that, and the qualifying matters, with which you'll be pretty familiar, and we'll get into that in quite a bit more detail today, because that's the area where council does have quite a bit of discretion as where are the certain features in Auckland that warrant a reduction in height or density that might otherwise be required under the government's policy 3. So recommendations in the report, it's structured into, we're just going to fairly briefly recap on city centre, and we've got a refinement of a previous direction that you've given on the city centre. We're going to talk about those walkable catchments around the city centre and so on. We're going to talk about the other intensification around the other centres, then get into qualifying matters, have quite a bit of time on special character because that is the one that's generated the most significant public discussion and debate, and also around the council table here. We're going to talk about the issue of the light rail corridor and how that we're recommending that's addressed in your decision making today and again in August when the plan change is brought to you for notification. And we'll just touch on other matters such as having to vary council and private plan changes. That's a requirement that we have. So without further ado, hopefully we have very competent planners, Elizabeth Laird, online. I can see, Elizabeth, you're there. So welcome, Elizabeth. I can flick through the slides if you just give me a nod. Here we go. So,
Kia ora, John. Thank you.
And handing over to you now.
Thank you. So, kia ora koutou. I'm here today to give you an update to our approach to height in the city centre since we last spoke to you in March. And with me online, Sharon from our urban design team and Fiona Sprott, our planning team lead, who's been overseeing this part of the work. So just to remind you've probably seen this a lot today, that the NPSUD asks us in the city centre to enable building heights and density of urban form to realise as much development capacity as possible to maximise benefits of intensification. Next slide, please, John. And we've been given advice, guidance by MFE, and this, according to their guidance, this means removing barriers which are unnecessary and unreasonable and which prevent the maximum development capacity. The Ministry have said that within the hierarchy of centres in Auckland, the city centre sits at the top, and so it should have heights and densities that are relatively higher than our local centres and our metro centres. And our metro centres, just for reference, have heights up to 72.5 metres. So our city centre should enable more development capacity than that. Next slide. So they also suggest that this might look like having no maximum building height or no maximum floor area standards, but noted that it is okay to have development standards which limit height or density where these are contributing to a well-functioning urban environment. Next slide. So based on all this guidance and on the existing city centre rules and built form outcomes, we brought this set of principles to the Planning Committee in March this year, which were then approved. And you also approved in principle the removal of general height and of the floor area controls. Next slide. So we were initially thinking of getting rid of the general height control entirely, but keeping these special height controls. Now this could allow unlimited height in the city centre zone as a starting point, but still protect the specific outcomes that these special height controls look after. So these include sunlight admission to open spaces, volcanic view shafts and the museum view shaft, and protections of Aotea Square and the harbour edge. We undertook modelling to understand what potential heights we might get by removing general height controls, and I'm going to run through a few diagrams to illustrate. Next slide, please, John. So this is the existing city centre, showing buildings that are currently on the ground. And on the next slide, we see the current general height controls. So you see at the moment, our general height controls work by granting height in the Queen Street core and suppressing height elsewhere. Next slide. And this is an indication of the special height controls. So this is the additional layer which protects those matters I mentioned before. And this is what the city centre might look like if we removed all the general height controls and precinct height controls and kept only the special height controls. You can clearly see the volcanic view shaft coming through and the museum view shaft and the sunlight controls around the parks in Aotea Square. Next slide, please. Sorry. And then what we looked at was this model, which shows the general height control removed and the special height controls in place, but also shows the heights determined by the precincts. And it's quite a different shape from the previous slides. In particular, it maintains the relationship to the harbour, which the waterfront precincts provide for. However, we're still seeing significant outliers of height. So along Stanley Street, the Ponsonby Road end of Karangahape Road, and a triangle coming up between the view shafts near Victoria Park. So we took this to our wider team and also to the Urban Design Review panel, and we got strong feedback that this was not a good outcome for the city centre. So there's concern about the legibility of the city centre as one cohesive centre, about the possibility of seeing a wall of towers along the eastern side, and of the effects on surrounding neighbourhoods. So we went back to the drawing board and reconsidered our approach to get a better balance between increasing height and development capacity and maintaining good outcomes for the city centre and ensuring a well-functioning urban environment. Next slide, please. So we're coming to you today with this updated approach. So we are still proposing to remove the constraints on floor area, which will enable additional development capacity. But for general height, instead of being unlimited, we're proposing to increase it to at least as high as the metro centre heights, 72.5 metres, except in a few specific areas where lower heights are protecting specific outcomes. We're also still proposing to retain the special height controls and built form controls as set out in the principles approved in March. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our current general height controls. They range from 15 metres up to 50 metres, and then the green area in the middle is the special height area where tall towers are already enabled and where heights are managed just by our special height controls. Next slide. And these are our proposed general height controls. So we propose to increase the height to 72.5 metres across the city centre, except in a few areas where lower heights are providing for qualifying matters. We will still have the special height area in the centre, enabling those tall towers. And spaces on the map that don't have colour on them are managed, that are still in the city centre, where height is managed by the precincts. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D model which shows the heights as set out on the proposed map. The dark green in the middle are our towers in the special height area, and the yellow is the 72.5 proposed general height limit. The orange and red areas are areas with precinct height limits. We will still have the special height controls applying, so there will be some lower heights applying on some sites. So some sites will have some additional height restrictions to protect certain outcomes, but this is the overall form that we can expect. Originally, as mentioned earlier, we looked at unlimited heights in that yellow area, but given what I've shown you in the slides in terms of built form outcomes, it's our opinion that this is a more appropriate built form outcome. So this will still provide a significant additional capacity. The test sites we've looked at have ranged from 6% up to 77% increase in development capacity, mostly in the 60 to 75% increase range. And although the approach to height has changed, we'll still have a focus on human scale podiums with tall slender towers above as set out in the principles. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
John, I'll go back to you. I'm not sure whether we take the questions now. Would you like to break this up, or would you like to continue to the end of the presentation?
Chair, I've got a feeling for this one we break it up because it is quite unique, the city centre, and you know, the requirements are quite different to the walkable catchments and qualifying matters and so on. So yeah, I think it'd be good to take questions, and this is recommendation A in the agenda report. You know, and as Elizabeth has said, it's really what you previously agreed to in terms of the city centre, still protecting that sunlight access into the open spaces and so on, but perhaps being a little bit more cautious in terms of some of those areas outside of that core high-rise area, which would continue to allow significant high-rise towers. So yeah, any questions on that would be great in terms of recommendation A.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Elizabeth, for taking us through that. So we're just restricting ourselves now to the information that helps inform our decision on recommendation A, and there are no changes from the staff recommendation on A that have been moved. Question from Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you for that presentation. Look, I am a bit concerned about the shading that will occur on our Auckland domain area. I noticed in the presentation that there was quite a lot of shading from the tall building on the domain. Have we done any work around what the impacts of that will be on the domain as far as shading goes?
Elizabeth?
Through the chair, yes, we have. So we have done shading assessments on open spaces in the city centre and also outside the city centre, including the domain. That is in line with the approach that was approved in March, which is why we haven't come back to you with a change about that. But we are proposing to protect those open spaces, including some additional sunlight protection for areas of open space which may be affected by greater height.
Thank you. I suppose, can I ask a different question a different way? Are you confident that the domain will not be a shady area? It will have access to good sunlight, even with these, with the agreement of the A principles?
Through the chair, that is the intention of what we're proposing. We'll have to see how that goes through the hearings process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Dalton, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just wanted to confirm. So it's applying a maximum 72.5, and might there be qualifying matters or other protections that will limit the heights around areas, similar to what Councillor Simpson is talking about.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, the existing protections to open spaces in the city centre are proposed to be retained as a qualifying matter, and some additional protections to open spaces, as I said, which may be affected by this additional height, which don't currently have those protections. So those will apply separate to the general height control, and on each site, the lowest of those height limits will be the one that applies.
Just to follow up, so the diagram that you're showing us is indicative of the maximum for each.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I might have missed it. What was the overall capacity increase for the city centre have we quantified that?
Through the chair, we don't have an overall number yet, but the test sites, most of the test sites we've looked at with the proposed 72.5 metre height limit and the proposed built form controls, which do limit capacity a bit, things like building setbacks. Most of the sites we've looked at are between a 60 to 75% increase, but it is very site specific, and we are looking at getting a figure for the whole of the city centre, but we don't have that available yet. We would need to do that through our GIS team.
And in the centre, the Queen Street Valley and that sort of green area, I think it was green, is there any unlimited height at all, or is that something that developers could still get resource consent for?
Through the chair. So in the central, in the special height area, which is that core area, we're proposing no general height control, which is as it is currently. We are proposing to retain the special height controls, which protect the sunlight to open spaces, and which form that shape that was shown on the 3D image. However, we are proposing to remove the constraints on floor area. So currently there's a maximum 13:1 floor area ratio to site area constraint, and we're proposing to remove that, which would enable towers potentially to go all the way up to that special height area, that special height limit, rather than being constrained below that by the intensity controls.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now Councillor Walker.
Just in respect of, through you, Mr. Chair, just in respect of the heights, has there been any consideration around shading and wind as it goes to streets, bearing in mind that Auckland streets are comparatively narrow compared to overseas cities? Is that anything that we take into account?
Elizabeth?
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor. Yes, we are proposing to retain our wind controls, which mean that when a building is consented, the design will have to be assessed on the wind effects to the streets. We're also proposing a built form approach, which was approved by this committee in March, which is one of podiums and towers, which also helps with mitigating those wind effects. And so, yes, we are considering those amenity effects on the street as part of the overall set of controls that are being proposed.
The other question I've got just goes further to a question that was asked earlier about the increase in housing. I appreciate we haven't got that yet, which is disappointing. Is there even some guesstimate of what it amounts to? Because quite clearly it is informing our decision-making around the larger picture. But do we have a vague idea?
Elizabeth, you did refer to that before. Do you want to repeat?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Cover it
Chair.
again?
Yes, so through the chair, unfortunately, as I said, I don't have the figures for the whole of the city centre available yet, but we are proposing height increases across the city centre apart from in a few specific areas, so we can expect a fairly significant increase in capacity. We also know that we already have development capacity enabled to meet short, medium and long-term demand in the city centre. So this would be providing development capacity above and beyond what our projected demand is in the city centre.
Supplementary question. My understanding is that the current situation under the unitary plan allows another 100,000 within the city centre, roughly, as it is now. Might that double, or are we looking at the 70% that you mentioned?
Elizabeth, again.
Through the chair. So because the city centre allows residential and commercial activities in terms of housing, it will depend on market demand, what we see developed there. But in terms of built form capacity, we will get those figures to you as soon as we have them. I imagine, though, that will probably come in the 4th of August Planning Committee report, as our team is still working on modelling the effects of all the proposed controls.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Elizabeth. Councillor Coombe.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Elizabeth. Just a hopefully very quick one. Around the note in paragraph 72 about the recommendation on the light rail corridor, what impact does that have on the city centre, and what the advice is in the decision today?
Through the chair, I might hand that over to John or Fiona to answer, just because that decision's obviously part of a much bigger piece of work.
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth and Councillor Coombe. Megan, it's with you, isn't it? This light rail.
Kia ora, thanks. Through the chair, the intention, we've never worked through this or done this work so far with a view to constricting or restraining the city centre work. And so I think what we might do in terms of spatial is probably remove the, that overlay showing the light rail corridor across the city centre, because it was never our intention to use that to constrain development there. So that matter will come later for you to consider. If you feel we need to be a bit more specific, that's fine. Otherwise, that's what we're intending to do. It won't constrain development in the city centre.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. Back to Councillor Simpson.
Oh, thank you for your indulgence taking a second question. Elizabeth, can you give me confidence that the like of Albert Park will not be in shade as a result of the added height around the city centre?
Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I think you're on mute.
Apologies, Mr.
That's
Chair.
all good.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Councillor. So Albert Park currently has sunlight admission protection controls, and we are proposing to retain those as a qualifying matter. We are also doing shading studies with the proposed heights of all the open spaces, and so that will be provided as part of our section 32. So you can see what the impact is, but it shouldn't. The current protections will be retained, and they're quite extensive for Albert Park.
Thank you.
And follow up from me on that. The same applies to Altea Square. Am I correct, Elizabeth?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Both the sunlight admission protection and the Altea Square height protection plane are both proposed to be retained as qualifying matters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. All the questions are out there. And thank you, Elizabeth.
Councillor Fletcher has a question.
Oh, I have Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher with a question.
No, I think that it's actually been
dealt with. I was just wanting to know that officers have sufficient direction to feel that they can undertake the full scope of works to come back to us on assessment of parks in addition to the domain.
Okay, just a bit out of scope of this particular part, but look, thank you. Right, we've asked all the questions on that particular section. Back to you, John. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thanks for your work. Back with you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. So moving on to the next topic, and this is recommendation B in the agenda report, so the walkable catchments. And this was a key topic during the consultation on the Council's preliminary response. So we got a lot of feedback on the walkable catchments, and you've had that in a workshop, and the results are published online. So in interest of time, and I don't have the results handy, but having reviewed that feedback, our subject matter experts on walkable catchments still of the view that we should have a bit of a hierarchy here, that we should go for roughly 800 metres around the metro centres and the rapid transit stops. That is consistent with the Ministry for the Environment guidance. As you've heard before, the guidance is guidance. It's not statutory. It's not required that Council complies with guidance. But the Ministry for the Environment guidance is saying a minimum of 800 metres. And there's a note in that guidance that there'll be an expectation that, there'll be a variation depending on the type of centre that is having a walkable catchment applied to it. So 1,200 metres equates to roughly a 15-minute walk. And there is evidence of studies to support that, a large proportion of people would be prepared to walk 15 minutes to access the wide range of amenities, public transport, civic functions, jobs in the Auckland city centre or equivalent centres overseas. And then the sort of 10-minute walkable catchment, that's the 800 metres as a bit of a guide, is often used in other cities, in studies and so on, as a sort of guide as to the distance someone would walk to rapid transit. And so we've aligned the rapid transit with the metropolitan centres, but we do believe that there is a distinction between the rapid transit stations, a bus station, and how far and the number of people who'd be willing to walk to the city centre. So we do believe another 5-minute differential, taking the 10-minute 800 metres up to 15-minute walk from the city centre as a guide. I think as you know, and as the public would have seen, these aren't concentric circles around the stations or circles around the stations and the centres. They do take into account topography, cul-de-sacs, severance by motorways and so on, a range of factors. And we're still doing, as we note in the report, some ongoing work, some ongoing refinement based on feedback. We're not able to analyse every single piece of feedback from every individual about every little change. We're doing our best to get across that, to bring some maps, an update of the maps to you on the 6th of July in a workshop, and then formally to you on the 4th of August as part of the intensification planning instrument. So we're essentially seeking that you confirm your previous position on the walkable catchments. There's a clarification there, I think, in the original Planning Committee resolutions. You were given some wording that didn't talk about the edge of the city centre zone. So when we say the walkable catchment from the city centre, we mean from the edge of the city centre zone as it exists in the unitary plan. And that's what the NPSUD requires anyway. So that is in the recommendations, recommendation B1, as per the Chair's recommendations. So that's clarification there. And just also noting B2, that there is ongoing review of the feedback. There is a Chair's recommendation that goes a bit beyond the presentation here, but I'll leave that now for to come back to later. So if we move on to the next the next requirement under the NPSUD Policy 3, it's not walkable catchments, but it's sort of akin to walkable catchments, and that is that we have to allow heights and densities around our town, local and centres that reflect the varying range of community and commercial services that they offer. Just note we do have, I think, Ryan Bradley, who's our principal planner, who's presented to you previously, senior planner who's done a lot of work on this topic and the previous one. So we're once again seeking that you confirm the approach that was in the preliminary response maps that went out for consultation of a terrace and apartment building zone which allows for 5 stories adjacent to some of the town centres, the larger ones, the ones with good public, the better public transport. And some of the local centres would have that 5-storey zoning applied around them. It's the larger ones, again, with the better public transport in terms of that local centre category. So wide range of feedback, but more in support of this approach than perhaps going less or more in terms of the distance from these various centres. There is a recommendation in the report, it's C, and we listed some specific local centres in Auckland, and on further analysis since the report was prepared, what we were trying to avoid there was a situation where, in applying the first bullet point, your previous principles around the terrace and apartment zone, having 5-storey residential zoning with a local centre that only allowed 4 stories. Well, on further analysis, the height controls are pretty much the same, so we don't believe that it's now necessary to lift up these local centres to 6 stories so that you get that differentiation between a local centre and its surrounding residential. So just foreshadowing that C, we are recommending to now, we're not putting that forward as a recommendation despite it being in the report. But in terms of the smaller neighbourhood centres, we get this slightly unusual situation where if you apply the 5-storey terrace and apartment zoning around some of the town and local centres, you actually, the 200 or 400 metres, you actually go beyond a little shop, a group of shops, a dairy, a hairdresser, whatever it might be. It'd be a bit odd to keep the current 3-storey height control on that land when it's surrounded by 5-storey residential. So it's a bit of an anomaly that we've picked up since your previous, I guess, policy position on this topic here. So we are recommending that where that situation occurs, and we think there's probably about a dozen little neighbourhood shops across the whole region where this occurs, we're recommending that the height limit for that particular set of neighbourhood centre shops is increased to be equivalent to the surrounding residential. So hopefully that's not too technical. Maps are pretty helpful in these sort of situations, but hopefully that explains our recommendations under C in the agenda report. So we're just going to move straight on to, well, I'm just wondering, Chair, that might be worth...
I think we might pause
really
there.
get into qualifying matters.
Yeah, I think we might just pause on, we're dealing with the B.
B, walkable catchments.
B, walkable catchments.
Yep.
Let's just pause there. So question on the measurement from the edge of the city centre. I've looked at a lot of the guidance and how, the best practice, and the best practice is to identify where the agglomeration of amenity is and measure from there, and we're being required to measure from the edge, not from where the collection of amenity is. Jobs, it's a transport station like an Altia station or Britomart station, I forget the new name. It's the cultural infrastructure, it's the community infrastructure, it's the park amenity possibly of Albert Park and Victoria Park. But we're not choosing that route, we're choosing, or it's prescribed to us that we measure from the edge.
It's prescribed in the NPSUD that it must be from the edge of the city centre zone. So it uses planning terminology of zone, and so it's from the edge of the city centre zone, which is a map-defined area, and at the edge of the city centre zone on the western side of the Auckland city centre is Victoria Park and Victoria Park Market, and then on the eastern side it would be the Key Park area and the port, and on the southern side it's Karangahape Road area. So it's essentially within the motorway horseshoe around the city centre, and it's from the edge of the zone there. So, and I guess, some of the literature, some of the studies would say that from the city centre, the walkable catchment should be 1,500 metres or perhaps even 1,600, 2 kilometres. And that's why, I guess that's one of the reasons we're recommending the slightly more conservative 1,200, recognising that on the edge of Auckland city centre, it doesn't offer the same wide range of services and so on that some other city centres around the world might do. So, but it's very clear that we don't have that option. It is from the edge, rather than from some other point.
Go to others. Councillor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Chair, and through you. Look, I have a question around the 1,200 metres from the edge of the city centre zone. And if we have a growing elderly population, I mean, I can understand it if you're, you know, young, fit, healthy like me or you, but I'm talking about maybe an older population. What evidence do we have that they are able to walk that distance to the amenities that we're talking about? Because a lot of people have asked me to reduce that, and I just want to know what evidence I can supply back to say that you know, the decision is being made on evidence for our elderly people, or those potentially challenged.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Simpson. Through the chair. So the whole concept of walkable catchments is based on phrases like the average or the typical person. So it's not, walkable catchments aren't based on the distance that everybody who's able to walk, would walk. They're based on sort of an averaging. And so when research and surveys are undertaking, they're looking for not the distance that absolutely everyone would walk on a regular basis. They use different metrics and different methodologies, but it's generally based on how far an average, typical person, however you might define that, might walk. But it's not looking at the more the edges of where walking becomes more challenging for people for various reasons. So hopefully that helps explain it. So it is walkable catchments aren't based on making sure that all elderly people, for example, as one cohort, would walk that distance. It's just not what a walkable catchment is. But we do, I believe in previous reports to the Planning Committee, or certainly at a workshop, we've listed a sort of bibliography of all the bits of research and studies that have informed the landing at this position here, which is more shorter distances than some of the studies and literature might suggest, but perhaps further than some others. So it is, these distances are pretty much pitched in the middle point of all the literature in terms of distance. Yep.
Okay, and my second question is, and I don't know, Chair, whether I address this to you as a Chair's rec or around this, is you're saying around isn't actually 1,200 metres. It could be a little less in some places and potentially a little more in others. Is that correct?
That's for me. Yes, in the B3 that we've worked up, the Mayor and I have worked up. In fact, there's just a small change. I've just picked it up. It should have the word of around 1,200 rather than of 1,200. But that was in our policy directions from some months ago. So the word around stays. And there's further work to do on it.
So thank you. That's good to hear. Supplementary then. So when will that work be done, and when will the final decision be made around what the edge to the city centre zone is?
John.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Simpson. So as I've mentioned before, you have one more workshop in your diaries on the NPS Urban Development. That's the 6th of July. I think it's a 4-hour workshop. So the intention for that workshop is to show you where the maps are getting to based on the decisions that you'll be making today. So we're starting to build in some of these already, but we'll revise them if certain amendments are made or things don't go through as per the report. But we believe we are on track to, on the 6th of July, give you an update from, you take the preliminary response maps that went out to Aucklanders, and then we look at what these amendments here and some further technical work might look like, and we will show you the differences on the 6th of July, get your feedback, and then bring the final maps to you on the 4th of August for endorsement. And unfortunately, that is the time frame that we're required to work to. We've all been working extremely hard, yourselves included, just to get to this point. And so we're really, we're on that last sort of 4 or 5 week countdown with one workshop left to show you the maps.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Good. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Got a question on the 1,200 metres. With particular reference to St Mary's Bay, was our committee ever informed around the guidelines from the Ministry for the Environment? I can't recall them. Have they appeared in any agenda item or the like to councillors or the community?
John.
Yeah, through Chair, Councillor Walker. I can't recall specifically, but as I mentioned, at the workshop that you had on walkable catchments, which was last year, there was certainly a long list of research, but whether the guidelines were published at that time, if you could give me the date on them, it may be that you didn't have the benefit of that guidance and nor did we at the time that you gave a preliminary position on walkable catchments.
Correct.
Sorry, can I interrupt? I asked questions about those guidelines, and we did actually discuss the MPS guidelines. They were published actually before the legislative change.
September 2020.
Sorry?
September 2020 is the date.
Yep, they've been around for a long time.
So I'm pretty confident they would have been discussed at a workshop with you on walkable catchments.
Okay, so further to that, given that there are a range of factors, street layout, topography, that's hills and stuff, steps, urban amenities, street lighting, security, safety, mobility needs, and obviously there are many people that are mobility impaired. Have we done anything specific around any study that goes to, let's say, the St Mary's Bay catchment that would tell us whether or not 1,200 metres is realistic?
Through Chair, we haven't done a specific study on St Mary's Bay and haven't been able to in the time frame, but we've certainly looked at the feedback from St Mary's Bay individual property owners and resident groups and so on. So the team have looked at that feedback very carefully because it was in very high volume. Other parts of the region, lower volume, it's been harder to sort of pick out the feedback about walkable catchments, but certainly in terms of city centre, we're well aware of the feedback from St Mary's Bay residents. We are looking to take on board, some of what we've read and some of the feedback and bring maps to you on the 6th of July at a workshop and then back to committee. So absolutely well aware of the issues raised by St Mary's Bay residents about the fact that I think most of St Mary's Bay was within the walkable catchment.
Sure. So just
well aware of that issue. Yep.
So just further to that, and I understand it, essentially what you're saying is that there's further work to be undertaken, and that is indicated in one of the amendments that is under consideration for us to vote on. But at the same time, we're seeking to confirm the walkable catchments. So how can we confirm something, and the references to the earlier report that covers the 1,200 metres, for example, if at the same time we're looking to actually vary it because it may not work? And we have a significant body of evidence from professionals in the form of submissions to indicate that, where they have done the work, or they would appear to have.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it's probably a legal public law type question. We're getting into, drafting of resolutions, and there is a qualification there. You're confirming it with a subject to. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and Queen is more resource management law than public law. But look, the intent there is that there is still some ongoing work happening, particularly around the well, not just the city centre. And come August, you could. You will be presented with the intensification planning instrument, and if at that point you feel that this resolution wasn't right, I guess that can be rescinded and cured. I mean, that might be the way of dealing with the legal technicality of the wording of B, but it's certainly, my plain reading of it is there's still a caveat on what you're confirming.
Thanks, John. I'll just go to the Chief of Strategy, please.
Kia ora, thank you. Through the Chair, just wanted to make it really clear. It does say subject to, so and of course we're not just talking about the city centre zone, so I think it's really clear that we are saying that you confirm your previous decisions. However, there is a qualifier that you've asked us to do more work on the suitability of a 1,200 metre walkable area for the city centre. So we will come back, and in August, if you are dissatisfied with that evidence or that information, then you could change that view. So I think it's quite clear, and I'm quite satisfied with the way it's worded.
And just further to that, Mr. Chair, the same thing in terms of subject to is inherent here around 800 metre distances, for example, where they simply don't cut it in some circumstances, which is, I'm assuming,
you're saying, does the further review apply to
Yes.
all of that?
That's why.
Yeah.
My reading is that is the case. I just want to confirm that.
John, it's best that you confirm that, John, that's the case.
I think in terms, because it's not, the other town centres aren't specifically pulled out in the way that the Chair's recommendation B, Roman numeral 3 is, it's probably more in the nature of refining the edges of some of those areas rather than fundamentally looking at whether the 800 metres is appropriate or not. So I think you know, Roman numeral 3 is pulling out the city centre 1200 in a slightly different way to the other town centres, because we're not seeing in the feedback any reason to perhaps depart from that. But I guess with the city centre, you know, there is St Mary's Bay and others suggesting that the 1200 is fundamentally flawed. So we're comfortable with a further investigation of that and bringing that back to you. But for the others, I would say, no, they're different. It's refinement as opposed to, is the 800 really the right distance, or the 400?
But there's further work being undertaken within the 800s.
Correct, to sort of pull in some edges and push out in some areas, looking at the feedback, including feedback from local boards.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks. Very basic question, John. With the town and local centres, 400, 200 metres walkable catchments thereabouts, with some further work to go in the heights of 16 metres. So will some of the zonings have to change to mixed business to allow some res above or from the pure business zones to actually have it practical?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through the Chair, we would love to have looked at this whole exercise in a bit more detail, and certainly when you get into the next plan review, we'll be looking at, well, where should a residential terrace and apartment zone actually be a mixed-use zone where it can go office or residential or, you know, or a mix of both. But no, we haven't done the work to rezone land from terrace and apartment to mixed use. We have had a bit of feedback on that. It's just one of those things that was not the top priority. But the terrace and apartment zone is a little bit more enabling, permissive in terms of some non-residential uses than some of the other residential zones. So there's already a little bit of a leg up for non-residential in the terrace and apartment zone. So the plan already heads in that direction. But it's a good point. In some places, it may be better to just allow things to go office, residential, retail, without any sort of red tape in the way. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now go to Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. And just on the walkable catchments, I have two questions.
You're
The
very
first one is
faint,
on-
Councillor Hills.
I've done it again with my earphone. I'm so sorry. I have two questions on the walkable catchments. The first one is on considering the policy does say that the city centre is supposed to be higher than the minimum and should be considered higher. The fact that the feedback is sitting at around 60% in favour across the city and in each local board for the minimum or more than the minimum, and the fact 20 councillors out of 21 voted for these 1200, 800s as they are, would we say we'd have the evidence to change them? And especially as you've just said, John, that the evidence you've got to take to the independent panel is that these are the medians, like the middle. I'm just wondering how you would argue to reduce them.
John?
Yeah.
If you...
I mean, at this point, you know, we, our subject matter expert lead on this, are still pretty comfortable with 1200 as the guide for the city centre in this Auckland context. But we're happy to, you know, spend a bit more time looking at the feedback, just look at that a bit more. I mean, it's probably more going to be in the use of the word around means take into account the topography, other factors, the fact that on, you know, the edges of the city centre, there isn't as much activity as there is in the core of the city centre. So maybe the 1200, you know, should be pulled in a bit on certain edges of the city centre. So it's probably more in the nature of using that flexibility of, you know, approximately around 1200 metres. You'd previously resolved. So what you're also confirming is that all of those factors like topography, severance from major roads and so on, are all relevant factors to take into account as to whether it should be 1200, more than 1200 or less than 1200. So there's quite a lot of flex in your resolutions already around the 1200. And again, mapping workshop on 6th of July should hopefully assist the committee to see where it's all heading. And then obviously 4th of August is your chance to determine finally whether the 1200 was the right distance or not.
Okay, and my next question, thank you, Chair, is I've asked a number of times around part of the plan change being adding more mixed use, especially in the walkable catchments. I'm still not seeing how we're incorporating mixed use, and if we are genuinely encouraging walking, then surely we should be having more mixed use in those areas. Otherwise, people are just going to drive to the next mall, etc. Have we been able to incorporate that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hills, and very similar to the Deputy Mayor's question. Yes, there are definitely places where in these walkable catchments, the current residential zoning should change to mixed use with more flexibility for office and retail, but we haven't got the evidence to show where that should be happening, and a blanket approach of just taking all of the terrace and apartment zoning and walkable catchments and making it all mixed use, we certainly don't have the evidence, and that certainly would create some adverse effects in many places. So yes, it's really a future piece of work that we just haven't had the time or the resources to achieve anything on that front, unfortunately.
Okay, so it cannot, no extra mixed use can be incorporated, or you're going to try. I'm just wondering how this folds out from a development point of view.
It would be a future program of work when resources permit, weighed up against the other pieces of work the planning committee has asked the planning department to do, really. So we'll have to come back to you at a certain point and say, well, you know, this is where a piece of work around mixed use might sit. I'm not sure, and Karina might be able to clarify, but I don't believe that we can actually do that sort of rezoning through the intensification planning instrument to go from residential terrace and apartment to mixed use. It's not really, I don't believe, within scope of the intensification planning instrument. So it will be a parallel plan change with all of the work required around that. So I think the intent of what you're saying is absolutely right. We've had some feedback on this. Many of our team know that there are some places that really are at the point where they should go from residential to mixed use, but it's just a piece of what we're not able to do by August, and it would have to be a future bit of work for the new incoming council to prioritise.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Coombe, please.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, John. Firstly, just in terms of the feedback, I just wanted it to be clarified that in the report at paragraph 20, it says the sentiments of the residents associations was echoed in the general. They echoed the general feedback, but actually that's not the case at all. They had the quite the opposite response. I think it was about 68% of, particularly say looking at St Mary's Bay, didn't agree with the 1,200 metres. Can that just be clarified in terms of how the feedback was analysed?
Yeah, apologies, Councillor Coombe, if that's incorrect. Haven't had the time to follow up with the team to check that, but hopefully if our subject matter expert Ryan Bradley's online, he can check that and maybe come back to you on that. But I think you're probably right. You've probably done the work and looked at the feedback, and that may be an error that the sentiment of the resident associations was not as strong as the other respondents on that topic of city centre walkable catchment.
Yeah, I think it's just the drafting of the sentence.
Okay, yeah.
Has miscaptured it, so I just wanted to make that clear that it's not accurate. But Mr. Chair, I did have just a question around what the Ministry for the Environment's advice includes, because I think it was left hanging that it does provide advice that 800 metres is recommended for the walkable catchment from the city centre, but that's not actually the case. And I know that that's been circulated very widely and we've got a lot of correspondence about it. But can you please clarify, John, what the recommendation is from the Ministry for the Environment?
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. So the guidance is that 800 metres would be the minimum walkable catchment distance around rapid transit, and then there are statements in the guidance that you know, other locations may have different walkable catchments. So the 800 is specified as the minimum for rapid transit stations, but it does go on to signal that there will be different. So different can only be more than 800 if 800 is the minimum. But it is just guidance, and some of the research we did, arguably goes beyond what the ministry officials were able to do in preparing that guidance. Can't say that for a fact, but I do know that we did extensive work on walkable catchments back in 2020 when we had a workshop with you. But hopefully that's clarified.
And it would be useful.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And it would be useful to get you said there is a reference that we can refer to that went on a public agenda. I haven't been able to find it. So if that is available, because it's not on I think it was the July meeting that we looked at it last year. But yeah, if there is possible to circulate the reference to the evidence, that would be really useful that we can share. So I don't need a response on that now. And just finally, Mr. Chair, just I think this is following on from Councillor Simpson's partai, and just confirming that the Chair's recommendation now, I think, does provide the ability for us, when you're bringing back the maps to us, John, that it will give us the ability to look at where the walkable catchment extends to in specific areas based on the feedback. So if you can just confirm that, that would be really useful.
So just to clarify, Councillor Green, this is that at the workshop we would give you more information on how that feedback's being addressed? Is that the question?
No, I guess I'm just wanting to really clarify the meaning of the new B2 and B3, that it's going to really give us an opportunity to go through the feedback, go through the analysis, and it will potentially look at where the extent of the walkable catchment lands. Like we'll be literally looking at maps and being able to say, well, because of this feedback, it should change on these streets, around these areas. It might potentially extend in one point, but be decreased in another. And that's literally the exercise that we're going to undertake in July, looking at the maps, if we pass this direction today.
That's absolutely correct, 100%. Yep. Looking at maps and linking the changes to preliminary response, feedback, and the new maps that we're putting forward.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Yeah, that's a little reassuring to hear, because I guess the first point to note is that when that council meeting in July 2021 passed that resolution on the walkable catchments, it was of course without the benefit of the people who actually live in the area, which is a rather important fact. If anyone knows what the walkability it is, it's those residents rather than someone almost deciding on an arbitrary figure. So in respect of that, and it follows on from some of the other questioners, I'm looking at the submissions of the Western Bays Community Group, a large percentage of which is Ponsonby, St Mary's Bay Association, Grey Lynn Residents Association, and there'll be others who all raise concerns about the walkability of that 1,200 figure. So what you've just said there, John, is that through this resolution, and notwithstanding the word confirm, which is an unfortunate choice really, because confirm really means to make something certain or establish the truth of something if we look at the dictionary definition of it, but leave that aside given the addition of subject to. There's going to be an ability in that time for each one of these little catchments then to be modelled or studied in more detail, and these views taken on board that go to topography and go to the difference between the inward journey and the outward journey, and that degree of complexity that is necessary to really get an appreciation of whether 1,200 is appropriate or not. Are we going to have the time and the resources to do that?
John.
Through the chair, I mean, the challenge with this entire process is the time frame. It's not even so much the resourcing. It's, as I said before, it's only 6 months since we've had the medium density standards come in, and that fundamentally changed and increased the workload exponentially. So we're down to the last you know, 4 or 5 weeks. So you have a 4-hour workshop where we had 8,000 bits of feedback. We are doing our best to identify the really significant themes of where the walkable catchments, we may have got it wrong. But the feedback, you know, there was a statistical exercise of the level of support, and that's all quite clear, and we understand that really well. But the level of individuals and associations and so on for all the different town centres who've gone on to the next level in their feedback and given us a whole lot of detail, you know, we're doing our best, and 6th of July will be a point where we'll be able to present where we've got to with that feedback. And a lot of it is around local circumstances, but there is only so much can be achieved by August, unfortunately. So it's best endeavours on all parts, including elected members, to get through that exercise and see where we land 6th July and then in August.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand the constraint everyone's working on. That's one of the problems. Perhaps we should be kicking up a bit more of a fuss about that. As far as
I assure you we have.
Yeah. It hasn't done us very much good though, has it? That's a problem. In terms of those submissions that came in, John, and I'm just trying to mesh it up with what you said about the outside of the city centre, the extremities. A number of the associations made the point that to actually get to the amenities that they want to go to, it's actually 30, 40-minute walk. So what you've said in your initial comments is that that's irrelevant then. It's that outside, even though if they want to go to Britomart or the movies or whatever, it's actually 40 minutes to get into the amenities they might use. That's it. That's an irrelevancy, are you saying, under this criteria?
Well, it's a tricky thing because the term walkable catchment was very much picked up by the government and put into secondary legislation for the first time, as far as I'm aware. And, you know, the way it's drafted in the NPSUD, it's very much from the edge of this place, and you have to define a walkable catchment. And walkable catchments, all the literature and studies are about, you know, the distance you walk from a certain point to another point. So, yeah, it is in the definition. It's the way it's been drafted. It doesn't allow for that sort of pulling it right in and saying, well, no, because our city centre doesn't have much on the edge of it, we're going to just have a very short one. But I mean, there is some flexibility in there, and I think we can take those sort of factors into account. And if it's it's more of I guess an art than a precise science defining walkable catchments. I'm not sure how much more I can add to that, really.
So for the associations such as St Mary's Bay, it does have other implications, doesn't it, in terms of whether they are, you know, meet that 66% mark or that 75% if it's a walkable catchment. So for them in particular, there's a little bit more at stake here than other parts of Auckland in terms of the whole special character issue.
John.
Well, if we think about some of the rapid transit stations, though, they do have character areas, quite substantial character areas around some of the rapid transit stations as well. So in that regard, St Mary's Bay isn't unique. Mount Eden, Kingsland and so on are also on the rapid transit station. So it would be a similar issue in terms of how you define the walkable catchment. And but, you know, St Mary's Bay is, you know, there is a bit of distance between city centre and before you arrive at St Mary's Bay. So, you know, I suppose there is a bit of a point of difference there, but it's not 100% unique. But I hear what you're saying. Maybe just one final thing on St Mary's Bay is it's also, if you think about it, Ponsonby Town Centre and the Three Lamps End is, you know, policy 3D says that we should be enabling intensification around town centres. It doesn't have such a bearing on the recommended approach in terms of the special character difference between in and out of a walkable catchment, but just to note that there are some policy 3D intensification expectations, I guess is one way of putting it, around town centres, and the Ponsonby Town Centre is immediately adjacent to St Mary's Bay.
So finally, Mr Chair, I guess the point I was trying to make is that in respect of St Mary's Bay and other areas that you mentioned, their special character protection is really at stake in terms of what distance is landed on through this walkability, and therefore that adds extra importance to this whole process. And what I'm hearing, and that's we've heard all along, is that we're under huge time constraints to do this properly. So that's not a good position to be in, and it's not one where you really want to be confirming catchments on the basis that work may or may not be done through no fault of the officers.
Thank you. I think we need to leave that there as a comment. Yeah, I think that was your expectation. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Mine's just a kind of a basic question. So what would be the effect of having a reduction in the walkable catchment when we're trying to make our city centre more vibrant and economically viable?
John.
Well, if you reduce the walkable catchment, you're enabling less housing around the city centre, and I guess that housing, would contribute to the vibrancy of the city centre. So, but as the previous presentation from Elizabeth Laird, you can see there is a huge amount of capacity potential for apartment residential in the city centre zone itself. But there would be a reduced number of people able to live immediately around the city centre. Having said that, there is already quite a bit of capacity in the unitary plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be less than if you had a 1,200 metre walkable catchment.
And just quickly, so in terms of we talk about walkable catchments, but I guess does it still account for a scooter or a bicycle so close to the city, right? So you've got the same sort of corridors for people who can walk. So it's not as if we're making people walk. The walkable catchment doesn't mean you have to walk. You can use other active kind of modes. Is that right?
John.
Yeah, Councillor Cooper, that's absolutely the case. It's just this whole idea of walkable catchments is based on walking as opposed to cycling or scootering. But within the sort of 10-minute walk, well, that's a much quicker scooter ride or a cycle ride than a walk.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, your question.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much. I guess the legislation is actually saying if we can create more housing, increase supply against the demand, then the housing will become more affordable, right? That's the premise of it. But my question would be around actual numbers. In terms of the unitary plan, my understanding is we have 560,000 homes. We're going to 900,000, over 340,000 homes. Extra, what's being proposed through the government's legislation with regard to Auckland? Do you know how many extra homes are expecting to be produced under this legislation in our catchment, i.e. Auckland?
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. I think the key point here is that planning rule books, the Auckland Unitary Plan does not deliver houses. Planning rules enable houses to happen, but there are so many other factors in the housing market, construction industry, labour, economics, land economics, borrowing, building materials and so on, that are such a provision of infrastructure to support the housing to enable it to go ahead. So the Auckland Unitary Plan does not deliver houses. It enables housing to be delivered, and as you pointed out, it already, and it's in a published report with a lot of analysis into it, that there is over 900,000 dwellings can be built just in the residential zones of Auckland. So that would easily cater for the population growth of Auckland into the next sort of medium to long term horizon. The application of NPSUD and medium density residential standards is certainly going to increase that quite significantly. We're not at the point of being able to give you a figure quite yet, and there's still some moving parts, as we know. But I think the question around what was the expectation in terms of how many extra houses would be delivered in Auckland. I know the government, as part of the housing amendment bill did have PricewaterhouseCoopers produce a report, and I think there was some figure there around an extra 45,000 houses would be delivered. But I guess one of the key issues we take with that again is that the unitary plan does not deliver houses, and so with the significant capacity already there, it was very difficult to see how increasing the capacity would be directly delivering more homes, and so we did question a number of assumptions in that PwC report around the extra houses that would be delivered. I think that was the phrase in Auckland.
Yeah, thanks, John. In the public announcement the government made, they were hoping to achieve about 50 to 140,000 houses nationwide. So that was the purpose of my question to you about what would Auckland's share be of that. But thank you for your answer around that. The next thing is around affordability, which I brought up in the confidential workshop. So, which I said I'd mention in the public arena, because the drivers are increasing capacity or supply of housing, and the expectation, the result of that is that housing will be more affordable. Now, my observation is in areas of Auckland where that has happened, houses are no more affordable. They're probably over $1.2 million. So are you or anybody in the team here, Mr. Chair, able to give me an answer around what is the government's definition of affordability? Because it's all driven around affordability, so what is it? What's the target? Where are we going to? Can anyone answer that, please?
John, can you respond to that? I mean,
thanks, Councillor Sayers. It's probably not correct to say that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the changes to the Resource Management Act were exclusively about housing affordability. They're also about providing a greater choice of housing types, and certainly they were proposed as trying to achieve a more compact, intensive urban form. In our submission to the Select Committee on the bill, we certainly had some question marks around whether that was, in fact, the case. The first point really is that I don't believe the government has put forward the NPSUD or the Resource Management Amendment Act purely on the basis of dealing with housing affordability, but it certainly is a key factor in the government's proposals. But in terms of a specific impact that the government has suggested, I'm not aware of what they're suggesting it might do for house prices. What I do know is that in 2016, when the unitary plan became operative in part, we saw a sort of plateau and a slight dip in house prices that our chief economist at the time had evidence to say there was a link between the unitary plan provisions kicking in for the first time and house prices. But after 6 months, with all the other factors at play, house prices took off again and have continued to take off, and now there's plateau. So yes, there's a little bit of a link between planning rules being relaxed in 2016 and house prices, but it has just taken off again. So there's not a direct correlation in the long term.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John. I appreciate your answer, and it's probably the professional answer I expected from you, and I deeply respect you and your team. Mr. Chair, I will only comment if there's an amendment put up, but my comment at the moment would be this is nothing but showboating.
Okay, we're not in comments. We're in questions. So if you can reserve that until we come back to the comments, that's great. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to clarify that particular point as well. So, sorry if I can. I've been asked to go, please. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry. So we're doing comments and questions per thing. So, because I'd like a comment on this as well as a question, but
no, we're not in comments.
I'm just checking.
Once we go through the questions on each section, then we can be open to comment.
Okay, cool. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Chair. Cool. Just one question from me. If the reason for a conservative approach as we've been advised, is that we don't have the services. Why was it seen as not a priority to look at more mixed use and actually look at and remove lack of services as the problem, right? Why didn't we prioritise this work?
Through Chair, short answer is we have prioritised the statutory requirement to deliver the NPSUD and the MDRS by August. We've diverted almost all of our resources towards this. And so it has been, the mandatory things have been prioritised. Yep, that's the short answer. And there's no additional resource or time to do anything more than that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills, please.
Apologies, Chair, I didn't mean to ask a second round, but I'm not sure if this comes later or now. But just on the fact we are looking to leave the light rail corridor out of this tool later, I hadn't actually
No, you'll have to put
realised.
both earpieces in because we can't hear you again.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. The leaving the light rail corridor out of this at this time, yes, I understand it from a resource perspective on specifically the light rail corridor because we don't know the exact route. But my concern is that it means a very big delay in the legal, I guess, upzoning of the areas around the current train stations of the heavy rail. Could that please be explained why we would do that and how we can incorporate it all and then add the layer later? I think
that's under P. We're just a little bit ahead of ourselves there. I think that is under the P. We're going to have to canvass that there. So if you look at the recommendation under other matters, I think we need to canvass that there because the Auckland Light Rail route currently does not have a walkable catchment.
But I guess what I'm saying is it affects the other walkable catchments if light rail didn't exist. It's going to preclude upzoning in those walkable catchments.
I prefer we handled it at the P, please. Can we come back, please?
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my questions are to John, and in asking him these questions, I very much realise from earlier reports and this report just the amount of pressure that they've been under and the fact that the resources required to respond to this appropriately have been extraordinarily difficult. So what I am struggling with is just how words are going to be interpreted in a legal sense in terms of direction that we're giving to officers today. John, you've said that it's probably more an art than a science and, talking about the moving parts, I've been mindful of the complexity of this and just how it's confusing enough for elected members, let alone the public. So the first question is, what weighting are officers giving to consultation? Because I feel that there are a lot of people who really don't understand what is at stake here.
John?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I guess as experts in planning or urban design or heritage, we have to give you a professional opinion, and that may at times differ from the sort of public sentiment, and I guess we have to give you that free and frank professional advice so that whatever you put out in August for submissions is going to be as robust as possible and withstand submissions and through the hearings process. But obviously as the committee, as elected members, you can head in a very different direction or a slightly different direction and see where that gets to through the hearings. But we'll always give you our professional advice. But look, when it comes to the consultation process and the feedback, it has been quite reassuring to see that there is more feedback in support of the walkable catchments than against it. Either way, people wanting more or less, there's more feedback to sort of keep it roughly where we're at with the 400, the 800 and the 1200. So in terms of walkable catchments, the feedback is quite reassuring that the public, the general view seems to be that that the council isn't too far off the mark with these 800 and 1200 metre distances. The same with the town and the local centres and the neighbourhood centres. We can't say the majority of the feedback supported the approach that you've endorsed previously and that we're seeking you reconfirm, subject to some refinements, but there was more feedback from memory in support of the approach to town and local centres and neighbourhood centres than opposed to it, wanting, less intensification or more. So, yeah, and that's how we're factoring it in, Councillor Fletcher, is that it's just reassuring to see that we're generally in the side of more of the positives than wanting to be more expansive or more or less expansive in terms of intensification.
Thank you for that. I want to get to the concern that I've got with the use of some of the language, but it's, and I don't want to delve into what I understand is the capacity within the unitary plan, and I certainly don't want to get into a debate around the housing enabling and whether or not that does or doesn't deal with land costs and whether it's going to deal with affordability. But what I want to understand is what the impact on all of this will be on older Aucklanders and people with disabilities. So my discomfort is, along with Councillor Watson, the use of the word confirm. And I heard what Megan Tyler said in terms of subject to, but I want to know whether there had been any further thought about, at this stage, subject to further evidence or information coming through, and particularly under the chair's recommendation under B3, more work and suitability. Those words are ambiguous to me. What does more work mean? Is that a directive? Is that how should I interpret that?
John.
Well, it is a chair's recommendation, but I'll have a go at interpreting it from my point of view. As I've said before, we've got the generally sticking to the 800 metres and the 1200, but in some places it's already in the preliminary response a bit further than that or a bit less. When we look at the feedback, there'll be refinements around the edges that we'll bring in the maps, and Roman numeral 2, recognise that. Your original resolutions already recognised factors like topography and that the 800 and the 1200 are really a guide rather than an absolute. But when it comes to Roman numeral 3 around the city centre, the more work being done to determine the suitability, I guess that's more work around looking at that issue of other studies that maybe go into, well, at a city centre edge, there isn't as much activity in Auckland as other places. We can see what we can do in the time frame, but I probably can't add a huge amount more.
But is that suitability for people with disabilities, or is it suitability for people that are elderly, or is it suitability, who's it suitable for? But it's just the word suitability really leaves me feeling that it's a bit ambiguous. Far be it from me to suggest changes to the wording that the chair is suggesting here. I think that there may be a way of directing officers to undertake work to establish, whether it's correct or not. I don't know. I just feel I'm really struggling to think that that's going to address the concerns that I've had.
So if I can just come in there, Councillor Fletcher, the staff are still going through a lot of the submissions, and they'll be picking up points from those submissions, and we could narrow it down right now, or we could keep it a little bit open so that we can actually be flexible and be able to respond to the further things that pop out from the staff's analysis of the submissions. I actually think we've got plenty of room there, and we're giving the staff plenty of room to explore a few different options there, rather than having a narrow analysis. I'm comfortable with it.
I'm not wanting to be vexatious about it, but it just, and I really want to support this. And that's why I asked how the interpretation of this would be undertaken by the officers. If we pass this today at a governance level, how are they going to interpret this? And will it meet the the work that I wish to have undertaken, which might be different to the work that other councillors might want undertaken. So I guess I'm just really wanting to drill it down and do a deep dive to make sure that I have the comfort in knowing that the concerns that have been expressed by people, perhaps a bit belatedly, are being incorporated.
Okay, thank you. I think we just need to leave that there. I appreciate the feedback that you're giving. Now, there's no other questions on this section. I'm going to hand back to you now, John, and you're going to take us on.
Apologies. The last topic, and it's really split into two parts. There is the all qualifying matters except special character areas, and then I'll be handing over to Noel and I think Megan Tyler as well to talk you through the recommendations on special character areas. So putting that to the side for the moment, qualifying matters, as you'll recall, these are the reasons that a council might use to have lower heights and densities than would otherwise be required under the NPSUD. And then when the changes were made to the Resource Management Act last year, that whole the concept of qualifying matters also applies. Apologies. Sorry. Chair. Yep.
Sorry. Senior Governance Advisor has just advised me that we need to move an extension of time motion to the close of business. So that is the close of our business on the agenda. Moved by Councillor Walker. Do I have a second, please? Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, please say no. The motion is carried. Sorry to interrupt, John. Back to you.
All right. So, so when aspects of the NPSUD were essentially incorporated into the Resource Management Act, that, you know, the concept of qualifying matters now appears in primary legislation, not just the NPSUD. And so we've got the sections of the Resource Management Act that now talk about qualifying matters. So, and they're categorised into two groups, as you've heard before. And as we put out in the public consultation as well, there are ones that we would say are pretty much government identified. They're listed in the NPSUD and the changes to the RMA as pretty clear reasons why the heights and densities might be inappropriate, on a particular property or in a particular location. And then the Resource Management Act, under the sections there and also in the NPSUD, allow a council to identify any other matter that isn't listed as a reason why heights and densities might be tempered, reduced compared to what would otherwise be required. So in terms of the council identified qualifying matters, going right back to, July, I think it's July 2021, not 2022, apologies. Oh no, sorry, this is the updated version, right, okay. Hold on a second, slides might have, apologies, that should say July 2021. We're not in July 2022 yet. So you endorse things that are already in the unitary plan that do restrict height and density, and they're not ones that are specifically identified by the government. So the government identified ones would be things like historic heritage, significant ecological areas of significant natural hazards like coastal areas that are subject to flooding or erosion. So those are the sorts of things that, that we would say are in the unitary plan already, and they're government identified and they're in the legislation and in the NPSUD. But you've previously agreed that the ridgeline protection overlay, which just applies to a small number of places, mostly in the western part of urban Auckland, would continue on as a qualifying matter and essentially roll over into beyond August. The Auckland War Memorial View Shaft overlay in the unitary plan that restricts heights between the museum and the Waitemata Harbour would continue on as a restricting height and density in some places. We've got some local public views in the Auckland Unitary Plan that came from the Legacy Manukau City Centre. There are 2 or 3 of those that we've had landscape architects go out and have a look at them, as we're required to do, because for all of these we need the evidence that they're still valid reason to constrain height and density. So we do have some ongoing work in terms of a couple of those local public views. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can, and certainly bring it to you in August as to where that one lands. The Stockhead Hill View Shaft, which was a Auckland Council control introduced to the unitary plan in the Howick area, is proposed to be carried over. All of the notable trees, so we've got 6,500, I think, protected trees in the Auckland Unitary Plan. They will continue on having protection and having some impact on density of housing development. We get into special character areas, which I'll skip over. We've got an approach to the airport that restricts height for pretty obvious reasons. That one there was identified as a council qualifying matter by you back in July. It's probably one that sits more in the government identified ones because the airport is nationally significant infrastructure, so it's possibly in the wrong place, but that's not a, in terms of this list. The fact is, or the main point is that we need to continue to restrict heights in the approaches to the airport, which probably doesn't have a huge impact on height and density at all, given where it sits and residential under it. But anyway, character buildings in the city centre. So I think there was a question before around what other qualifying matters are in the city centre. So we do have groups of some character buildings in the city centre and also in the Queen Street Valley precinct that we are proposing to continue on as a qualifying matter. We've got the sunlight controls that Elizabeth ran through in considerable detail. We did have this category of natural hazards that are less than significant because the government listed ones that use the phrase significant natural hazards. So we just wanted a placeholder there in case there was some hazard that you couldn't say is significant, but I don't think we've identified anything. If it's a hazard, we're saying it's significant. So that's probably fairly redundant. And 11 areas with long-term significant infrastructure constraints. So that's what we resolved last July. But as we said at that time, we really were grappling with how on earth to apply constrained development based on infrastructure, given the way that the NPSUD was written at that time and enrolled into the Resource Management Act. We've got the same tests for qualifying matters. So the ones that we are recommending to add to the list is, you had a workshop recently on subdivision controls. So in some parts of the urban area, we have restrictions on subdivision for various reasons, including impacts on landscape values, and I think they do tie into infrastructure as well. So we had the workshop. We will be bringing those to you for endorsement formally as part of the IPI on the 4th of August. We've got all the work around the precincts in the Auckland Unitary Plan. That's ongoing work, and as we do that work, we're identifying some qualifying matters that aren't on on our list here, and they're not necessarily government ones, so we're just still doing the work, and unfortunately the time frame means that we're just unable to bring that to you today, but we may be seeking that you ratify additional qualifying matters within these precincts on the 4th of August. You've had a workshop on water and wastewater constraints, and with some great work from Watercare, and we do have some Watercare of the Watercare team online. We will be bringing to you on the 4th of August something very similar to what you saw in the workshop. There are mapped, identified areas of significant water and wastewater constraint that we do believe are justifiable as a qualifying matter, and we have the stormwater soakage area that was mentioned previously by the Albert Eden Local Board in part of that board area, that there are some significant challenges that we believe warrant restrictions on height and density potentially in those areas there. So those will be ones that you've had workshops on 1, 3 and 4, and we will be bringing them to you in the detail on the 4th of August. So we're now on special character areas. So probably
whether we
point
should
to
just
questions.
pause there before we go to special character. I think we probably need to address the amendment to the staff recommendations under I as well, and that is request staff to investigate and advise practicality of identifying transport capacity constraints or other alternative mechanisms, etc. I won't read it all. Now, that's probably not, in part it's for you, so this is Mayor and Chair recommendation. So members, I've heard from a number of us concerns about this. Now, we're being told that paragraph 49, I think it is, 49, that the transport qualifying matter is a difficult one to achieve, but we're being told there could be alternative mechanisms. So there, the Mayor and I are saying we would not like just to stop looking at that. We would like some further work to be done on that, be it arriving at finding a case for qualifying matter for transport infrastructure or alternative mechanisms. Now, John, I don't want to put you in an awkward spot here, but we sort of did cover this before. So maybe if you can just address paragraph 49 and what we've discovered since we first discussed this, when we assumed that we were on solid ground to introduce a QM on transport, and now it appears not.
Thank you, Chair. And we also have Rory Power from Auckland Transport, and I believe Christina Robertson, one of the managers at Auckland Transport online as well, who might be able to add to this. But look, Auckland Transport and ourselves, we look very closely at whether there might be areas that we could map spatially, because that is the requirement for qualifying matter. You have to, it's not just a concept of having qualifying matter, you have to say, what are the properties that it applies to, and what is the constraint that is being applied in terms of constraining the 3-storey medium density or less likely the walkable catchment. So because it's not a listed qualifying matter, the government hasn't specifically identified infrastructure as a qualifying matter, infrastructure constraints. It does require a property by property, site by site analysis. And when you look at all of the properties in urban Auckland and try and draw a line as to which property is more transport constrained than the other, it is extremely difficult to pin that down. It's when we think about transport, it's not just congestion. In fact, that might be perhaps not the most significant issue that you might look at for a qualifying matter. It's the walking and cycling infrastructure in that area. It's the public transport accessibility. So how do you sort of factor that all into some sort of model and define spatially where you might have where there might be a case for not enabling the 3-storey medium density residential? And it's just that real challenge of pinning that down at a property by property level, given the statutory requirements. So the paragraph notes the statutory requirements, and they are referenced in paragraph, actually previous paragraph, which is paragraph 46. So what are the specific characteristics of each property? If you think about the special character work that's been done and all the site survey work. So property by property, what is the transport constraint? Is the requirement there under 46A. You know, why does that justify a lower level of density than 3-storey medium density residential? Having done that site by site analysis for every property, you know, what are the sites it relates to and what are the sites that it doesn't relate to? Where do you draw the line on a map? What are the specific characteristics of that property that are different to the one next door that isn't constrained? And what are the other options to achieve the greatest heights and densities possible? So if it's not 3-storey medium density, what other provision might apply? So it's been really challenging, but you know, there's still potential to do more of an investigation and workshop with the committee on the 6th of July. You know, whether there might be some possibility of a qualifying matter that could be included in August. So there is, you know, there is potential for that. And there's reference to alternative mechanisms. So as we said at the previous workshop, Auckland Transport have drafted up and put forward, working with our team, an alternative way of potentially dealing with some of the concerns that were raised in the feedback and some of the concerns that the committee might have about the transport implications of the medium density residential.
Okay, look, just following that up, I'm somewhat baffled by the ability to model and network plan your water infrastructure. We say we've got water care and Healthy Waters saying they can do that and they can satisfy the tests, but Auckland Transport can't satisfy those tests. But I'm very aware of the network planning that leads to the development of our network. It's responding to, you know, assessment of need all the time. So can we just bring somebody from Auckland Transport on to, they've given you this advice. sorry, who's the person that you've got?
I'm just wondering if, so we have Rory here. Welcome.
Rory, thank you for coming on. So Rory, you may have, I think you have been with us in the last few minutes. This question has, or this concern has been expressed through our workshops, and there are a number of councillors, and it's come back to you, and we've been told it's very difficult to achieve. I want to really understand, what is the difference between how you might network plan and how Watercare might network plan, and why is there this constraint?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I can comment on how our colleagues at Watercare and others have done their analysis, but from our perspective, the way our sort of high-level strategic transport models work, they aren't necessarily at the site-by-site level required for the analysis required under the MPSUD and the MDRS. They will tell you a modelled area, which doesn't necessarily relate specifically to a geographical area within Auckland, and they can just analyse the transport requirements or constraints of the area. In terms of what John was saying, it's then difficult to assign that area-wide transport constraint to a specific site and then conclude that one site versus another is more or less suitable for development. We have information available, but within the way the legislation is drafted, is potentially difficult to justify. But we are willing to obviously continue to work with Auckland Council staff if the request and recommendation from the committee is to proceed and do further analysis on this matter.
Including the alternative mechanisms which aren't outlined at this stage, but they might come forward at our next meeting?
Yes, and I think it's
in our workshops, actually.
Alternative mechanisms, within the unitary plan or potentially outside the unitary plan. It's fair to say, obviously, central government is trying to constrain some of our planning ability. So potentially there's other alternative mechanisms outside the planning regime that we could utilise to deliver the same outcomes we're seeking.
I'll go to the Mayor. We're both rather exercised on this one.
Yeah, this question may be to John or it could be to Rory, but if you can't have transport as a qualifying matter, how do we deal with the consequences of building large numbers of 3-storey houses, 3 to a section, no parking provided because there's no requirement under government instructions for parking, no walking and cycling facilities, and no access to public transport? Isn't this a recipe for a bloody disaster? It might be a bit rhetorical, that question.
Rory, you don't have to comment on the bloody disaster.
I'm saying to you, Rory, I know there's all sorts of complications in making it a qualifying matter, but if you don't, that's what we're ending up with. We're ending up with it right now, and it will only get worse, and the consequences will be horrendous.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. Yes, it's an issue that we currently grapple with, and these central government changes aren't making it any easier for us to address that problem. It's really a question of whether a qualifying matter is going to deliver that outcome necessarily, whether it's going to be defensible through the hearings process, and whether in practice, as consents come forward, we're going to be able to hold the line. We can obviously, we can go back and we can look at it and we can put our best foot forward. We've obviously just highlighted any potential risks around that approach.
Yeah, please do your best, because if we can't do anything in this area, I mean, we'll spend a lot of time on special character areas in a moment, but my worry is predominantly at what the impact of the medium density housing standards will do to our lower income areas in our outlying suburbs. You know, all of the well-qualified and well-off people in the world will make big submissions on special character areas, but actually I'm talking about ordinary New Zealanders that are living in areas where we're going to create housing that won't be fit for purpose for the future.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, we're going to have a workshop on this. John, what was the date for that?
6th of July.
6th of July, and we'll be considering it again once Rory and others have done further work. Are there further questions? So we know that what the work is happening. Are there questions that might help clarify what the work would entail? I'd better follow the list, and it's Councillor Stewart next, please.
Thank you, John. I actually told John that I'd be asking this question again. I did ask it through the confidential part of it. John, you know that I'm concerned about that planning's doesn't seem to be responsible for this, what I think should be a qualifying matter, that if you bring it down a little bit, we can see H. Let's note that additional qualifying matters relating to locations with significant water supply constraints will be presented to the Planning Committee for endorsement on the 4th of August. One of the things that I'm quite concerned about is that during the lockdown, we actually had a fire out in Flatbush, and the fire service had great difficulty going down a very long driveway, which had all sorts of corners and everything like that, and a lot of houses down that driveway, they couldn't even get water from the hydrant. It was really, you know, quite serious. So that I believe is a qualifying matter, and I know that you did say that planning isn't part of that. Is you don't believe that that's part of the qualifying matters, that it's really a building consent. But I believe that these subdivisions, and these subdivisions only went in reasonably recently, I think that they should be a qualifying matter, and I think it's something that really does need to be addressed. So we've got these long driveways, and so I'm very concerned about that, and that we have a lot of these properties don't even have hydrants that can be reached by the fire service. We've also got emergency services that are trying to get down there. Somebody's had a heart attack, trying to get down there, bit of a struggle. So that's one of the questions, but just one other question that I'd like to, just another qualifying matter, and I just want to thank you, first of all, that Stockade Hill seems to be okay at the moment, and I want to thank Mr. Reardon. I believe you've probably had a little bit to do with that, but just, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Crawford Reserve, that was in 1900 to 2002, that was actually the old bus depot and then a car yard. And in 2002, we have Councillor, who's just departed, Councillor Ken Yee and myself, along with Sir Barry Curtis, we purchased that site because at one stage it was going to be a 12-storey apartment block, and that was back in 2002. So I think it was around about 2006 the deal was done. We ended up purchasing what is now called the Crawford Reserve. And for any of you that have been to Howick, it is the most magnificent view as you go into Howick from Ridge Road into Picton Street. I really feel that because Manukau Council, at that time, the main reason we purchased that Crawford Reserve was to protect the views from Stockade Hill and coming down Ridge Road into Picton Street. So I would hope that we can tack that onto the Stockade Hill view, because it would be, you know, so that I'm just pleading with you. So
Can we focus on this particular section for now?
Well, that's a qualifying matter as well.
Yeah, okay, there's quite a bit bundled there. So we've got,
it's a little bit, but
we've got the
I've
further
just got
work
my
on
opportunity to do it, so I want to
stormwater.
do it. Thank you.
John, did you want to respond to, we're doing the work on the stormwater. We're going to be socialising that at a workshop, and we'll be confirming it at a meeting. In reference to the Stockade Hill, that's already identified, but I think the councillor was referring to an extension of that, which I'm not familiar with. Can you cover that?
Well, thank you, Chair. I think it'd be good to meet Councillor Stewart afterwards and talk through the specifics of that. What I will point out is that we can't, as part of this intensification planning instrument in August, put in place a new restriction that isn't already in the unitary plan. We can only sort of roll over existing restrictions as qualifying matters, but we can't introduce something new that would restrict development potential. That would have to be done through a separate plan change with its own justification. But I'm happy to take that offline and have a chat about, what the impacts are on the view of a Crawford Reserve. But certainly Stockhead Hill, as you pointed out, the recommendation is to continue that as a qualifying matter. If we can go back to the firefighting issue and the fire in the Flatbush area. So the difficulty there is that, there are two aspects to it. Ensuring that there is adequate water supply in the general area, that is tied into the water care qualifying matter that we've had a workshop on and that we will be recommending, and we have our water care colleague here online, if need be, to answer questions. So perhaps I'll hand over in terms of the water supply issue, but the issue of private driveways and fire vehicles being able to get up driveways and the distance of an apartment or a dwelling from a fire hydrant, that is Building Act territory. And so through the unitary plan, we are not able to have controls in place that are more restrictive than the Building Act. So if the Building Act isn't dealing with it adequately, and we know there's some issues there, that is something that the government has to amend through the Building Act building code. And our regulatory colleagues are certainly onto that and feeding that into the ministry responsible for the building code. But
yeah, the question is, can we not make that a qualifying matter?
That does not fit the description of a qualifying matter to have rules around widths of driveways and access. No. And even if it did meet that, there's the requirement to not have anything more restrictive than the building code, dealing with fire, fighting of residential dwellings. It's clearly dealt with in the building code, not the Resource Management Act. But can I just hand over to Priyan?
Kia ora, Priyan, welcome.
Yes, kia ora. So through the chair, just regarding the water supply quantity, as John's described, as part of our approach, we've used the catchment-focused approach to our proposal for qualifying matter, and firefighting supplies is part of our capacity assessment. So where we've identified those areas of potential constraint with the proposed upzoning, we've included that in our assessment. So that detail will be provided on the 4th via those the maps that confirm the areas of constraint, and firefighting capacity is part of that assessment.
Thank you, Priyan. Okay, look, I think before we go to that special character, we need to get all the questions out on everything right up until K. So the J, John, that's in noting. There's further work there, and we'll see the product of that work 4th of August. And then, John, the K, not your words, but ours. This was raised at a workshop, the question about the transitioning from greater height to lesser height, particularly where it abuts open space and possibly water bodies, and then where you transition from 6-storey, there's an abrupt meeting of there's possibly an abrupt meeting of the zones. Do you want to just cover that for us, please, before we then take questions on everything else in that body that we've just covered?
Certainly, Chair. So within the Walkable Catchments, where we're required to enable 6 storeys, the enable is really enable on a typical site. And a typical site will often be, I can't remember, we've done the analysis in our GIS, but it's probably sitting around, somewhere between 400 and 600 square metres. So, that's the legal requirement under the NPSUD, is to enable 6-storey buildings on fairly small suburban sites. Now, traditionally in the unitary plan and other planning documents, buildings of that sort of scale in a residential area, fairly high density residential area, you would step the upper levels of the building back. But because of the way the NPSUD has been drafted, it really doesn't allow for much stepping back at all. It is, if you have a section of 600 or 800 square metres, then the council must enable on a typical site the 6 storeys. Now, what that results in next to, say, an area of open space is potentially you could have significant overshadowing of a park that's maybe well used, might be quite a small park, but very well used, and certainly in the future might be even more use with that higher density around it. But if that park is on the southern side of multiple six-storey buildings, it can really undermine the utility of that park. So that's the first point that's of concern. Now, in order for the council to have some sort of step-back requirement for the third, fourth, or fifth, sixth storey, that would have to be a qualifying matter. There's no other legal way that we can see that you could have that sort of control in place. And it tips into being a council qualifying matter, so it then has that site-by-site analysis requirement to go along with it, which makes it, you know, a lot of quite a lot of work required there. So we've done some work on this one. We just haven't had the time to sort of bring it to you as a committee. So it wasn't in the recommendations today, but it's been raised by the chair and others. It's been raised in feedback. You know, how on earth is this issue being dealt with? And so we would like to bring that to the workshop on the 6th of July to sort of talk through where we've got to and what might be possible in time for the 4th of August meeting to meet the statutory deadline of 20th of August to have something in place. And the second part of it is really where you might have a 6-storey zone property in a walkable catchment, but there might be a special character area next to it that only allows for 2 stories. How is that transition being dealt with between the 6-storey on the 600 square metre site next door and the 2 stories having to be retained for special character reasons? Is there a qualifying matter that can be put into the intensification planning instrument on 4th of August? Again, some initial work has been done, and we'd like to workshop that with you on the 6th of July to see and get your input as to where we might head with these 2 fairly tricky matters.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, members, we're taking questions now on the qualifying matters up to K. And I think I've got the Deputy Mayor next.
I'll wait to the workshop next week, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
My thing will be covered off then.
And then Mayor.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that, John, and your analysis exactly the concerns that the Chair and I had, which is why we've asked for that to go in. And I agree it would have to be a qualifying matter, but if we're able to require areas like Albert Park and Aotea Square not to be overshadowed in the centre of the town, why wouldn't you apply that same principle to a park somewhere out in the suburbs? Or the example you used, you're living in a little 1-storey home and somebody builds a 6-storey building next to you, it's just going to destroy the quality of your life on that property, isn't it? Which is why you'd want to have some transitioning. So if we can make those provisions for transitioning in the centre city, why couldn't we do that in the suburbs?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Chair, yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying there, and the challenge has been, again, it's the time frame to do the site-by-site analysis. So for city centre, Elizabeth and the team there have been able to sort of look at those special height controls for Albert Park and be able to justify rolling them over. But of course, when you roll that out across the thousands of parks and the thousands of adjacent lower density residential properties, it becomes a lot more of a challenge. So it is this legislative requirement to have the site-by-site analysis that's trickier when you multiply it across the whole of the urban area, not just the city centre. But we believe in principle it should be something to include in the IPI. It's just getting the evidence for that.
So you can't put it in as a principle, you have to have it site by site and identified where you're having the transition. Is that what you're telling me? Which is a lot of work.
That's correct, Mayor. But you know, the definition of exactly what site by site means is something I think we should explore a bit further with you know, our legal team and have that as part of the workshop on 6th of July.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cooper.
Well, just a quick thing, the airport approach zone, does that include the flight path obstacle zones where you can't build in that flight path if they're too high, but also it's around Whenuapai Air Base as well? Did they challenge that in the unitary plan?
Councillor Cooper, the intention is that the restrictions in the unitary plan around whether it's Whenuapai or Auckland Airport, or I think North Shore has some restrictions as well, to roll them over as qualifying matters. Yep. So whether it's restricting heights through the obstacle restriction, I believe also the restrictions on residential development under the high noise areas for Auckland Airport, again, that stays, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Chair. The community and I've been quite, and others have been quite vocal on the SEAs. Could you please just describe how we are ensuring the SEAs are still protected or used as a qualifying matter because of the government under the government's qualifying matters? So that's SEAs around our reserves, streams, and other significant areas.
Thanks, Councillor Hills. Significant ecological areas are mentioned in Section 6 of the Resource Management Act as a matter of national importance. So they've been mapped in the Auckland region and they're included in the Auckland Unitary Plan as an overlay. So removing vegetation within that mapped ecological area requires a resource consent. So we believe absolutely that is I guess a government endorsed qualifying matter. But in the Unitary Plan, that overlay of the vegetation, the ecological area, is sort of supported by a lower density residential zoning where the ecological area is on, I think the threshold was 30% or more of the site had the ecological area on it, then we've used the single house zone in the Unitary Plan, the low density zone. So our proposal is to continue on with coupling the mapped ecological area and the controls on vegetation with a lower density zoning. We can't call it the single house zone anymore. We're developing, it's still a work in progress. Unfortunately, we're not able to bring it to you and haven't had time to bring it to you, but a zone similar to single house that as a qualifying matter has a protection of ecological areas as the justification for that zoning. So hopefully that's fairly clear. So it's trying to keep us close to the status quo for properties that have a substantial area of SEA, not SCA, but SEA, ecological area on them, as close as we can in the new framework that we have to operate under.
So for that and the coastal inundation zones, we feel like we have enough evidence to protect, our streams, our reserves in those coastal zones with that. I'm just thinking of Leroy's Bush and others, it's been a big concern by many, but we feel like that is going to be enough, interpreting the law that way.
Yeah. Through the chair, we've got great evidence on coastal inundation areas. We've got great evidence on coastal erosion. We've got great evidence on the ecological areas. It really requires the sort of planning evidence to support having the lower density zoning coupled with those overlays. But that's the approach in the Unitary Plan at the moment. And so we believe we've got the evidence to justify that. But clearly that will be contested through submissions, and there'll be some saying, well, you've mapped where the hazard is. Why is there some constraint on the balance of the property? We believe that there is a good case for that, but it will be tested through submissions, absolutely. Yep. The preliminary response maps showed that lower density zoning essentially being rolled over in those hazardous areas and in the around the ecological areas, and we're still continuing on. So
you feel there's no need for extra resolutions here? You think it's covered in there to protect those SEAs around our really important reserves and streams, etc.
Through the chair, I think that's starting to get into quite a level of technical detail as to the method of looking after the qualifying matter. So, you've seen in the workshops and the public have seen a preliminary response in terms of zoning to link to those ecological areas and the hazards. And again, on the 6th of July, we'll go through that with you a bit more detail. And then in August, those maps will be produced on the agenda for August. So I don't believe that drafting some specific thing around the zoning is necessary. That is the direction that we're heading in. That's the direction the preliminary response was heading in, and we'll bring it to you at the workshop on 6th of July and then for your endorsement on 4th of August.
Good.
Thank you. I was just clarifying intent, so thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe, your question.
Thanks, Chair. My part-time might be more relevant to the next part, but I just wanted to check because it's about the qualifying matters under the RMA 77, whatever it is, and particularly qualifying matter of historic heritage. Should I hold off on that question till the next part?
I think that's probably best to carry that into the next section, is it not, John?
joking on no and a yes, but
Yeah.
I think when Noel's up here as our heritage manager, it's probably best in that context.
Yeah, I think so. Do you have that's complete?
No,
there?
that's it. That's it.
That's it. Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Newman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if Priyan's still on the call. Hi, Priyan. Good to see you. I wonder, in relation to a qualifying matter, to what extent you can address wastewater choke points, which are likely to compromise Watercare's ability to comply with the conditions of its network discharge consent. To what extent you can prepare evidence to that effect for the time we notify, and to what extent we can defend the argument against the counter argument that would be, if you give us a consent with the condition that we make a contribution to assist Watercare with its network augmentation, then all of those choke point problems can be dealt with. Priyan, can you comment on that?
Yep.
Through the chair.
Priyan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alf.
Priyan, it's your call. Alf, could you just make sure you're muted, please? Priyan.
Sorry, it's through the chair, and thanks for the question, Councillor Newman. Just regarding the choke point, so our assessment has been at a catchment level. So we do undertake capacity assessments for within catchments for development now, and we've used the same tools and models to assess our restrictions, constraints in our wastewater network as they stand now, and right back through to the our bulk system. So obviously, and connected through our future compliance with the network discharge consent. So I guess to answer your first point around the choke points, the qualifying matter that we've proposed, and then the maps that we'll be talking to on the 4th will have more detail on how we've developed those maps, and they are based on those choke points and potential overflow locations. Just regarding and I don't know if maybe I can answer the second 2 points together. Regarding the level of detail and defence, we have approached it from a catchment level in the first instance, recognising that the test is going to be a site-specific test. So we do have quite a bit of work to be able to prepare our defence from a site-specific perspective regarding this particular qualifying matter. But our approach at this stage from a catchment perspective will carry through to that network and more specific tests. So the defence will require more work and more detail from our more detailed mapping and planning. And we do recognise the complexity of that challenge. But I guess from our perspective, it's an opportunity for us to look and to develop that measure of control in those areas where we do have a potential issue in the future. And I guess just to clarify as well, our proposal, there are some time bounds on our proposals as well. So our asset management planning is preparing for upgrade in certain areas where we do have constraints. And over time, there is a sort of, I guess, a temporal element to the nature of the qualifying matter, and that constraint will be addressed over time, but it's just the rate at which that's addressed. I don't know if I answered your question there. Hopefully I did, but yeah, as I say, there will be more detail through the mapping, and the defence will be complicated.
Okay, look, thanks, Priyan. I guess if Megan Tyler is in the room, my follow-up question would be, and it goes a bit wider, but I mean, what I think Priyan served as a good basis for how you could get one infrastructure provider effectively to defend a qualifying matter. What happens when Watercare is swallowed up into the new entity? It's not part of the council family under Three Waters. I mean, does this qualifying matter just hang in abeyance, pending confirmation that this new entity is going to agree that? Or, I mean, Priyan has effectively said it's a temporal matter. These will be addressed over time with infrastructure development, but presumably more connections will create more choke points and new catchments. And The point being that at some point we will need to try and negotiate, amendments to qualifying matters with this new entity that we won't have control of. Megan, can you answer that?
Kia ora, thank you through the chair. Look, that's a great question, and one which I'm not able to answer in any detail. We know there's work that we need to do between, we being nationally, not just in Auckland, between now and when the new entity goes live, around this a connection between, in this case, Auckland Council and its regulatory responsibilities, planning responsibilities, strategic responsibilities that it will retain, and the new water entity, which will own and operate the Three Waters infrastructure. So it's it's a question that's not yet answered, but it's on the table. I don't know when it will be answered, but I agree with you that at some point in time, if something like this is no longer a council responsibility, then it can't be on us, to have the responsibility to action that or something. So something will need to change in the future. I just don't know when, and I'm not sure under what mechanism, whether it's kind of a SLA type, relationship, or whether it'll be legislative.
Thank you, Megan. Satisfied with that response, Councillor Newman?
Or to the extent that they can answer that last question.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Councillor Newman. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I was a bit perplexed with the answer to I as well around transport, and I thought maybe it would be helpful if we defined it, giving the intent for the legislation to the practicality of identifying public transport and multimodal, but actually it's the site-by-site that's the issue. And now listening to Priyan and Watercare are using catchment, but actually will need to get to site-specific. So, John, when you talk about maybe we need to get some more legal advice on site-specific, absolutely for our major infrastructure, I think would be really good for us to get some clarification on that. If this is the way we're going to head, if we're going to have to head down a qualifying matters route for transport, which is an absolute, these are real, aren't they? So my question was going to be actually around can we redefine it, but having listened to Watercare and Priyan, I think, can we get some advice on that for all of our major infrastructure? Because site by site is more than a full-time job. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dalton. I think that's well noted, and we'll be picking that up. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me around transport. We've been building in places with poor transport for 12 years. I know I represent Massey, goodness me. So I get the concern. I think it's a cry for help for investment in infrastructure rather than a serious qualifying matter. And I'm planning to oppose it because I just don't see how we should be spending so much ratepayer time and money on something that I think probably will get tossed out. But I do have a question in here. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Whose fault is it when a place doesn't have easy access to a bus route? Isn't the point of the legislation to bring housing closer to transport? And can't we just put more transport options on to meet demand when there's more infrastructure? I don't get it. Can't we just put more bus routes on when we put more housing in? Isn't that the simple
answer? Can you
answer?
that, John? Or do you want to go to somebody at transport? John.
I suppose I don't control the purse strings, so that's... more bus routes cost more money, and that's not what we do in the planning department. Sorry, that's that's all I can really say.
Thank you. Look forward to the next budget, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Walker.
Got a couple of questions, but first off, I'll just make an observation, and that is the buses in my area will just get caught up in the catastrophic congestion because a bus can't move any faster than the network unless there's a bus priority lane. And they don't exist around much of Auckland. A couple of questions. The first question I've got goes to you, John. Given this long list of things that we are not going to have an opportunity to address around qualifying matters, the additional work around walkable catchments, arguably transport issues, all the stuff we're hearing. Can we get some kind of list for us as decision makers so that we know the stuff that we simply aren't going to address? Because as you point out time and again, we have these constraints. We just don't have time, we don't have resources. Can we get that list? And part of the reason why I am interested in that list, Mr. Chair, is it informs the whole process. And as far as I am concerned, the whole process, I struggle for the right word. There are a number that come to mind, but I can't utter them. But frankly, it just doesn't stack up. So can I please have that list? If various parts of the organisation can put it together, I'm sure it doesn't involve a lot of time. We're hearing it time and again. The other question I've got is for the Transport Fellow, Rory. I'm assuming Rory's still online?
We had Rory,
yep, there
Rory
he is.
Power, he is here.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Rory, but my understanding is that we've got a pretty detailed transport model. The transport model plugs in land use analysis. We used to update the land use analysis by consent, so for some decades it was fairly up to date. The catchments go down to a mesh block level because the model is based on mesh blocks. The mesh block level is actually quite detailed. There's a significant amount of information at the mesh block level by land use. The model can be activated to plug all that data in around the current zoning, which we know because it's built for that, and the additional zoning. My understanding from transport planners I've spoken to is that this is immensely doable and can happen quickly without excessive cost, because we already have a very expensive transport model. Yes, it's got deficiencies around walking and cycling, we know that. But as far as public transport is concerned, as far as cars are concerned, we can do it. And as I've asked by way of question, there are communities that I represent, such as Whangaparoa, down in the bays, other parts of Auckland, Beachlands and Devonport and the like, where the transport effects are going to be nothing short of horrific.
Can we go to the question?
So my question is, given that information I'm putting you, why can't we do it?
Well, Rory did respond to that earlier, and I'll give him another go now, but we've got further work. We've got a commitment to do further work. Rory's committed to that. Our Plans and Places team are committed to that. I think we'll thrash that out in the workshop when Rory and others come back. But Rory, a brief reply, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, as largely what I was going to say, we'll come back to you with more detail. Let's work through the issues and let's see if we can come up with a solution that is practical and acceptable to everyone around the table here. I'm committed to doing that.
Mr. Chair, a supplementary question. We may not be able to do it for everywhere, but at the very least, can we deal with those areas where we know there is going to be a severe problem, at the very least?
Okay, we'll take that on board too. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. So in respect of point 49, that has been canvassed to a certain extent. I hope Rory's got the message that just addressing the potential effects of larger scale residential developments it isn't going to cut it. Right across my ward and other wards, there's a whole number of big transport infrastructure projects that keep getting deferred, that have been on the books for literally decades. The development has allowed to go ahead unimpeded, and then there's further development that's not just going to is already happening, and there is this future development that's being enabled by all this legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I guess what Auckland Transport are aware of that. They're aware of these projects. They have all the information that is fed into them to justify that to NZTA or whoever co-funds them. So my question to Rory is, Is that existing information, although it doesn't get down to the site-by-site analysis, but certainly goes to that particular network as a starting point, is that planned to be utilised in any fashion through any of this?
Back to you, Rory.
Thank you. Councillor, we'll certainly have to look at utilising every piece of information we have available. Obviously, projects like that and improvements clearly haven't been able to stop development, as you say, up until now. But yes, we are aware of the issues in particular areas, and we need to do whatever we can to try and achieve the right outcomes for transport. And yeah, I'm confident with working with council staff, we can come up with something.
So, Mr. Chair, a question to you, and in light of what we've heard from John Duguid and Rory, at the risk of stating the obvious, we've got a real problem here in terms of the clock ticking. We've got workshops that, you know, may or may not address parts of this. This becomes operative on August the 20th as far as the medium density provisions go. What's the council game plan for formally bringing this to the government and, more importantly, the public's attention? I'm attending a whole lot of meetings all around my ward to do with these provisions, and the one question that keeps coming up is to do with transport infrastructure. Where is it? When's this project going to be done? Now, thus far, all I've been able to say is, sorry, we don't really know. After today, I don't really know. I suspect after the workshop, I won't really know, and then it'll be operative. So what is our response to the government and to the public we serve? Because our officers are doing their best. They're not going to be able to cut it. We have a duty to the wider public to at least tell them what's going on. Otherwise, it's all going to come back on the Auckland Council, and it's already starting to do that. Because what the politicians invited along to our meetings are saying is, oh, the council has qualifying matters. It can address this. Yep. So we're going to be the ones that are on the end of the stick with this, not the government.
So in response, the risk of, it's a very real risk of being dealt with dispersed and disconnected development. That was a matter that the Mayor and I raised at the Select Committee. The legislation still went through. So I don't have any doubt the government have heard us, but we're now responding to the legislation. We will continue, and that's why the Mayor and I have given a lot of focus to this, and I know that it's not just the Mayor and I think just every councillor here is concerned about that transport deficit that is likely to be glaringly lacking in some development areas as it stands at the moment. We need to do our damnedest, and we will, and you've heard it, commitment from our Plans and Places team plus Auckland Transport. We need to find a way to resolve this. Let's not just, there's no intention to give up now, councillor. I'm not hearing any councillor at all see the weight. I've heard Councillor Henderson's viewpoint, but I think even Councillor Henderson knows, in his Henderson ward, that there are transport challenges. So look, we are absolutely determined to try and resolve this. And then we will put that through in our integrated planning instrument, through the plan change, and then it'll be tested. And there may be counter evidence on it as well. I would hope not. But look, you've heard today there's an absolute determination to resolve it. That's the best I can say right now. Lastly, Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you for that. I'm following on from what Councillor Watson has had to say. I don't believe this is just about the Mayor and yourself in terms of your submissions or your relationships with the government. This is absolutely fundamental to this being effective in achieving everybody's aims here. And I don't think, it certainly hasn't come back to the full council as a matter that we can advocate on. I'd like to know from officers what we might further to have effective communication and advocacy with both the government and the opposition on it, because it's just not good enough.
Thank you. You broke up a little bit there, but I think the question was, what can we do outside of just responding through the work we're doing now, correct? I think we may have lost your signal in
Yes, it is correct. Because ultimately, it's in everyone's best interests. It's in everyone's best interest this is workable. And I would like the government and the opposition, for that matter, to hear from the full council.
And they are. So look, let me go to Chief of Strategy, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Just from an officer's perspective, we do work closely and provide feedback to our colleagues in central government and the various ministries. That's a certain level and a certain relationship that we have there. Clearly, as you suggest, Councillor Fletcher, there are other opportunities for you as politicians to meet face to face with your colleagues in central government. And that is, obviously as staff, we're happy to enable that for you. Otherwise, that sits with you as ultimately as a governing body, your decision on those.
Thank you. So, councillors, we are taking this seriously, okay, and that's why it's here. Okay, we're concluding the questions there, and now, councillors, I'd like to release.
So are we bringing that? So are we going to bring this back to the governing body for confirmation from everyone that we want this addressed by both the major political parties?
Look, we're pursuing this further, councillor. I'm not sure about your reference to the political parties. There's more than just two. But we're going to be workshopping this further, okay? So that's the 6th of... Yeah, just in a few weeks' time. So I'd like to release...
But we can't resolve it internally. That's what I've heard. What I'm suggesting is that we go out proactively to the government and the opposition and highlight the very real difficulties, the issues that we've heard about site-by-site assessment, the reality of what's going to happen in various areas if transport isn't a qualifying matter. I'm sorry if I sound quite passionate about this, but this will make or break this actually achieving the goals of the government and the opposition in passing this.
Thank you. Look, we'll pick that up. We'll have, Mayor, we can have a discussion about political approaches. Okay, I'd like to release Watercare and Auckland Transport and all the staff that have contributed so far. Members, I'm very conscious of individuals and taking care of them and making sure they're with their families or partners or whatever. So any objection to releasing the staff that we've heard from to date, and then we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll focus on special character. Okay, so we'll stand adjourned
Well,
for
Mr.
10
Chairman,
minutes.
I'm sorry if I'm labouring this, but it's not a political approach. It's a governance
Councillor,
approach.
You're
that I'm
really
wanting.
stretching it now. No, you're stretching it. We're moving on. And
Mr. Chairman, I've got one more question.
Councillor Simpson, can you pose that to the staff directly, please? Offline, please. Some of the staff have now dropped off. Okay, we're standing adjourned for 10 minutes and we'll come back at, 25 past 5, please. hear from the staff on the in the area of special character. So now we're looking at L through to let's see, O, I think it is, L through to O. Now, just before we do, there's one motion that is proposed to be moved as an amendment, and it comes under, just trying to remember where it comes under, and it's from Councillor Simpson and Councillor Papacoon. Under L, is it? Yes. So rather than go through this and then find yourself, well, how does that motion fit in? I thought, Councillor Simpson, if you're with us now, with your permission, can we put that on Nexus so the members can see it? And then we can consider it as we progress thinking about our response to special character. Councillor Simpson, does that work for you?
It does, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll take that and we'll put it on Nexus now, and it's pretty clear as to where it fits. And so there's a signal that that's coming from Councillors Simpson and Coombe. Now I will go to our Manager of Heritage, Noel Redden.
Thank you, Chair. This is obviously about special character areas. I'd just like to introduce Megan Patrick and Emma Rush at the back of the room, who are here to help me answer any of the difficult questions. They don't know that, but now they do. Why isn't this? So, can we go back one slide? Is there a slide before that? So, yes. So you've seen this. John has mentioned this under the introduction to all qualifying matters. This is the section of the Act that enables us to identify special character as a qualifying matter. It's any other matter. The point I would make here is that special character values are area-based, and hence the qualifying matter needs to be area-based. And as John has said, when we invoke that part of the Act to identify any other matters, we've got quite stringent requirements, and they are set out, and John has taken you through those previously. What I can say is the first and third bullet points identify the specific characteristics and then include a site-specific analysis. We have done that work. Then the issue is how we justify that in light of the national significance of urban development and objectives of the MPS. So that is the challenge. And special character is an input into that. It's not the defining element. So our recommendations, we are recommending that we confirm outside walkable catchments, your previous position of 66% of properties score a 5 or a 6. Inside walkable catchments, 75% of properties score a 5 or a 6, and that's a high quality test, reflecting the impact that special character potentially has on constraining development within those walkable catchments. We're recommending that we amend in response to feedback and where significant effects on development capacity occurs, some amendments to those provisions, and we have started work on that. Particularly in the walkable catchments, we've identified some areas which are isolated pockets of special character, 5 to 10 properties out on their lonesome, and they don't really meet that threshold. We're recommending that greater levels of development are provided for within the special character areas whilst retaining those special character values. And those of them there now, up to 3 dwellings per site, non-residential activities, and we're recommending some amendment to the demolition controls. And I note that issue came up in the local board feedback, and just to expand on that, That is already the current position in the unitary plan. We are amending it slightly, but it's only slightly. The issue is that those provisions are in the single house zone, which disappears, and hence we need to bring them over to this special character provisions. The other thing I would say is, in particular regarding the non-residential activities, it's the key word there is activities. It's not non-residential buildings. You will have walked around these special character areas yourselves, and you will have noticed the cafes, the daycare centres, and all those sorts of non-residential activities that fit perfectly into the special characteristics of those areas. And we think that, excuse me, we need to amend the demolition controls to more closely align to the values of the individual buildings that we have identified through the survey. So the final recommendations relates to the forgotten cousin of special character, that's the business areas. We're recommending that you confirm what you went out with in your initial response, that is the 17 business areas, some of which were retained, some of which were amended, and one was recommended for deletion, and we're recommending that that be confirmed. We have looked at the height provisions on those business areas and would recommend some slightly different variation controls than we initially proposed, and that is more to bring back the height variation controls to what was previously anticipated. So on that very quick presentation, I'm expecting quick answers and quick questions.
Okay, before we go to those questions, I think might go to Councillor Simpson, and if we could put up Councillor Simpson, Councillor Coombs' amendment, that way we've considered all the recommendations under this section, though acknowledging that this is an amendment, it's not in the main body. So there it is there, and it is. Oh, I won't explain it actually. Councillor Simpson, I'm just
I'm happy to explain
a little bit
it.
inconsistent with the standing orders, but I'm trying to do this in a collaborative way so that we can be, more fully informed all together. Would you like to just give a brief outline of what this means?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be delighted to. Councillors, Your Worship, special character areas are an important part of a well-functioning urban environment and are valued by Aucklanders. I know that. You know that, because we asked Aucklanders what they thought and they told us. Now, the intention of the NPS was to release as much development potential as possible. And staff tell us that although legal, the government expects council to remove significant areas of special character. Our initial proposal to Aucklanders, based on staff advice, was to remove about 30% of our SCAs. And we have heard back from our community. Auckland overwhelmingly supports the retention of special character areas. Over 70% want to retain most or all our special character areas. I support Aucklanders, and I believe you should too. I want to retain as much as we can realistically support through the professional advice we have received. But let's talk frankly. There's another side to this. There are those in Wellington that are directing us to remove all development constraints. And there is a risk here, a real risk, that we are not going far enough in removing those constraints. And if we do not meet what the legislation requires, then we lose control of the process and we potentially lose more than we can hold on to. So what does this mean? Staff advise us that there's a real risk in supporting a keep-all approach, and we're caught in a dilemma. Now, you all know I've already lost an amendment I put up to keep all the SCAs. But if you support this amendment by way of addition, It will also give the independent hearings commissioners something to discuss and to keep in or out. So with all that in mind, and after hearing from all of Aucklanders, the other local boards, my own Ōrākei local board, and the feedback from the community, adding fours to the non-walkable catchment is the best compromised outcome that will preserve more of the character homes that define our special character areas. Look, it's not ideal, given that the 70+% of Aucklanders who supported SCA retention fed back to us, but it's the best evidence-based option to preserve what so many Aucklanders have told us they value. Colleagues, your vote in support of this amendment will show support for the feedback, but will also work with the direction the government is insisting we follow. Now, I have one question, Chair, to Noel Redden, and I think it's important because staff advice has been important in this process. And my question to Mr. Redden is, do you have capacity to deliver on my amendment as written, including the fours?
No.
Yes or no will suffice. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I'm glad for this question, Councillor Simpson, because it's a quick answer, yes.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that end, I support my amendment, obviously.
Okay. Now, I probably created this problem myself there. I was sort of wanting maybe just a brief explanation of the motion, and I've got a speaking turn, so that's I didn't make myself clear, Councillor Simpson, but look, I'll take that as your speaking turn. Now we will go back to questions on the special character area qualifying matter, okay? And it can range into this area of Councillor Simpson, Councillor Coombs' amendment as well. Councillor Hills, your question, please.
Thank you, team. Some specifics, and I'm sorry they're specific, but I need them to be. Noel, I sent you the sort of email, the sort of almost threatening email we got yesterday, specifically on Devonport. Could you just give a quick overview of what, because there is several controls, including volcanic, the views of the Maunga and things like that. Could you just give an overview of the protections in Devonport briefly, and actually what does it mean change-wise? How much change is that what you're providing is going to do in Devonport, the council's advice?
So of all the areas, Devonport, from a special character perspective, would experience the least amount of change. While it's a guess, I would estimate in excess of 90% of the areas currently identified as special character in the unitary plan are recommended for retention. In the city centre, that is all covered by the special character zone, as well as most of the properties, I think with the exception of 2 in the city, in the Devonport Main Street, are specifically scheduled for heritage purposes. So those provisions would remain. I don't know, I can't answer the question around the view controls. I'm not familiar enough with that.
Okay, but largely because of the number of controls, it leaves Devonport largely untouched. There was a question around, or a proposal to make the Devonport Town Centre historic heritage completely. Could you just describe why that couldn't have been considered, even though there's no height change? Could you just explain briefly why that couldn't be considered right now?
So we had been working with Devonport Heritage, who approached us some months ago. We outlined the work they needed to undertake to identify that as an historic heritage area. They provided us with some information. We assessed it and went back to them and said it didn't meet the requirements that would be necessary to justify as a historic heritage area in terms of the unitary plan. We advised them what changes they needed to make. Unfortunately, time has caught up on them, and that further work has not been done. Our advice then was that they could explore the option of presenting that to the independent hearings panel, and subject to the changes we suggested, the council certainly wouldn't oppose it, given that most of those areas are already scheduled separately. And so the ball's in their court now.
Thank you. And another question for other areas such as Birkenhead, Northcote, and others around the isthmus. There's been concern that maybe Devonport was treated differently. Why were certain sections left out? Could you just briefly explain, say an area which has 1 or 2 houses you scored highly, why were other areas not kept? Because people's feelings of special character are different to what, I guess, could you just explain how your team did that? And the other question is also, have you completed all the on-site, can you double confirm that you've completed in-person surveys now? Because there was also a concern around the Google, or misinformation around Google Street View.
So, I mean, Devonport is treated differently because it has a more consistent pattern of older villas and bungalows which largely remain untouched. And when we've gone out and looked at them, they are still there. When we've looked at Birkenhead and Northcote, there has been more change that has occurred. In terms of the issue of whether some areas should be included, the 5 or 6 areas across the road from an area that should be protected, that's an issue we're still looking at, which is in response to the feedback that we've received. I can't recall whether we've finished Birkenhead and Northcote, but we would be close to have done both. Our priority was to do insight surveys of Birkenhead and Northcote, given they were done by Google Street View, and that has been completed, and the results are largely unchanged. I think the issue that what you need to remember is you need to get to a threshold of 66%, and if you're at 50%, which is what Birkenhead and Northcote were, there needs to be a big change. There needs to be, it's not 1 or 2 houses, it's streets of houses needed to be, have been incorrectly assessed to make a difference.
Thank you. Chair, I have 2 more quick questions on this. In areas where we have heavy rail rapid transit stations and you've got a lot of special character, there has been mention that you feel the pressure of capacity might outweigh some of those special characters. How are you going to deal with that, and how do we put this through these resolutions that, we've had discussions on transport being a qualifying matter, but actually in areas such around train stations, or we already have the transport, but we're putting a different overlay. So how are you, maybe that's a planning answer rather than Noel's answer, but it does affect both.
You've provided the answer. It's not a special character issue. And I tried to indicate that in my second slide where I said one of the tests is, does the value of special character, how is that weighed up against the enabling provisions of the MPS? And in certain locations, that is a challenging balancing act. The weight that you can give to special character is improved when the quality of special character is enhanced, and hence in the walkable catchments we've gone for a higher threshold of 75%. But the lower you set the bar for the quality of special character, the harder it is to make that argument.
And maybe it's for you, Chair, then. So the discussion has been the pressure, so I see there's a change potentially for non-walkables, but shouldn't there be a pendulum swing to the walkables then? Because our belief that the IHP process will push back, we've seen the submissions from the big players, and we've seen what the ministers have said around the rapid transit stations, that there is too much protected around there. Do you feel risk that we're putting up evidence that is not going to stand the test of time, I guess, around those train stations, etc.?
You're putting that question to me as the chair.
Well, maybe it's to someone that's not Noel, because he has said that it's a planning issue, not.
We've got quite a few people in the room.
He said it's a planning issue. Yeah.
That
But
is
it's
a
related to special character, but it's not Noel's. Noel's the heritage expert, so he's not going to speak directly to the walkable catchment in that way.
It's almost a question like you're posing it to one of the commissioners that might be hearing this. I think that's where that question is going to be answered. But we've still got a way to go. We've still got quite a lot of work to do before we know exactly how much, heightened density and where it is. And that work we'll see that when we see the planning map.
Maybe it's a question for Megan then, because I know it's a heritage question, but it's about the walkable catchment and how that should be weighted. Because protecting special character in a non-walkable is quite different to protecting it around a train station that has had, $5 billion city rail link, doubling the capacity, etc. It's quite different, but that's hard for Noel to answer because he's specialised in heritage and special character. So is Megan able to talk about how that's going to progress over the next month?
Megan.
Thanks, through the chair. Yes, so just to reiterate again, as you've said, Councillor Hills, there's really two lenses to this. One is the technical lens that Noel and the team have done, and the other is the planning lens, which is the consideration of what the legislation, the NPSUD, is trying to achieve, what its objectives are, and kind of balancing it all out across the region. It's also very important to look at locations as well. And of course, as I've said before, it is clear that there have been concerns raised about the amount of special character within the inner isthmus area in particular, and that's understandable because it's the oldest part of Auckland, so it's always going to go there. But of course, now it's the most accessible part. This is a difficult balancing act, I think, both for staff and for you as decision makers as we're moving into notification. We have done some planning analysis where there are some small changes, very small, within the kind of walkable catchments. There are about 4 or 5 areas I think we took you through last week or a couple of weeks ago. That really doesn't touch the sides for some of the walkable catchments, particularly, as you say, Council Hills, around some of the existing heavy rail stations, let alone what that might do around through the light rail corridor. So I do still think there is a risk about the amount of special character still within the walkable catchments in that kind of inner isthmus area. Some of these stations, for example, that you might be thinking about, Councillor Hills, do sit within that light rail corridor. I know we're slightly moving into one of the latter recommendations, and the recommendation there is to delay the implementation within that so that we know exactly where the route and stations will go so that we can enable the kind of intensification we actually need, which I don't think in many instances will be what you'll get with this particular set of NPS and Act requirements. So overall, I still think there is a risk with the amount that we might be retaining. It should the existing recommendation or the amendment go through. But again, we will put up the evidence for that and take that through the hearing and submission process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, just from me, on the motion, the amendment, it's not all the 4s, it's the 4s where the overall quality is maintained and there's, reducing the fragmentation. So there's no risk here. I'm just a little bit concerned that if we start including a lot of 1s and 2s, we'll will get defeated further down the line. So would you be able to comment on the way this is worded so that it does present a coherent collection, creating special character with the fours as contributing to that special character in a way that doesn't bring in the ones and twos that is likely to undermine our case?
Well, as you're aware, it's not our recommendation. And one of the reasons is exactly as you've articulated. I can't categorically advise you of the outcome of that piece of work. It's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. If I go out and do the work, I'll be able to tell you, but I can't at the moment. There is a risk because you're not just bringing fours into it. Fours are surrounded by fives, sixes, 1, 2s, 3s. And the comfort I do have with the recommendation is that where the overall quality of the area is maintained, that will be difficult because fours in themselves are a lower quality in terms of the special character values, not in terms of whether they're a nice house or not. So yes, I do have concerns, and we will have to develop a methodology that addresses that issue. So the staff, whatever we come back with, the staff can defend and say that these areas do meet the test for special character and are of sufficient merit that they can go into this balancing act that Megan has talked to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thanks. So it follows on from that question in respect of the practical consequences of this amendment as it goes to 4. As Councillor Simpson said, we've had a very strong indication from our Auckland public, over 72%, that they value special character and its preservation. So in terms of that 4 that's included there, where the overall quality is maintained, what's the practical consequences then for an area like Northcote Point and Birkenhead Point?
So we'll be doing it by Google Street View, given the weather that we're experiencing at the moment. We'll be re-looking at those areas to see whether 4s makes a difference. And the issue will be, as the chair has alluded to, is bringing 4s into it. Does it bring too many 1s, 2s and 3s with it? Does it bring more 5s and 6s? That would be good, and hence the issue about potential fragmentation. So, I mean, it's a difficult question to answer in any specifics without going out there and doing the work. I would anticipate that we would be coming back with more areas potentially identified.
So if I go to the scale of what's being proposed here, and I'm going to the agenda report, if all 4s outside walkable catchments were retained, that would mean an additional 1,400 sites. So that's what's here. So if I think of 1,400 sites, that's not even a third of a development like Milldale. So that's one development in Auckland. The quantum of sites we're talking here barely reaches 30% of that development. So in the scale of balancing up with capacity and everything else, that would seem to be a rather minor adjustment.
So just to be clear, it's not 1,400 4s, it's 1,400 sites, some of which will be 5s and 6s, some of which will be 4s, some of which will be 1s, 2s and 3s. We're not going out there and just including 4s. But I don't disagree with your comment.
Yeah, okay. Noel, in terms of the methodology, you'll be aware from looking through the submissions of various residents associations that there's been, notwithstanding the time constraints, number of concerns raised that to go to, the criteria, you know, the limitations of the Greek Google Street View, specific anomalies that have been pointed out, and further indicated that was only on the basis of what people had their own time to go around, so they obviously had more work to do, and these are people who have some expertise in heritage, no evaluation of rare sites, etc., 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 and the scoring mechanism, not least of which was that. What is the plan to address those concerns that have been put to us formally through this notification process?
So if this recommendation goes through, there is no plan, because we'll be busy in the next 3 weeks implementing that. We just do not have capacity to address all the issues, and I'm sorry, I know you've heard this from every issue you've raised. However, if that recommendation is passed, it may well address some of the concerns that have come through the feedback. We just don't want to do both.
Okay, final question, Mr. Chair, and it's not so much for my benefit, but from people that might be watching this, because there is quite a bit of interest. As far as the distinction between outside the walkable and inside the walkable, why is that distinction drawn between the fours and those catchments? Because that's a question that has come through to me.
So the distinction between the 75% and the 66% is a planning response to the impact that special character may have on the capacity within the walkable catchments. There's a similar argument with fours. So it is a planning response. The Heritage Unit have said, right, when we got asked the question last July, I think, about whether we would accept 66%, we said that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
But you resolved to retain 75% within walkable catchments based on the planning response to that question.
Yeah, and just finally, Mr. Chair, because this is another obvious question people will be asking, in terms of that, that rather precise percentage that's identified there. If some area comes in at, say, 63 or 64%, now the difference between those two would seem to be entirely arbitrary. There's a possibility that, we might get some combination like that. What is the process then if we find that sort of, percentage or two or, insignificant difference?
Good question. Haven't had that so far. What we're finding is it's either very good or it's 50%. But there are 1 or 2 areas where it's been close, and we've erred on the side of special character.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Noel. Councillor Henderson, yours, please.
Thank you, Chair. And they might be difficult to answer because we haven't necessarily done the work, but how many more sites will be restricted from development? Like, let's cut to the chase here. We're 16,000 out of 21 now. How many have we got with this, if this passes?
A maximum of 1,400.
Okay.
However, we haven't gone out and done the work to identify the defendable boundaries.
Sure.
So I would imagine it would be less than the 1,400.
Okay. Do we know where those extra areas are located, roughly?
I do, but I
city?
can't answer
Yeah.
that question here now because I have that information. We have. It's relatively easy to push a button and identify the fours and the areas around them. So we've got those maps.
Sure.
Subject to this, we will now be going out and identifying where the defendable boundaries are.
Can I just rephrase to see if I can get somewhere with that one? So central Auckland or not? Or North Shore, or what are we looking at? What part of Auckland?
Honestly, I don't know because I haven't looked at them. The staff would know, but I don't.
That's cool. Fair enough. So would it be fair to say that we're not really sure what the effect of this amendment will be?
That's correct.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe. Question, please.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Noel.
Evening.
My first question, evening. Thank you for hanging in there with us. My first question about the qualifying matter is going back to the qualifying matters that are in section 77, in particular historic heritage. And what I just want to understand is that through this process, presumably we're identifying lots of properties that would meet the definition of historic heritage. So how does it work in parallel with our qualifying zones? And is there more work to be done to look at, excuse me, what can be brought in, what will eventually be a qualifying matter as historic heritage? Is it like a parallel process, or we have now made the call that it's one or the other?
Thank you for the question, because it's not related to special character. Historic heritage is a qualifying matter as set out in the legislation. So we don't have to go down that path that we have to with special character. It is a qualifying matter by law. So all the existing historic heritage buildings that are scheduled, they are qualifying matters. We have put to you through a separate workshop, and we will be coming back to you with a recommendation to notify a plan change for the addition of additional historic heritage places, but it's a separate plan change, but sitting beside the IPI plan change. So they're two different. They are special character and historic heritage are treated differently in the Act.
I guess what I'm just trying to clarify is, presumably through the assessment process, picking up, say, lots of sixes, then hit the criteria of historic heritage. So that would make more sense to use that tool rather than to use the council's qualifying matter of special character. So are you looking at more properties as a result?
Just because a property scores a 6 under the special character criteria doesn't necessarily mean it would meet the criteria under the historic heritage framework. The two are completely separate pieces of controls to manage the heritage of the region. So we would need to go out and assess the 6s under a different set of criteria. Those criteria are predominantly in line with Heritage New Zealand's criteria, whereas special character criteria we've developed.
Okay, thanks. I probably just need to clarify that further offline to really get my head around it. But just a second question. In terms of the Chair's recommendations, I just wondered if it could be brought up under M, the new M.
So what are you asking there? We're coming to the M. What did you want?
Yep.
Did you want the motion brought up on the screen, you mean?
Yep, it's up on the screen, so thank you. So the question I have to Noel, is does this recommendation allow the further evaluation of those properties? Well, we'll put it another way. So through the feedback, obviously there's been a lot of feedback that is saying that properties that were assessed, say, as a 4 should really be a 5 or a 6. So does this give enough direction to allow that process to happen?
There's enough direction, there's just not enough time to do this and the 4s. And as I said in response to, I think it was Councillor Watson's question, if you pass the 4s amendment, it may well address a lot of the issues or some of the issues that were raised in the feedback. But we can't do both. We're currently assessing feedback, and we are now, if that amendment goes through, switching to assessing the same areas, potentially, with the inclusion of fours.
Well, just to clarify, I'm talking about within the walkable catchments. So that's not getting, the amendment doesn't capture the walkable catchments because what I'm looking at here is that there's going to be further assessment of the feedback within the walkable catchments of those properties that might actually be captured as a 5 and a 6 based on the feedback.
No, I don't have the resource to do that and do the fours.
Okay, well that kind of creates an issue because that's what my reading of M1 is.
So M1, we have done some work already on the walkable catchments, but not all.
Right, okay, I guess I'm happy to kind of follow up with very specific questions because I know like I've got one that's specific to Freeman's Bay and what came through in the feedback. So I just would like to kind of understand when we're going to get the opportunity to look at those assessments and look at what feedback has been taken on board.
Okay, Noel, you're available for that.
Yes, we can have that offline discussion and certainly happy to help.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dalton?
Pippa has just had my question answered. It was going to be around the capacity to do the work to Megan and what the compromise would be if this work was undertaken. So I think I have my answer, thank you. But an interesting point around historical heritage being treated, and I think I knew this before, but when we're looking to extend, a priority perhaps might be historical heritage. That's a comment, sorry, Chair. It just raised something in my mind.
Good observation. No, that's good. Thank you. So, Noel, can I just come in here on the O Roman 1, enable up to 3 dwellings per site, where the conversion of a principal dwelling. Almost sounds like we're going back to the 1970s, 80s, and possibly the 90s, when many of those villas had 2 families or occupiers. So, do you have any idea of? Well, one is there was a question of how do you arrive at that? I think you did speak generally about that before. How did you arrive at that? What brought you to consider that as a possible solution? And there must be potentially, if it's taken up, greater yield in that as well within the special character areas.
How we arrived at it is it's already in the unitary plan in the single house zone, which underlies the special character provisions. So through a resource consent in the special character zone, an application can be made for that activity. And what we're doing is ensuring with the lapsing of the single house zone that the special character zone retains those provisions. And in terms of the capacity, if it was in the 70s, there might be a lot. I suspect in these areas we're talking about, there might not be that much.
Okay, so and so is there anything positive to yield there, or is it's pretty much the same?
Well, in terms of enabling, then yes, there is, but whether that actually is realised is a different issue entirely.
Okay. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Noel. Critical to your or our ability to protect special character is whether the independent hearing panel finds your methodology robust and credible. So my questions are really basic. How did you arrive at the thresholds of 66% and 75% and 5s and 6s? And are you confident, and if so, why, that aligns with what the independent hearing panel will be interpreting the national policy statement to say How are you confident that we're not underselling our protection of character or overselling it to the extent that would undermine our credibility? And if you haven't put in 4s in your recommendations, I'm presuming you haven't put the 4s in because that would undermine your credibility in terms of the methodology you're using. Can you confirm or respond to that?
So I'll take the last one first because it's probably the easiest one. And it does go back to when I was asked whether we could support a reduction to 66% in the threshold from 75%. And I said yes, because that means 2 out of 3 of the properties are high quality. So the quality component of our methodology was in the site-by-site basis rather than in the threshold. If I'd been asked whether what I would support if 4s were added, I would have replied, I would like to look at the threshold and potentially increase the threshold to retain the quality. Going to your question around how robust our evidence will be before the independent hearings panel, the quality of the special character areas that we can support will go a long way towards retaining special character. If the quality is too low, the independent hearings panel may go, that is too low to be considered alongside the NPS enabling provisions. So we have taken an approach to be as rigorous as we can to identify the properties that significantly contribute to the values that the unitary plan outlines. And our recommendation is that those are 5s and 6s. Many people think 5s and 6s, you've scored 6 out of 6. What that really means is you've got 6 characteristics that lead to a definition of special character. 5, you've got 5 characteristics. It doesn't mean a building that's got only 3 of those characteristics is any less of a house than a 6. It's just not necessarily the house you would expect to see in a special character area. And in terms of the thresholds, any threshold is arbitrary. But I am confident that when we look at those areas, that 66% and 75, or 66%, because obviously 75% follows, that 66% is defendable as meeting a special character test of 5s and 6s.
Okay, if I can just have a follow-up, Mr Chair. We're relying on your expertise here, and it's considerable, you and the team, and I'm not trying to second-guess what your expertise is, because it's not my area of expertise, but I want to put you on the spot. If you didn't include 4s in your original recommendation, was that because you thought that that might undermine the willingness of the independent hearing panel to accept the robustness and the credibility of your criteria?
Another easy question, yes.
Thank you. That answers my main question.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Walker, please.
Got a few questions, Noel. Given that the underlying zoning in the special character areas is increasing in terms of its intensity, what follows is that we are going to get more yield out of the special character areas. Quite obviously, there'll be an enhanced yield in the 1s, 2s and 3s over time, because they're going to be replaced with something compatible, and then on the other sites likewise. Do you have any numbers around that at this point, or will you have them later? Because obviously that supports Council's position.
That issue has been raised with Doug Fairgray, and that will be, as I understand it, will be inputted into the modelling process and a figure spat out the end. Whether that gets done in time for your decision on the 4th of August or whether it gets done in terms of the evidence provided, I can't answer.
Okay. The other question I've got, just goes to the integrity and the robustness of council's position around special character area catchments. So in a situation where we have the fours, let's make that assumption, we've got the opportunity to have boundaries and the like that mean that the community or the neighbourhood of special character areas is better. It's less bitsy. Conceivably, you can have less fragmentation, more cohesion. And I would have thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but that could be a strong point in council's case. So it melds in the advantage of having some fours. It also gives an opportunity for some assessment of the boundaries, conceivably some combinations of adjacent catchments and the like, so that we've got an even more robust circumstance than what we have now. And if I just bolt on a related issue, because we know that there has been some substantial information coming to council about individual properties, a number of those bits of information is literally on a plate, so it's relatively easy to make a decision around some individual properties as compared to others. And we know that in some catchments, even just a few additional properties can make quite a difference to, lifting it, given that they're contributing. So in respect of what I'm asking around this process of reassessment, so we can generate something that's more robust, that goes to the neighbourhood of special character, is that going to be part of your process?
No.
I think the answer to that question is in my response to the Mayor's question. My concern is that by adding fours, we potentially make the argument for retention of special character harder to defend.
Okay.
I can accept in some instances it might well make the argument easier.
Sure.
But as a principle, it's going to make it harder.
Sure. A supplementary question. A number of the special character groups have done very detailed analysis. They've already crunched the numbers. They've looked at the values, the 5s, the 6s and the 4s. They've looked at the boundaries, and they've actually produced finished analysis to demonstrate quite categorically that significant areas can be retained. I've seen this, and I think...
Okay, what's the question, please?
So my question is, that information is there, it's on a plate, it's actually very easy to absorb because it's already been done. Are you in a position to use some of that, because it's not reinventing anything, it's actually using what you've already got?
It's not handed to us on a plate because the staff have to be satisfied in their own minds that they can support that outcome. It is made a lot easier because a lot of the work is there, but the staff are the ones that will be defending this in front of the independent hearings panel, and they have to say, yes, I agree with that. To represent council, the staff have to do it.
So just a supplementary question. So part of what I'm asking around is a circumstance where larger areas could be identified using the rules.
Councillor Walker, I've seen that evidence and I'm aware of the point you're making.
Thank you very much. The other question I've got, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, consider that a compliment, okay? That's okay. Is around the munga, and there is a matter that's been raised. With your guidance, if it's appropriate for me to ask that question now, because it is relevant to special character.
Yeah, can we scroll to that, please? The incorporated. And so this, members, I should have made clear, we just haven't come to it. We'll scroll to what Councillor Walker's referring to, the 5, this has come from Councillor Walker, Councillor Watson, and we've decided to just incorporate it.
Sure.
But it is sourced
So if I
from the
can,
respective councillors.
if I can just ask a question around it. So the context is that we have instances where you've got special character clothing the...
We're losing your mic. Can you just
Sure.
bring your mic up?
So the context is that we've got special character around the monga that considerably enhance the monga because they help to retain vegetation and the like. I mean, you only have to look at Peter Siddle's picture over there around Devonport to see what the character does. But in some instances, these areas have a walkable catchment overlay. So there's a special case where it's highly desirable to retain some of this special character, which may not amount to many houses, in order to retain that effect.
So given I helped draft this, I can only support it. That
I have no problem.
And after discussing this with John Diggard, he's advised us that that work is underway already. The problem with using special character as the control is that special character rules relate to the building, and whereas the issue is views and vegetation, and the special character controls don't necessarily deal with that. So this work that John's team is doing will come up with a more appropriate control.
Good, thank you.
The last question I've got...
Better be the last question,
Yep,
please, because that's about 7.
Yeah, it'll be really quick, but this is a big issue. Okay, so the other question is around the methodology. So in our scoring, neutrals and detracting both score a 0. On the face of it, when you see two houses on a street and they're side by side, and one is neutral and one is detracting, there's a clear difference. The neutral rates more than the detracting. That's obvious. But it is not reflected in our scoring and the way we value heritage. The question that I've got is, what follows, does it not, is that we've actually taken quite a conservative approach. We could enhance that if we so desired, but we're actually underrating some of our character, are we not?
So the only issue that really matters is how you deal with 5s and 6s, or potentially 4s. What happens to 3s, 2s, 1s and 0s doesn't impact upon the threshold. And that's the critical issue. We're saying 66% of properties need to score a 5 or a 6. What 34% of the properties score doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you. We're going to leave it there, and I will now go to Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to acknowledge that Noel has dealt with these technical matters in a really clear and detailed way, and particularly for those that are listening, making that point of contrast in the controls of historic heritage and special character. So, I've got a lot of sympathy for the position that he is putting forward and the frustration that he is voicing to us very clearly around the resourcing and the limitations that he has on that. And my question to him in the context of that is, ultimately, this is a governance judgment issue. It's up to the elected members today to give that sense of direction. Yet we know that officers are going to be put in the situation of having to defend these decisions that we've got. So it might seem somewhat silly, but why can we, given the complexity of this, given the frustrations we've all voiced about the lack of advocacy to Auckland MPs to understand exactly, the challenges they've put, why can't we ask to buy some time on this as has been agreed, the precedent that's been agreed on the Auckland Light Rail corridor and delayed implementation, has that been a consideration?
I'm not, is that for you? No, I don't think so, Megan. I think it might be for you, Megan. I'm sorry.
Our advice is that we need to implement the MPUCD and the Act's provisions. You're right that we are recommending only a delay in implementing it in the light rail corridor, and we can come back to that shortly. Yeah, I certainly can't recommend asking for some more time on this, but you know, politically that could be something that you may wish to do.
Thank you.
Thank you
Councillor
for
Fletcher.
that, Megan. But again, there is an acceptance by Megan that ultimately this is a governance issue. This is a decision for elected members, taking into account all of those technical matters that have been expressed. And I do apologise to Noel, because there's been commentary in the sidebar and he doesn't have access to that while he's sitting at the table answering these questions. But this is a really difficult, complex issue, and our staff, we've heard repeatedly, do not have the resources to do justice to such an important issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson, you have a further question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a question for Noel. Noel, you said you had capacity to do the work. You said you had, I asked you the question before, if you had a capacity to do the work around fours. You said yes.
Yes, that's
so
correct.
So if fours are, in your words, character supporting, don't you agree you should do the work and then make the call and not prejudge now?
I guess what I'm saying is I have got no evidence right now to advise you one way or the other, unlike I had when you asked, or when the committee asked, should the threshold be lowered from 75 to 66? We had evidence to respond to that. The second part of the concern is, and I appreciate there is a bit of prejudgment here because we haven't done the work. The second part goes to my response to the Mayor's question around the robustness of the areas that we identify as special character, and the need for them to be as robust and as strong a quality as possible to defend in front of the IPI, where we will be challenged on every matter possible.
Yeah, I get that, but don't you think you say you haven't got the evidence? Wouldn't it be better to get the evidence? Well, that's what I'm asking. That's what the amendment is asking, to do the work.
As I've said, I'm not opposing the amendment, I'm just not supporting it.
Thank you, Noel. Okay, thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart, you had another question.
Thank you. For Noel, is it understood that the maximum sub-areas possible be identified using policy?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question.
Stuart, can you just pull the mic over in front of your...
Or joining them together, is it understood that the maximum sub-areas possible that have been identified, we could use that for policy?
So I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. How we've identified areas that meet the special character test and therefore a qualifying matter, has gone out and surveyed those areas, drawn a boundary which reflects the thresholds that the council have directed us to, and said that those areas are defendable on those thresholds. One of the issues is, in some parts of the region, there are small areas and there is fragmentation. So yes to that. That issue is still there.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Councillor. Now, I think that exhausts the questions on that particular section. Are we ready to go to other matters now, please? We'll go to other matters. Oh, Councillor Henderson on that section. Where we are going through the questions first. We will come back to the amendment, okay? Yep. No, we haven't left the amendment. No. We will now go to other matters, P and onwards, and I will hand to the Chief of Strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a slightly different voice for you just for the last few slides. Thanks for operating that for me. So we've just got the last couple which relate to the final recommendations on the proposed list. So the Auckland Light Rail Corridor, this has popped up through the conversation. Again, just quite quickly, our recommendation, it's my recommendation, is that we delay the implementation. So it's not about not implementing, it's just about delaying the implementation of this through the light rail corridor. I know that Council is committed to work with the Crown on the success of this project. It is an enormous project. It is hugely ambitious for Auckland and for transformational outcomes for Aucklanders. And it is my view that in a pragmatic sense, we know that there will be a different and greater level of intensification and land use pattern required along parts of the route than we will get under this process. And by putting Aucklanders through at least two plan change processes, this one and then another one that might be in 12 or 18 months' time when the route and stations become confirmed, is an enormous cost. It's confusing. And personally, I believe that has some real risk for the benefits of the project. So that's that recommendation P in your list.
Sorry, point of order. Sorry to interrupt, Megan. Point of order. I don't want to belabor the point here, but we have an amendment on the floor that's been moved and seconded. I'm not sure why we're moving on.
Okay, so at the point I asked for Councillor Simpson to just introduce and explain her motion, she took a speaking to it. Now, I'm not critical of Councillor Simpson for that. I'm critical of myself for possibly taking that course at that time. I was wanting to do it that way so that we're fully informed on all the amendments. Now, we are continuing with the staff taking us through the paper and the resolutions or the recommendations. And once we conclude, we're likely to have a break actually, and then we will come back to the amendment at that point, okay? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking. Carry on, Megan.
Great, thank you. If we go to the next one, please. I'm sorry, that reflects kind of P and Q. There's some amendments in your recommendation list there. In terms of plan variations, this is really very procedural. It's required that any kind of existing private or public plan changes that are in the system by 20 August need to be varied to incorporate the MDRS provisions. So it's something that the legislation says it's procedural. But again, you have a recommendation around that, and they're listed there before you. Next slide, please. And the next one. So look, just finishing off next steps. We've got workshops in July, as we've been talking to you about. The Planning Committee meeting on the 4th of August will be the one where you see the final plan change, so the text, the maps, the whole shebang, and with a view for that to be signed off and notified by the 20th of August as we're required to do. That then goes through a typical submission process and hearing process with an independent hearings panel, and that will be sometime into next year. The only other things I would note then in terms of your recommendations, there's again a few procedural matters at the end and a couple of noting new recommendations around some work we are bringing back that is outside this process, but is around the quality of development that is so important for us in Auckland. we can't really do it through this process because of the provisions that the government has put together, but we will come back to you at a later date. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Megan. So on that particular section, are there questions, members? Councillor Walker.
I've got a question on this issue around the light rail route, and in particular the comment here, until the route and stations are announced by government. My question is around what that means. The government might announce something, but the government can change. My understanding is that there isn't joint buy-in on the light rail project as there is around the RMA legislation that we're discussing now. Quite obviously, a project like that, if it's of the order of 30 or 40 billion or whatever, is quite substantial. It may well be even more than that, we don't know. So quite obviously the government has to have the funding to make it happen, and that will be over more than one term of government. So my question is around this statement here.
I'll go to Megan on that and the wording.
Thanks. Through the chair. Look, we're proceeding on the basis that this is progressing unless and until a decision is made at any point or by any government that it is no longer doing so. So that is why we've phrased it the way we have. I think, like any project, even if it's a project that council kind of owns or controls, if that is stopped, then clearly there will be a number of consequences of that. I think a consequence of this, if the light rail, for example, is stopped in a year or two or something, then clearly if we've not done the plan change, then presumably we would do a plan change to implement the NPSUD if there is no longer that desire to have a light rail corridor. But at the moment, we believe this reflects the actions that are taken and where the project stands at the moment, not necessarily what future decisions might be made.
The other question I've got is on the next matter, which is over the page. It's what I'm looking at, and that's the note around the Section 32 analysis, and your comment that it's complex, resource intensive. Work on capacity modelling, economic and planning analysis is continuing and will be reported to the Planning Committee on the 4th of August. My question is around timing. Is there any latitude for extending out the Section 32 analysis, adding more detail later? And the reason I'm asking that is we've heard from the officers that they're so time and resource constrained that we're just not going to succeed to the level of detail that we need. Are we negotiating with government around that? Can you give us some comment?
Thank you, through the chair. Look, we will do our very best to provide the best quality Section 32 material for this August date. The reality, and this is not just this process, but generally, the reality is as we move into the submission and hearings process, we do more and more work, and our evidence base gets better and better or greater and greater. So I am going to be confident that whatever we provide to you for the 4th of August is going to be the best we will do. We will highlight if there are any particular risks with that, but we also acknowledge that over the next 12 months or however long the kind of submission hearing process takes, that we'll continue to improve that Section 32, and certainly the hearings panel themselves will expect us to do that. We'll ask our opinions on that. They may well also kind of do some of their own Section 32 analysis as well. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
The other question I've got is around you, which is around the lack of any stronger design standards and the consequence that there will be issues around privacy. I think they'll be extreme. Overshadowing, quite obviously that goes to solar gain on the part of homes. It goes to our inability to deliver on our climate change objectives. Size of outdoor living spaces, which we know are pathetic, not even spaces for recycling bins and so on and so forth, so it's clearly unlivable. Are we continuing to develop information around this to give to government? Yes, we have to comply, but are we telling them that it doesn't work?
That was the subject. So these are from myself and the Mayor. So the U and the V, Mayor and I did convey that to government last December. We conveyed it in writing. We've discussed it since. We thought we had some solutions. Having spoken to some other MPs, it didn't quite transpire. It continues to be an issue. And if we're going to deliver, good quality, well-functioning homes and living environments, etc., we need to do further work. So we will do that further work. There's a commitment here, subject to
So we will
resources.
substantiate it?
We will likely, very likely be communicating this further, but we need to do it. The solutions are actually not through the intensification planning instrument. It is most likely outside of it. And so the next council is going to have to grab this opportunity and take action on this direction, which is signalled here.
I follow that, Mr. Chair. I guess my concern is we know this whole process is politically driven, and as much and all as we have to comply, we have to provide that political information so that at the very least the public of Auckland know that we're digging a deep hole that puts us further into the climate crisis, an unlivable city, one that lacks increasingly privacy, solar gain. Frankly, it's a disaster. We need to communicate.
Okay, and look, I take those as comments, but I can tell you if you support this, there's going to be a commitment to doing a lot more work on it, and hopefully the work will be early rather than late. Councillor Hills, your call.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sure. Just on the, and I did sort of ask this question before, but I have great concerns about the delay, potentially 2 years, on the what we perceive as the light rail corridor, affecting the upzoning of the areas which are of some of the most high, under the bills, the most important areas, like around the train stations and around those areas close to the city. Could staff please clarify why we couldn't just push through on the current requirements and then later come back, because it would wouldn't that have a massive effect on the density for the next 2 years in those areas that we've been required to upzone?
Megan.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I completely understand where you're coming from, Councillor Hills, and I certainly agree that around the train stations and some of these walkable catchments we're talking about are very important. They are also in some parts of some of the oldest parts of our city as well. On balance, my recommendation, if you accept it, to delay implementation would also delay any kind of lifting of constraints, because it's still yet unclear where the route is actually going to be and what kind of land use outcomes we're wanting, we being the Crown and Council, and how we can talk to Aucklanders about that and to get their feedback as well. I know that probably doesn't answer your question. If you wanted to direct us to effectively remove constraints within around rail stations, heavy rail, for example, like that, that could be done. But that's a significant piece of work and something that there's been no direction at all, particularly in terms of special character, no direction from this committee to really remove it around some of these rail stations. It's some of the highest quality special character, Kingsland, for example, but we know in time there absolutely will need to be change, I guess I'm suggesting that this recommendation would allow us to perhaps plan that and work with Aucklanders on it as well.
Thank you, Megan. And Councillor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Chair. This is one for you because it's a political question. Bearing in mind that Parliament's on recess for the next 3 weeks, I'm really keen to call a meeting of all Auckland MPs so they kind of understand our concerns. Is that something that you would entertain?
Well, I've been in discussion with a number of MPs since last November. I think the Mayor has as well, Councillor Cashmore has, and I would hope others have. Now, I think you need to be thinking about what is the outcome of that discussion. Is that likely to lead to a legislative change? I would suggest there's not the remotest chance.
Just more time, Chair.
The request for time has been conveyed through our officials to officials at MFE, going back a long way. The Mayor raised that, I raised that, the Deputy Mayors raised that, and we get a very common answer, and the answer is no. The deadline is set. You shall notify, like every other Tier 1 and an affected city, by 20th of August, and we're planning to do the notification on the 18th of August. But you're most welcome to organise such a meeting if you want to convene that, Councillor, by all means. I don't think I want to put that on our staff to organise a political meeting. They have their heads down to complete this work in time and good quality work. I think that's up to all the elected members. They can have those conversations like some of us have been having for quite a few months. Okay, we've concluded that particular section. Now there are no further questions now. So what I propose is that we break for, is it half an hour? I think half an hour. And that will bring us back here at 7:20. Tell you what, we'll make it 7:25. And when we come back, we're in debate, and the first thing we'll address is the amendment. Okay, we'll stand adjourned until 7:25. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. We'll reconvene our planning committee meeting. If we could take our seats. Members, we've concluded the inquiry stage of our meeting on item 14, and we now go into the conversation debate stage, and we're treating with the amendment moved by Councillor Simpson and spoken to by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Coombe, and I'm now going to take the call of Councillor Coombe. Kia ora, Councillor Coombe.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. As always, I'll try very hard to speak without coughing in everybody's ear. I just want to speak very briefly because Councillor Simpson has already outlined what this amendment is intended to achieve. And I do want to speak more fully when we come to the substantive motion about my approach to the matters before us today in more detail. But why I'm supporting this is because I think there is more work that needs to be done, and we need to reflect further on the feedback. And I really am concerned about the pressure that staff are under, and we've heard about that might have an impact on what we're directing potentially under M of the Chair's recs. But I do feel that we have got to give more consideration to what has come through the feedback. Apologies. And also the amendment, if it can be just brought up, it does have the important proviso to it. It's not just a blanket bringing in all fours. Would be good to see the wording just so I can talk to that. I don't know if you've got it.
We have it on our screen now. You may not be able to see it, but it is before you, or it's before us.
It's not on my screen, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Just bear with us. I think, members, it's on Nexus, and
there we go. No,
Councillor Coombe, you've got it emailed as well.
Sorry, I was relying on it being on the screen. Thank you. But this is an important proviso as well, that it is where the overall quality of the area is maintained and existing or potential fragmentation is reduced. So I think it does provide some flexibility, and it might be brought back to us quite differently by August, once we've actually had the opportunity to assess further the feedback, look at the maps and take further advice. So that's just to confirm my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Councillor Henderson, please. No, it's not. Sorry. Councillor Henderson's just swapping microphones.
This isn't on at all. Sabotage.
That one seems to be activated.
Listen, wait, that's starting. A new battery. Okay. Shall I stand here?
Councillor Henderson, can we come back to you after another speaker?
Yeah, that'll be fine. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Watson, please.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Earlier in the day, we heard the views of Minister Woods and Minister Parker on this matter of special character areas. And to paraphrase Minister Parker, he said it, and I think he was referring to Auckland Council when he said that, needs to stop trying to protect entire suburbs and focus only on specific heritage buildings. Now, whether Mr. Parker doesn't understand the difference between individually scheduled heritage buildings, which he seemed to be promoting, and special character areas, I hope it's a misunderstanding. I hope he doesn't mean that he doesn't want special character areas in their total. But at any rate, they're not the members of the Labour Party we should be listening to. The person I want to quote when it came to heritage and special character said, "Our heritage should not be an either or. We're a young country when it comes to built heritage, and we should be doing everything we can to preserve what we have. The council," and they meant Auckland Council, now needs to work with urgency to ensure a solution that safeguards heritage in our communities so that it's not permanently lost, Jacinda Ardern says. And that was only a couple of years ago when we were going through the unitary plan process. In respect of what's at stake here and comparing it to the priorities that Jacinda established there, we potentially stand to lose a quarter of what remains of Auckland's special character areas, and what remains being the operative words there, because we've already lost a lot thus far. In this particular round, some parts of Auckland stand to lose even more. If you're in the Kaipatiki local board area, you stand to lose 100% of your special character area. If you're in the North Shore ward, you stand to lose 66%, and that's 2 of our 3 historic marine suburbs. And actually, if we look at that, we actually stand to lose a little bit more, because in some of these submissions, such as the Devonport Heritage Society, they talked about the collective strength and relationship to each other these various special character areas have. They have strong similarities, but also their own identities. Reducing and destroying some parts will affect the integrity of the whole. Devonport referred to Birkenhead and Northgate. They might as well have been referring to other parts of Auckland too. What I find a little hard to understand in this process is when I look at Schedule 15, which was the work that was done through the unitary plan, when we talk about areas such as Birkenhead and Northcote Points, could just as equally be some of the other parts of Auckland, we have commentary like the overlay area is significant for its physical and visual qualities, as it retains a large grouping of houses that collectively demonstrate the late 19th and early 20th century period of settlement and illustrate the pattern of urban development. Surviving houses from this period, including villas, transitional villas, bungalows, demonstrate the design principles and aesthetics from this period, as well as social patterns of the time. They couldn't be more glowing in their testimony to the historic value of these areas. That hasn't just suddenly gone away. Those suburbs are still there, and so are those comments. We've been told throughout this process that it's necessary to remove the protection for such historic suburbs in order to supply more housing, yet we know that that has no relation to Auckland's unitary plan and this process that we're going through, which will enable well over 1 million sites in residentially zoned land. The other rationale, advanced rather hopefully I would say, is that somehow they'll help build more affordable homes in these places. That almost certainly will not come about as a consequence in the uplift of development potential and the price that goes with it. In fact, the notion that poor families or young couples shut out of the housing market will suddenly be able to move into a new townhouse on Northcote Point is cruelly misleading. That is not what's going to happen at all, and everyone knows that, and that goes for the other places. One villa will be knocked down and 3 equally expensive 3-storied constructions will be put up. There'll be no benefit to those poor souls locked out of the affordability market. This will do nothing for that. The same goes for transport hubs. Up in Silverdale, at the far end of Auckland, we have buildings that Norman Kirk would have described as filing cabinets to put the workers in. They all start at 1.1, 1.2, 1.4 million, overlooking a park and ride car park. So don't kid us on that this has got anything to do with affordability. The experts say it won't result in that at all. In reality, it's political window dressing of the worst kind. We know that. The people out in these areas know that as well. There's a far deeper structural problem that goes to the removal of government investment in housing that goes right back to the 1980s and the Douglas reforms. So, cut to it. The case for including 4s is actually articulated very clearly at point 61. And it says, from a technical perspective, properties scoring 4 contribute or support the overall character of an area and could reduce the fragmentation of the overlay in some areas. If all 4s in the walkable catchments are retained, that would mean an additional 1,400 sites. As I said earlier, 1,400 sites is about a third of a major development. That's the quantum of what we're talking
Councillor,
about.
can you wrap up? We're at 6 minutes.
Wrapping up now, Mr. Chair. If we
I'm happy to move an extension of time.
Happy to second.
Okay,
I'd prefer the councillor to wrap up. He said he's wrapping up.
I'll try and
Thank
wrap
you.
up. I didn't realise it was such an enthralling speech.
Yeah.
I'll keep going, but I will wrap up, Mr. Chair, because it's been a long day. So we're given the rationale. We've heard from the officers today. We can do this if we want to. So, like Jacinda Ardern, or like 72% of Aucklanders just recently, who expressed their value for the retention of Auckland's special character. If you really support special character, if you don't want to be your legacy of 25% reduction in Auckland's special character, that's what we're talking about, then you'll back this rather mild amendment. And I will signal, Mr. Chair, like Jacinda, that if this doesn't go towards preserving our heritage that she signalled 2 or 3 years ago, 4 years ago in fact, then I will be revisiting that. But as far as the starting point goes, this is an adequate place to begin. If you value special heritage, back this resolution.
Thank you. Just remind members, it's a 5-minute speaking turn to a motion, and Councillor Henderson, yours now.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll talk. Yeah, can we? I'm hearing stuff over the microphone and the internet there. Maybe let's mute people there. Thank you. Look, we'll talk more about the special character areas generally in the next discussion. This is purely on the amendment. That's what I'm going to be talking about. So I reserve my right to speak a little bit later, given that we're already 7:39, which had brought my sleeping bag. This amendment, look, we've been advised here by staff, I'll remind everybody, that we don't even know the consequences of this amendment and what it's actually going to be. That's not clear. When do we ever at this body vote for things where we don't know the outcomes? The only thing we can be clear on in this amendment is that it will further damage attempts to house Aucklanders that need it, in favour of single sites and well-located places that actually don't have that much heritage status at all, according to our own data, according to what staff have told us. What's also clear is that planning committee staff time is valuable and scarce and shouldn't be wasted. Councillors, we're talking about an unspecified amount of housing in an unspecified place and what amounts to a vote based on the vibe of the thing, rather than anything tangible for Aucklanders. So I will encourage you all to vote this down strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. We have to vote here what is best for all of our communities, all of our communities. Adding 4 to 5 and 6 as heritage classes, character areas is not going to come without risks. The independence hearing panel, and the Mayor alluded to it, could very well say you have not got the data-based right. Our head of heritage was questioned whether he could actually get the database right in time and still do the other work. So we've got a choice. You can either respond to the submissions from the feedback, which might very well include some 4s, or you do the investigation to the 4s. I would much prefer that we respond to the feedback, Mr. Chair, because these are people who have vested their time and efforts into making their opinions known to us. We should respond to them before we do an official investigations into level 4 heritage when it will displace that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now go to Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Tau Henare. Kia ora, Tau.
Look, I just want
You're
to make
you're a bit faint,
small...
Tau.
Oh, I'm a bit faint. It's most probably because I haven't had any tea. No. I just want to make a very small point. And one is, just imagine what you were doing or what your ancestors were doing in 1840, looking over this beautiful city and what a special character it was then. Well, I haven't heard the word Māori or tangata whenua, even mātāwaka, throughout this whole day. I can't support the amendment because I don't know where it's going. And I don't know where it would land.
I support what the mayor said very early today, is that we might get hung up on the special character issue, but I'm hung up on homes for our people. And I just don't think that protecting one or two villas or one or two special characters, you know, I look out my window right now and I have 16 apartments going up less than 20 meters away from my home, my mother-in-law's home next door to me, and my brother-in-law's home next door to her. What happened to the special character of Tawa Road, Te Aratu Peninsula? Well, it got all gobbled up, and now you're worried about the special character? Sorry. I like the fact that there's going to be a lot of whānau across the road from me. I like the fact that just around the corner, there's going to be a whole new lot of whānau living in the Te Aratu Peninsula. But please, let's get this done and dusted, because I do feel sorry for the staff that have to hang around. And we just, some of these councillors are just jumping up and down because it's an election time. And I really feel quite strongly about this. Let's not make the special character issue the issue, because it's not. Homelessness and affordability is the issue. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Tau. And now go to Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, I could really go either way on this one, to be honest. I guess, you know, in response to what Shane Henderson said, look, this council votes all the time in the fog without really having an idea of what the end consequence will be. We don't know what the end cost of CRL will be. We don't know what if ATAP's achievable. We don't know how good the NZ Up program's going to be. I don't believe that we can, in perpetuity, offer every protection to every community that serves up heritage as an argument for no change in that particular neighbourhood. But, you know, when you look at this issue, there's no doubt that in terms of affordability, there is not going to be a whole lot of new affordable product coming onto the market, because that's not how it works. The value of the land drives the imperative to capitalise that land, and whether you release 4 or whether you keep the overlay at 4 or release it and go to 5 or 6, the reality is it's still very expensive. So I think that the argument around affordability is a red herring, because Auckland is not affordable, hasn't been for a very long time, and I doubt it ever will be again. I think that Kiwi Build has been a debacle, and I think that some of the impetus around some of these housing changes has not been very good at all. But, you know, Chair, I guess as a favour to some of the people personally who are lobbying for this, I'm prepared to vote for this. I could go either way, but the amount of housing that actually falls within this sort of band, this cohort, is fairly modest. But if it is the case that this amendment passes, and if it is the case that the Commissioner says, well, you know what, I'm not prepared to consider the special character overlay because I don't think that the council's acted with the intent of complying with the NPSUD. It's just looking for arguments to try and gain this. If it is the case that the Commissioner sends back recommendations that we do not like, it will have to be up to the sponsors of this amendment, frankly, to come back with an argument that says, well, actually the commissioners are wrong. And if that argument is not very valid, they're just going to have to accept it. But let's take the argument forward to the commissioner and let's see what they say. I'm looking forward to seeing the submissions that my constituents bring back, and because I've got real passion for the overlay in my ward, which is not about the built environment, but it is nevertheless, it's an important discussion that my constituents want to have. So it could go either way, Mr. Chair, but let's see what happens if we push this out and try and include 4. And let's have that discussion and see where the evidence takes us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm pretty disappointed with this amendment coming at this point in time, I've got to say. You know, we've been through hours of this, and we've heard from our officers who have given us their expert advice. And with you all, I just sat through over 60 hours of finance meetings on the annual plan, taking expert advice and being encouraged to. The conversation here is also getting mixed between heritage and special character. Now, I support heritage. I think we should be retaining heritage in our city. It is important. We're a young city. So we don't have a lot of heritage, really, do we? We're a bit young. But we've also got to consider the region, right? We're making decisions for the region. And I'm coming from a place, from a ward that is bearing the brunt of intensification, and so is Councillor Henderson and Councillor Cooper. And we've got to be able to share this. Like, the intention of this affordability is, I agree, it's a bit of a want is for people to live close to frequent traveller networks, transport networks, walkable catchments to the cities, to the metros. That's the intention, is to be able to get people closer to their place of work, to where they go to school, to make life a bit easier. Yes, reducing emissions, because we have some commitments that we have made, not only domestically, but internationally as well, to respond to the climate change. That means voting for contentious things, which I have done, and are getting a lot of stick for, like the parking strategy and the cycle plan. And I'll get stick for voting against this as well, but I will be consistent in a regional approach to where Auckland is directed in the future. The city is changing, it must change. We have no choice but to change. And I agree with Toe, this is getting a whole lot of attention in an election year. And it's not that fair for the rest of the region for this to be taking place as vehemently, actually, as it has been. So I'm sorry, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Coombe, I won't be supporting the 4s because the advice that we've received, and yes, we've been told by Noel that he has the time to do it, but actually there's a compromise. There's other things that he can't do. And this has come in the 11th hour from my perspective. I want this to go out for consultation. Pardon? Oh, point of order 7. I want to hear what submitters say, and I want to hear from all of Auckland, not just part of Auckland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, your call.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long night, sir. My comment is this, that I think there's a bit of, we're trying to react to a government mandate, and in my mind, it's showboating by the government to make supply and affordability. It's a showboat. It's put us under enormous pressure, and now staff are trying to respond as best they can, as we've just heard. I don't agree with it. I think it's politically driven and bipartisan agreement, whatever, is not right for Auckland. the fact that there is no definition of what affordability is worries me, Chair. You know, it's that we want to increase supply or demand, supply versus demand to make housing affordable. Well, so what's the price? No response on that. That's a cop-out. I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with it. To me, it's very ego-driven rather than actually trying to produce a result. Because, you know, what's going to happen is that there's going to be houses pepper pop around the place next to people's houses. Okay, if you pepper pop to a developer, you're going to make money. If your next little neighbour, you're going to lose out. And that is not what our unitary plan was about. Auckland has created a magnificent plan after huge angst to produce a plan that produces 900,000 homes over the next 30 years, almost 1 million, right? I don't know if they'll be affordable. I doubt it, because affordability isn't defined particularly well by anybody. However, this objective from the government is wrong. I disagree with it. New Zealanders should be against it across all the cities. And Chair, my final comment would be, this affects more than Auckland, affects a number of cities on those tier 1. You know, I know that Pukekohe, Warkworth are opening up so much green land versus brown developments. It copes for so much of the capacity that we need. Doesn't mean they're affordable, but it has the capacity. So I can't support. I will support this amendment, but I can't support the idea that what the government suggested is a good one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So I'm entirely supportive of the amendment by Desley and Pippa, and certainly on my part, it's entirely genuine. I've been the Council's liaison person on the Heritage Panel, and I've attended Heritage Panel meetings many years prior to that. I can tell you, because I've been in touch with every special character group across Auckland without exception. I've read their submissions, I've seen their evidence, and recently I've seen how they have crunched the numbers around the 5s, the 6s, and the 4s, and that's been done by qualified people, statisticians, heritage experts, and it works. It works. What it has is the impact of retaining a special character area, making it more integral, more cohesive, reducing the fragmentation so that you have a special character area that stands as a neighbourhood, as a livable community with both the extremes of scheduled heritage and the special character, and increasingly the new builds that are complementary. So if you go around areas, these special character areas, you'll actually see that the unitary plan and the previous plans of Auckland City and North Shore and others are working. And what we are doing is actually enhancing that process. The heritage that we're talking about is the heritage of all of us, both Māori and Pākehā, because we all live in these homes, and many of these homes were settled by Māori and Pacifica earlier in places like Ponsonby and throughout the isthmus, because that is where many people lived. It wasn't always expensive housing. It is expensive now, but it's representative of what makes Auckland special. It's representative of the coastal settlements that are built out of the kauri, the rimu, the matai, the tawa, so many timbers and effectively trees that are the taonga, the treasures of Auckland. And Auckland is one of the few cities on the planet, on the entire planet, where you actually find built heritage made of wood, made of trees, and not just any trees, but special trees. So that is our heritage, and that heritage goes all the way back. It's the heritage of the buildings, it's the heritage of the people, the notable people, the others, and the ordinary people that lived in those buildings. It should not go. What this amendment does is it simply directs the officers to go away based on some evidence around the fours and preventing some fragmentation, making some tweaks, so that we're in a better position to make a decision, and it's not the final decision, that's made later, but it gives us the basis to make a better, more informed decision a little later. And Noel Reardon has said, yes, it can be done. And certainly from the evidence I've read and the special character groups who have already done the work, they've done the work, they know it works in some detail, I'm confident that it works. It's also incredibly important because this heritage in many locations, like that Peter Siddle building at the back there, close the flanks of the munga. It protects them. It protects the vegetation around them. It protects the green spaces. And if we have the 3 houses, 3 stories everywhere, the developers move in, as you know, because you'll see it. The site is scalped, no trees, excavators, boundary to boundary, significant retaining walls, impervious surface area, concrete and structures that bear no relationship to the landscape. Do you want that in locations like Devonport or elsewhere? I would say no. So voting for the amendment gives us the opportunity to make a better decision later. And I would like to think retain that heritage. Making my point again around the munga, it is integral to the cultural and aesthetic heritage of our munga, of which there are many. And as I pointed out, some of those munga are threatened by the walkable catchments, particularly Mount Hobson, Owaraka, for example, and they are special cases. And I would have hoped that the IMSB members and iwi generally would be supportive of retaining a heritage that may be somewhat colonial, but it harks back to the early history of the area in terms of the volcanic landforms that underlie it and the iwi culture that was built on that. So it is important. So I make a plea to councillors, please vote for this. It's evidence-based. It will enhance our evidence and enhance our decision-making so that we can make the best decision for Auckland. We're on this earth for a limited period of time. There aren't too many occasions.
Need you to wrap up, please,
yes,
Councillor.
Where we have the opportunity to make a decision for Auckland's long-term heritage going forward. The modernist stuff, that'll be gone in the future. It'll be bold. But the heritage will remain, as it does in so many places around the planet and is so loved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mayor Goff, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. Personally, I'm in favour of protecting as much quality special character housing as is possible. We're a young country, we don't have a lot of it. And nor do I think that Parliament has done the right thing in trying to trade off removal of special character in order to create capacity. We know capacity is not the real problem at the moment, it's infrastructure to service the building of houses. Having said that, if I'm in favour of protecting special character, then I want to work out intelligently how the best way of doing that might be. It's not about puffing my chest out to folk who rightly support heritage and saying, I was staunch, we showed them and we went down in another glorious defeat. I'm not interested in glorious defeats. I'm interested actually in preserving as much quality special character as possible. And we will do that in one way only, by persuading the members of the Independent Hearing Panel that our methodology for protection of quality special character is robust and it's within the rules set out by the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. That's what they're looking for. They will look to what we are arguing and say, is their methodology in seeking to protect these areas robust? Is it defensible? Is it credible? But most particularly, is it in line with what the National Policy Statement on Urban Development requires? And if it isn't, they will discount our submission. And if they discount our submission, they will roll back the protection that we might otherwise have gained much further than would otherwise have been the case. You know, there's no appeal from their decision. Oh, there is, of course. We can go to the Minister. The Minister has made his point absolutely clear. Both ministers have. We're trying to protect too much. That's outside the rules, and that creates the context itself in which the Independent Hearing Panel will make its decision. So let's not think about trying to show our electorates 3 months before an election how much we stood up for what they might have wanted. Let's actually genuinely do, if you want to protect special character areas, what needs to be done. And what needs to be done is what our advisors have told us explicitly. I put Noel Reardon on the spot. I said, I'm sorry, Noel, if we include the fours, does that strengthen our case or undermine our case? He's the expert. I'm not the expert. Nobody around this table is the expert. He said it would not help our case. Megan Tyler said it would not help our case. John Toogood said it would not help our case. These are the people that aren't political, but they're there to give us competent and professional advice. And the advice they've given us is that if you go down that track, you undermine your case. I don't want to undermine the case for protecting special character. I want to strengthen it. So my point is very clearly this. The more that we depart from what the National Policy Statement requires and the Independent Hearing Panel is likely to uphold, the more we undermine our own case and our ability to achieve the best outcome we can in terms of preservation of high quality special character. That's why I understand why a number of the councillors are supporting this amendment. I think that it will be counterproductive and I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And you have to agree, this has to be a defendable position, and we've been told that over and over. And adding less opportunity for density is actually not defendable because we've been told that. You know, and I think this is just so much Groundhog Day after the 2016 unitary plan. Unfortunately, we seem to make these decisions just before elections, and the same people making the same arguments, they say they want compact urban form, they want to reduce emissions and all those sorts of things, but when it comes to the hard decisions, they'll go, oh no, I want to vote for my area. You know, and we just can't do that. We're regional councillors. We might be elected locally, but regional councillors are elected locally pretty much all over the country. You have to vote for the regional view, and we've got to vote so that, you know, when we get to that independent hearing panel, our experts, and that's why we employ them, the experts, they're not politicians, they have to be able to defend what we vote for. And they can't actually defend it professionally if it's not what they believe in. So we put our staff in a terrible position. So I'll take their advice. I mean, the planners that we have here, I mean, one of them that's written a lot of this, I've known since 2004. I have a lot of faith in his ability. And they're not political. They're telling us straight what they think. And that's really important here. And the other thing for me is, you know, the less development you get in areas closer to the centre and the inner suburbs and places near good transport, that intensification just comes out to the far-flung suburbs where there is no proper transport, and that just causes them more harm. And the other thing I really wanted to acknowledge Tau Henare. He's absolutely right. The people who live in Auraki now forget that the heritage of the people that live there was ripped away, and no one thought anything about it. The coastal areas, people lived there, but no one cared to, you know, they just drove them out and took their whare away and their pa. You know, we say it's heritage, but it's pretty young heritage. You know, it's not as if it is Pākehā heritage. And so, excuse me, sorry? Did you want to say something?
Please carry on.
Yeah, so I think the thing is we can't have it, you know, have had it one way before and now we want it our own way now. You know, I just think we've got to be really careful. I want to keep as much as we can as we've got to preserve the majority, which is the majority that's allowable, that's feasible and defendable, but we've still got a plan for the future. We can't just do exactly the same as we did at the unitary plan. I remember all the screaming matches and people, you know, deriding young people for saying they wanted somewhere they could live. People in that audience, you know, saying, poor bubbers, you know, they're not going to get a house, tough luck. You know, I don't want us to go through that again. We need to put this to bed now, move on and put something defendable to the independent and out to proposal and for the independent hearing panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I'd like to say that I agree with Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker, what they've just been saying about special character. I just want to remember Des Morrison, who was a councillor around this table, and he was a CEO, and he was a very much respected councillor around this table. And I can remember Councillor Morrison all those years ago saying that we need, for affordable housing, we need to build them out near Glenbrook. We need to build them where there's blue-collar work. We need to get our people back working. We need to get them off benefits. And we can't afford to lose what you can see over there. That's absolutely beautiful and stunning. For those that are listening online, I'm just looking at the most beautiful painting in Devonport. And, you know, once we've lost that heritage, we've lost it and we'll never get it back. Never get it back. So I'm going to support this submission, but I think one of the things that we should be doing, we should be building where the blue collar want to work, if they want to work. And in the 1970s, my father was a freezing worker, and in the 1970s, I tell you what, everybody was really proud, and they all came home with a pocket full of money, and they felt proud, But what we're going to do here, we're just going to just completely destroy our heritage. And it's not electioneering. This is real. Once it's gone, and it can never be returned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been an interesting debate because I'm not really sure whether we're debating the amendment or we're speaking more generally. So I only want to speak for a short time, I'm going to speak to it more generally. Okay, well, it's relevant to that. For me, the regional view would have been to have invited Auckland MPs to Auckland months and months and months ago, or written to them. All of us have talked to Auckland MPs, and most of them haven't got a clue about the complexity of this whole situation. You've heard time and time again this evening, oh, I talked to this MP or I talked to that MP and they said, oh, just link it as a qualifying matter. I find it interesting because I've been in both central government and local government. At central government, you can take a more general approach to things, whereas in local government, we have to get down to the weeds because we have to make sure that it works. One of the independent hearings commissioners, who shall remain nameless, rang me some months ago and said, what the hell's happening? We've got 30 years supply. We've got 900,000 sites. Is this just political window dressing, or what on earth are we doing this for? It will not deal with the issue of affordability. It doesn't deal with any of the real challenges that are facing us, like infrastructure, as the Mayor said. I think we are a premier city and we're a tier 1 city, but frankly, in terms of political advocacy, we get 1 out of 10 for me for advocacy. We should have been knocking on Wellington's door to Parliament and saying, do you realise what's at stake here? So the comments that others are making about the pressure that we're putting officers under, I support, I understand. But I know that this is one way of actually trying to hold the line, and no amount of emotional blackmail about, oh, this is election year, this is the only reason people are doing things, it doesn't hold weight with me. That Peter Siddell that everyone's referred to that you're looking at in the chamber, Mr. Chair, if you cast your eyes along to the left, that hung in Kath Hizzard's office. It hung in my office. And she said to me, hang it there because it will remind you what you are fighting for when times get tough. And it did remind me, and I hope it reminds you tonight, Auckland is a beautiful city. We should be unapologetic about retaining the beauty of Auckland and retaining the stories of Aucklanders. So I am supporting Councillor Simpson and Councillor Coombe, and I applaud her for actually taking a longer view on this. I hope that we can show the common sense to actually go and provide better advocacy to Wellington. And actually, this is not the only issue. There are so many other issues, as you well know. We need to do better, and we get a 1 out of 10. This is happening on our watch. This is the legacy that we're leaving. We can make a difference, and I think it starts with this now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So the motion before us, the Roman 1, and the next speaker is Independent Māori Statutory Board member David Taipari. Kia ora, David.
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Chairman. Well, actually, I wasn't really going to speak, but I was hoping that you would put the motion, so I was going to move a motion to do so, but you're clearly at that point now, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
By division, Mr. Chair, when the vote comes, please.
So, members, I am going to support the motion. It's something that I've given a lot of thought to, just considering submissions and looking at this matter for some time. I won't be colouring this up too much, but we're by no means looking at fours in the walkable catchments. I know we'd run into serious barriers there very quickly. When we get to the hearing, into the hearing process. and neither am I looking at fours in totality in the non-walkables. It's well qualified actually, and it's qualified to maintain that overall quality and reduce that fragmentation. So I do note at the outset, and maybe there's a little bit of confusion, at this stage the manager of Heritage has said he does not oppose this direction. It'll be interesting to see, you know, how that position is once we've actually done this further work. It could change. It could be the status quo. He might not oppose it, might not support it.
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
Point of order is that the motion hasn't been moved by you.
What is the point of order? Can you number the point of order, please, Councillor Sayers?
The point of order is that the point that you're speaking to this motion, but it's not your motion, sir.
I'm not sure what's up at your place, councillor, but I am definitely speaking, as is my right, as was the right of every other councillor that's spoken to this, to speak to this motion, and I'll now continue. Thank you. What it does do, in a very modest way, and this will not have a major impact on capacity, but it does have the potential to create more coherent special character area streetscapes. And that was one of the criticisms that I've seen in the feedback that we've received to date. I'm very aware of the feedback from Kāinga Ora on behalf of the government, and some other submissions from agencies of government as well. I'm also aware of the submission of the Coalition for More Homes, who actually stressed to us that they were actually quite supportive of seeing special character be protected in the non-walkable catchments. Some of us will remember that. They were not of the same opinion in the walkable catchments. So I don't see that this motion before us is even at odds with some of those that have been advocating for greater height and density across Auckland. And look, the last point that I want to make is, look, I've heard some political feedback from a couple of ministers. I've made my own comments about that feedback. I actually don't think it helps the debate at all. I would have thought ministers might want to actually write to us and do it formally rather than use media as they did. And I'm certainly not intimidated by ministers. I want to get the very best result here. I think this could endure to a point where it does stand the test of the independent hearings panel. But we'll see about that. Let's do our work on these fours with that qualifier of maintaining the quality, reducing the fragmentation, and we'll see how we go. But I will be supporting it for the reasons outlined. And I'll now go to Councillor Philippiner.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you don't cut in and out because I'm using my phone. Chair, no matter what happens, can I say that this is a political move? And from my perspective, Councillor Dalton is the one that made it clear for me around heritage and the difference between the two. So look, I will not be voting for the amendment. The other issue is it was actually quite a close call up until I heard Councillor Walker, and he is the one that changed my mind and will vote against the amendment when he started talking about the maunga. So, Chair, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, but I will not be supporting the amendment. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. That draws us to the end of the debate, and I will now hand to the Senior Governance Advisor to take the division.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a division on the amendment on screen. Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor.
No.
Councillor Collins, are you online? It's not online. Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Mayor Phil.
Against.
Member Hinare.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Abstain.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Yes, okay.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Member Taipiri.
No.
Councillor Young. Can you scroll down? That motion is lost by 10 votes to 11.
Thank you, members. We now go to the substantive. I'll just check. We're going back to the substantive motions before us. And are there speakers to the substantive motions, please? There being none, I'm going to the vote then. And I will put it on the voices, and members, you're most welcome to, if you want to record dissent or assent on any particular part, you can do that. So I'll go to the vote.
Sorry, Chair, there's a question.
Is this the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, can I comment on it?
I've actually gone to the vote. I did pause.
That's right.
And I said.
That's right.
2 other people have said they want to comment on the substantive early tonight.
Okay, that is true, that you did say earlier. Okay, members, I've actually, okay, where am I? I'll take advice from the Senior Governance Advisor because I've actually called the vote. Where am I?
That's right, you did.
Where am I at on that, please?
I don't know because people did reserve their rights to speak beforehand, but then you have moved into the vote. What do you reckon? Yeah, that's how we can do this.
Okay, thank you. I have advice from the Senior Governance Advisor to hear the speakers. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I know it's very late, Council, and thank you for that, everybody. Look, through this process, we've spent months of effort trying to minimise and remove housing supply in the city. I feel it's very important to speak up for this. We've enabled and maintained entire communities in centrally located areas to operate as gated communities without the gate. I want to speak up today for people that spent last night in a garage or a car or a couch. I want to speak up for people showing up to a rental with 30 other families there. Landlords can name their price and they're struggling and they're heartbroken. I want to speak up today for first home buyers that have standed by heartbroken as well, as their ability to own a home and set down roots with their families has slipped away month on month for years. I want to speak up for people with kids that are concerned about Auckland's climate emissions. There's a lot of talking while I'm talking. I think that's very rude, actually.
Please, order. Members, can we just be conscious of the speaker and the noise and disruption you create by packing things and unpacking things?
I didn't interrupt you. Okay, thank you. Anyway, talking about climate emissions and kids facing worse futures than their parents. I want to talk about, and I want to shout out to Member Tohenare tonight. I thought that was a fantastic kōrero, because I want to talk about our tangata whenua and our tangata Pacifica. Ask where their heritage is in all of this. We haven't been talking about that. We haven't been talking about people that have felt forced out of their homes from the 70s onwards in centrally located areas of Auckland, places like Ponsonby, places like Grey Lynn. We all know the histories around here. We all know that. I want to speak up for people that want to live centrally. They just want to live centrally. They want to locate closer to where they work, closer to where they study, beautiful neighbourhoods to walk to work or take public transport. A beautiful life for Aucklanders. That's the kind of things that we should be providing as a council. And what leadership do we offer these people on council? What leadership do we give them? We've just spent months trying our best to restrict housing supply for these people in areas where housing is most needed. We've gone to the public saying we should lock away 41% of the land within 5 kilometres of the city centre. That's okay. That's what we should do. Outrageous. The irony in all of this is that heritage homes are protected by the legislation. They'll continue no matter what we do, because we're conflating, and we have done it all night, special character with heritage. That's a very important point. One more bit of myth busting here. I've heard today this will do nothing for affordability. And if that's your view, you should go and talk to PwC. You should go and talk to Sense Partners. You might want to talk to the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission's Director of Economics. They all disagree with you. I want to talk more about our leadership here because we made a promise to Aucklanders through the climate emergency we would do something to secure their future. We've been advised today that somehow when you build closer to homes that are closer to work and study, and you remove those transport emissions, somehow that doesn't matter, or somehow it makes it even worse. That's outrageous. I'm reading this in the report here from 98 to 104. That's not good. We continue to build outwards into the outer suburbs and ask people to drive to work. Councillor Cooper and I represent these people in Massey, places like that. We continue to build over vital food growing areas in Franklin and other places because housing has to go somewhere. Councillors, let me be clear, if we're serious about climate, we need to act now. We need to enable homes closer to work or study and allow more building in central Auckland. Councillors, we have inequality coded into the planning DNA of our city. Areas that have taken on growth are further from jobs for low-income Aucklanders. The Prosperity Index that we publish every couple of years has shown areas without any special character, and working class areas like mine that I represent, people are struggling and their quality of life and opportunities are falling behind the Auckland average. We haven't kept up with their infrastructure. We've damned hundreds of thousands of people to being stuck in traffic away from their families every single day. I've been asked to go and see some pretty homes today, and that's fine. I'll go and check those out. But it's cold comfort to my constituents in the Canter poll, on doorsteps, on street corners, that have told me how just angry and pissed off they are. They want fairness. That's all they want. Henderson, Massey and communities like it have done their bit. They've led for 12 years on housing. They've rolled up their sleeves in a housing crisis. They've said, you know what? Everyone's job to fix this. Westies are welcoming people, and that's what Tohenere pointed out as well. We've welcomed New West Aucklanders with open arms for 12 years, but all we ask is fairness, for housing, for climate, for a fair opportunity for young families to get ahead. I'm telling you, areas of Auckland that have not taken on housing, that you can do your bit. Do your bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Coombe, your call.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I appreciate that it's getting very late, but I do think it's important to be able to talk to this item, and especially to be able to reflect on the approach that I wish to take to what I'm supporting, particularly around the qualifying matters and the walkable catchments. Okay, bear with me. Sorry, I've got just some things that I've written, but I will try not to get a coffee. I just wanted to start with a quote from one of the submissions. I fully accept the bind the councillors in with special character versus urban density, and how the new central government rules make this even harder as they supersede the individual and specific rules the council could make in its own city. I support urban density as a pragmatic solution, and I'm a huge supporter of contemporary architecture, but I also cherish the special character areas that Auckland has, and I think a priority must be to preserve as much of the history of Auckland's architecture as possible, and I don't mean just villas. The submitter concludes by saying, how all of these competing needs are met, I have no idea. Good luck. And it is indeed a very tricky one to navigate, but I really think it is possible that we take an approach that is a win-win. And I don't agree with the binary view that it's an either-or situation. It's not either special character areas or affordable housing. It's not climate action or special character, or it's not equity of special character, I think we can address all of these and more. What the government has dealt with is a very blunt instrument. It is a one-size-fits-all that we need to make work for Auckland. We can't ignore the intensive unitary plan process that put us in a very different situation to other Tier 1 authorities. And we can't ignore that the unitary plan didn't get everything right. But the NPSUD is just one tool. It's not the be-all and end-all. And I really would like that through this process, it gives us an opportunity to commit to leverage on all the tools available to Council to enable more affordable housing and well-designed neighbourhoods that provides everyone across all our communities the opportunity to live healthily and sustainably and safely connected to places of work, study, recreation and community amenities. And at the same time, we can identify links to past development that are important to Aucklanders and that I think future generations will want to see retained. And in supporting these recommendations, I just wanted to outline kind of what I've been stepping through. And it is first to look at the legislative requirements. We can't just ignore what is in, Section 77L of the RMA, and we have to ensure that it stacks up. And rolling over all the SCAs clearly didn't meet that test. Secondly, I've looked at the evidence that's provided to us. And that evidence, I totally acknowledge, has to be backed up by expert advice that needs to go to the hearings panel. And if we don't get the back up the evidence, the final decision is going to sit with the minister. So I don't want us to take a high-risk strategy that we end up with that position. And thirdly, I have considered all of the feedback, and I have read, I think for Waitemata, there was at least 1,000 odd submissions, and many submissions from the organisations too. And what this really highlighted for me, that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to assess that feedback and consider that impact. And staff have acknowledged this, and it's why I'm supporting the Chair's recommendations that do allow us more time in terms of what's reported back in August. And so I do thank you, Mr. Chair, for including the amendments around the walkable catchment. Next I've taken into account where we're at in this process, and it's by no means a done deal from this decision tonight. We're just deciding on the preliminary response, the engagement from the preliminary response. It has put a lot of pressure on staff and a constrained timeframe, but it's resulted in the opportunity to consider the feedback as the work continues. And there may be things that I'm supporting today that we have got wrong, or we have pushed the interpretation to the limit, but we still have further consultation to go and an independent panel to look at this in more depth at the evidence, based on the evidence. I appreciate that. So just a final, and I just wanted to make a final comment just about that my approach overall is guided, unsurprisingly, by a climate lens. And I want to ensure that we deliver on the goal of Te Taruki a Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan, to achieve a low carbon and resilient region. In many ways, the NPSUD actually runs contrary to this objective by enabling more sprawl in areas with unsuitable infrastructure. And at the same time, I agree we need to enable more urban development with 15-minute neighbourhoods across Auckland. As Alex Bonham from the Waitemata Local Board highlighted, many of the SCAs are already mid-density, delivering well-being and providing support for local economies. Arch Hill is an exemplar of a low-traffic neighbourhood, and we should be wanting that for all of our communities. If the climate impacts can't be reconciled with this approach that we're going to decide on tonight, then I will be reflecting that in my decisions down the track. But I think at this point we have time for further consideration, further time to review the advice and the analysis. So therefore I commend the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody wants to lose previous Auckland. But the reality is our city's population has doubled in the last 30 years. And the way we are growing is impact our quality of life. Right now, we have a serious housing shortage. That's the reason why both major parties in the parliament agree for the more housing and the intensification. Auckland is a global city, and it will be continue to grow. For current and the future generations, we need to make space for this growth in the right areas, close to convenient transport, schools, service, and green space. Of course, we do need to protect what makes Auckland special in the first place. That includes our natural environment and the significant Maori and the Europe heritage. In my view, good transport remains the priority for Auckland, as Mayor Goff also mentioned before. Providing good transport can benefit a number of challenges we face as a city, such as cost of living, quality of life, connecting each other, increasing the house choices, and transport equity. The NPSUD and the increasing housing opportunity along rapid transit supports this. As I have said previously, there are huge changes ahead for our city. Auckland will definitely lose something, but we can gain something more with a more connected, livable city. Staff have done a great job to argue for the qualifying matters and identify infrastructure needs within the limits of the central government's legislation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, my fellow councillor, and all local boards' efforts together. We are regional councillors, and I look into next 30 years, and I support the recommendation. Let's get Auckland moving forward. Kia ora, 谢谢.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I won't be too long. When I look at the recommendations before us in this item generally, I think back to when the Super City was set up and some of the central government politicians expressed the fear that in creating the Auckland Council, they may have created a political superpower to eventually rival the government. Well, I think today's proceedings and many other besides, I might add, show that they needn't have worried. What have we got here? Poor old Auckland, responding to the contradictory demands of one party who for 9 years denied there was a housing crisis, and the other who within 9 months of taking office were going to fix it all by building 100,000 Kiwi-built homes, which petered out after a couple of hundred. Someone mentioned that it's an election year. Yes, it is an election year this year. More importantly, as far as all this stuff goes, it's an election year next year for central government. And I would suspect that that's what's behind this fundamentally flawed legislation and the indecent haste with which it's being imposed. The tragedy in all this is that there is a housing crisis. There are successive generations of Aucklanders getting shut out of the housing market with no hope of ever being able to even get the most rudimentary structure. That is sad. There is no excuse for that in other countries that have been a revolution. Those people have a justifiable grievance, but the tragedy is that this isn't going to do anything about it at all. In fact, in a perverse way, I rather suspect it's going to make it worse. We heard from our mayor that we, the collective council, had been told by ministers that have made their points clear, pointedly clear. You know, one, an MP for Wigram in Christchurch, the other one who seemed to be confusing special character areas with scheduled heritage buildings. They're the people we listen to. I asked myself, where's the political response from Auckland? Where's the fight from Auckland? Where's the leadership from Auckland to take these people on? Where was the response to that article? Well, the silence was deafening. There was none. When we think about heritage, basically heritage is to capture the past and to value that heritage and to leave something to succeeding generations. And we heard various speakers today talk about Kath Tizard, Chris Fletcher, I'd say Len Brown even. Len Brown through the unitary plan process. We're aware of that. We're aware of those scenes right across Auckland that were preserved through those processes. And if you look at the special Schedule 17 of Special Character Schedule, you'll see how that was aptly incorporated in that. Today, we go out of here, and what's our legacy? Our legacy is losing 25% of our heritage, just like that. Totally contrary to what our Prime Minister said she would do when she was spokesperson for culture, arts and heritage. But I guess the one thing that perhaps emerges from all this, other than this feeble attempt to stand up to this government with this and any number of other matters, is at least we have found our legacy for our mayor, and it is the loss of a quarter of Auckland's heritage. We won't be pointing to those photos like that and paintings and talking about Phil Goff. We won't be doing that, and neither will Aucklanders.
Come on, easy. I think you just don't need to go there, Councillor.
No,
you don't need to go
Well, I think
there.
I've been rather polite. I'll be a lot politer than what the Auckland public will be saying, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that.
Just keep to the topic.
Maybe get someone to make another code of conduct complaint, eh?
Now you have gone too far. Withdraw, please.
It's a statement of fact.
No, I support him.
It's a statement of fact. That's what happens around here.
I'm asking you to withdraw.
Well, I'm not withdrawing it. It's a statement of fact.
Okay, then I am ruling that your speaking turn is concluded. Thank you. Councillor Sayers, your turn to take a call.
There's some people with
I have no call, sir, but support the accusations.
Member
by
Toe, I think it might be you, Member Toe. Possibly not. Members, if you're online, can you please make sure you're muted? Councillor Sayers, your call.
Thank you, sir. I'm just supporting Councillor Watson's objection.
Did you want to carry on, Councillor Sayers, or is that it?
In generally, sir, yes, I would, but beyond that, yes, I would. I guess I'm just worried, sir, about the pepper pop, the for want of a better term, pepper popping of developments within areas that don't have enough infrastructure to support them. So that means the cost will go on to the developer, and I haven't seen enough evidence that how that will happen. I just worry about that, sir. And in my area, there's only one area, and way up, it's 50% of the Auckland city is called the Rodney Ward. Is Walkworth. It happens to have over 5,000 people, so it hits the threshold. So, and outside that area, there's a huge amount. It's going to go from 5,000 to 30,000 people in greenfield sites very quickly, and it seems unreasonable to me that they should intensify inside that envelope when there is, might provide, I don't know, 100 to 2,000, I don't know, because no one can answer the question, homes inside that area, but outside the area, there's definitely 30,000, right? So I will be conversing with my colleagues in the planning department about how we could potentially offer a solution that for the division of Rodney, there could be a possible solution about intensifying inside the town and not opening everything up blanket. And Pukekohe, might be another example. So I just want to signal that. Is that okay, Chair?
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. And Councillor Newman, you're called to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I wasn't going to speak, Chair, but let me reiterate the point to my good friend Shane Henderson. The cost of land drives the commercial price point. The more expensive the land, the more expensive the housing that will be capitalised as a result. And yes, you could say, well, look, we're going to make more land available in Auckland, but the Auckland property market is such that the land is so incredibly valuable that what you will get is an increase in the supply of housing, which will remain unaffordable to the vast majority of people. And we have heard this all before about a policy intervention delivering affordable housing. Remember the special housing areas, remember the SHAs, and exercise in developers' lotto. Remember good old Kāinga Ora's predecessor, Housing New Zealand, the biggest advocate for liberalising New Zealand's planning rules through the hearings process on the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan. Why did they do that? They didn't do it because they were overly generous. They did that because they didn't want to be taxed by the requirement to actually have to defend the merits of their development. They want to develop in an unconstrained way. And I'm sorry, but the biggest property developer in Auckland is the state, and the state is acting to remove from the requirement to defend its housing program obligations, and it is called the NPSUD. Now, I've listened to this discussion. I think that there has been a bit of emotion on both sides. Fair enough, but be under no illusion. The biggest policy failing in recent years in terms of housing has been Kiwi Build, which turned out to be something of a Ponzi scheme. Actually, it didn't work, and so we have the NPSUD because there is a need apparently to increase the supply of developable land in Auckland, which actually has an abundance of land available for development. It just happens to be in locations which doesn't meet the desire of every single developer, including Kāinga Ora. But, you know, the way to get around that for this government is to remove all protections, or is try and remove as many protections as possible. So, Your Worship, I very much appreciate the opportunity to consider the matters that will come up through the submissions process, but ultimately it is a great disappointment indeed that appeal rights have been removed. But it's important that this council remembers that although the advice of the officers is pertinent, it isn't always the advice that the commissioners take. And I go back to that SHA in my ward in Hill Park. That SHA is the product not of the officers and not of the politicians. It was the product of the residents who made the argument in 2014 in the submissions process and in the hearings, notwithstanding the council. And they got that SHA and they want to defend it, and good on them. And there's nothing wrong with their desire to retain the character that is intrinsic to that community, just as other communities want to have a fight to retain their character too. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the debate has been interesting, and I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. That concludes the speaking. Didn't have you? We didn't, but Councillor Walker.
So I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. I'm obviously disappointed with the outcome around special character. But I would like to commend immensely the many, many Aucklanders, thousands I would suggest, that have engaged in the process to try and retain Auckland's special character and its heritage. Everybody that I've met has been entirely genuine, they've been very well informed, and they've given it their best shot, and I'm sure that they haven't given up. They will continue to strive to retain character and heritage because they love it. They live in houses, many of which, most of which, just about all of which, they've lovingly restored and they've looked after. And the people that I met and know regard that as part of what they are, part of their heritage, part of what makes them special and Auckland special. They really care. So thank you to all of those people. I agree with Daniel Newman that the outcome of this draconian legislation is not affordability, but the exact opposite. And we all know that because the value of a property, increasingly when it's sold now, will be the value not of what an ordinary person will buy it for a home, but what a developer can realise on it. And they crunch the numbers, and the price that they pay reflects what they can take out of it. And regretfully, too many of them take out the max. And this legislation, draconian as it is, enables the maximum because it doesn't have any requirement for parking and so many other things. So you can pack far more on. Arguably you can make more on it, but the outcome won't be a good one for Aucklanders. And as the officers have pointed out, there are no gains around this. There are no gains for climate, in fact, the exact reverse. There will not be gains for affordability. There will not be gains for beauty. In fact, the exact opposite. What we are moving towards is effectively the uglification of Auckland. That is what we will see, because that is what an uncontrolled marketplace delivers on. And it is delivering now because in many situations that is what you will see. And that is what Aucklanders see. They see it in streets around them. And throughout the area that I have some affinity with, which is the Albany ward, throughout that ward, in West Harbour, in Greenhithe, Herald Island, throughout the bays, Whangaproa, Orewa, everywhere, we will see uncontrolled development and effectively chaos. Chaos, a circumstance where development can happen anywhere, irrespective of whether the infrastructure at the basic pipe level up to the bigger pipes and the roads cannot cope, and this council has no ability to fund that, particularly against a background where we don't know where it's going to be. It's likely that it will be in the areas where the housing is perhaps not so crash hot, where the developers can move in and make even more money. But correspondingly, those areas are also the areas that are often served by poorer transport. Areas like Whangaproa, where I am, which frankly will go downhill in terms of livability because you won't be able to get off much of the peninsula because of the traffic congestion. And that is the reality that those people know because they already experience something close to it every day now, without this matter getting worse. And that situation will replicate across Auckland. So this is a very sorry, and I'll say it again, draconian piece of legislation that was not supported by scarcely any evidence on the part of government and continues to be unsupported. And what I say that is disappointing again is when this council, and in particular members of the community, did put up excellent evidential information around heritage, that could not carry the day around this table. And if I look at the walls of the assembled mayors downstairs in this chamber, and the people that I know that have served as councillors for Auckland City and other councils over the years that have sought to preserve heritage over generations of councils across North Shore, Auckland, Manukau and others, that heritage, 25%, stands to go unless we can fight some action to try and preserve it. I'm not giving up now. I'm certainly not giving up against this government because I think it will fail, and I think also that the national government will suffer accordingly, and so will the Greens. That is my view. And we need to make this an issue to take forward, and that is part of the message that I've sought around this chamber and from the Mayor, that we have a campaign for Auckland to do the things that matter, and that includes heritage, and it is disappointing that we have not shown that leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think that does conclude the speakers. Any last hands? I wouldn't want to...
Just a really quick note. I've emailed my vote to you because it's a bit complicated.
Okay, that's for... So, members, we are now going to the vote, and I'm going to take it in parts, and I recommend that you, if you want to record your dissent, then we will record it on any part. And I will take A on the voices, and I'll put A now. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And to the contrary say no, and declare that carried. And that's carried unanimously. We will now go to B. So this is B, including Roman 1, 2 and 3. Taking it on the voices. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against.
And I haven't called against yet. And all those against?
Against.
Okay, so can I just, I think I heard Councillor Mulholland against.
You certainly did.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor
Fletcher. Simpson. Can you scroll up too, please, Kalinda, so we can see them as we're voting? Thank you.
Okay, can I just, I'll just go through. I've got, one moment, please. I've got Councillor Mulholland. I've got Councillor Fletcher against. Was there Councillor Stewart against?
I'm supportive of B3, just not 1 and 2.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. Councillor Walker is in the category of Councillor Simpson. Members, I need to make sure this is recorded accurately tonight, so we will now, I declare that carried.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Watson was agreeing.
Yes, I'm recording my vote against B.
Against
B. The whole of B.
Sorry, B, the B as it stands.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to C, D and E. I think we can take C, D and E together. All those in...
Please, Kalinda.
Just a minute, please. Councillor Simpson, what did you want to add?
I'm just trying to keep an eye on the resolutions because
we'll bring
Chair's resolutions in there.
And you've...
Yeah, Chair, I don't think you heard me, but my resolution against B.
Your resolution against B? Your vote is against
sorry,
B?
Chair. Yeah, sorry, sir. Yeah.
Against B, Councillor Sayers, is it? Okay,
Correct.
we'll record you against B. Okay, we're moving on now. And we'll just bring the C, D and E. And I'll take it on the voices. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And to the contrary, please say no. Good. Declare that carried, and that's carried unanimously, C, D and E. We will now go for F through to K. F through to K. We'll just wait for scrolling it up. Okay. And I'll take it on the voices. All those in favour say aye.
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 And contrary, no.
Against, Mulholland.
Okay, just one voice at a time. I will take Councillor Henderson first.
Sorry, no on F, I.
Can you use your mic, please?
Again, sorry. No on F, I and K, thanks.
Thank you. Just recording that now, and then I'll go to Councillor Mulholland.
Oh, thanks, Chair, because I thought you said you were just going to take those as a whole. Can we give you the separate items then? Because I'm K to N.
We are only voted, as I said, we've only voted on F through to K. We have not come to anything after that. So if there's any part of the...
K, thank you, K.
You're against K.
So
Not
you haven't
K,
got
please.
to abstain yet. So could you do abstain, because I want to abstain on that?
That's true. But normally we don't call for an abstention. Normally it's put by the member who wishes to abstain. So Councillor Fletcher, you're...
That's why I asked some minutes ago, in fact, many minutes ago, to have the outline of how the votes were going to be taken. But that's fine. I'm abstaining if you're taking them in a section by section.
Yeah, I clearly outlined that, I thought, but I'm happy to repeat that, and we will take your vote.
So
as an
just to
abstention.
clarify, Councillor Fletcher, are you abstaining clauses F through to K in entirety?
That's what I heard.
I will email you separately, but yes, because of the way in which this has been handled, I will have to abstain because I haven't felt the opportunity to express my vote accordingly.
Okay, I didn't hear any disagreement with the way I outlined how it was best to be handled at the outset, but fair enough. We've got Councillor Fletcher abstaining on F through to K. Now, are there
Chair,
any...
a point of order on that. It was in writing.
What is in writing from you, Councillor Mulholland?
No, Chair, actually I did read it was from Councillor Fletcher, a formal request in writing. So I just want to support that. That was a formal request, and I read that thinking that's what we would be provided that information, because that is what we were told in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, I'm chairing the meeting. I'm not watching a chat bar on a laptop. And it hasn't been communicated to me, I'm sorry. So, Councillor Watson, did you want to record?
Yeah, just I'd like to have my vote recorded against L, Roman numeral 2 and 3.
We haven't got to that. We're only voting on F to K at the moment. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, the language. Thank you.
I just said Jesus. That's not a swear word.
I think somebody was just maybe praying, Councillor Mulholland. We'll move along, please. I think we've got all the votes for that section. Order, please. If we just have order. We will now take the vote on L, M, N and O. L, M, N and O. All those in favour, please say aye.
Hold on, scroll up, please.
Okay, we'll just wait for it to come up. L, M, N and O. All those in favour say aye.
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 And contrary, please say
Aye.
no. Do I record?
I'd like to vote against L3, please.
Thank you. I'll just take Councillor Henderson against all of them. And Councillor Simpson, you were against which one? Sorry, I didn't quite hear. L3.
And Councillor Watson, L 2 and 3.
And Councillor Walker, 2 and 3.
Councillor Watson, 2 and 3. Councillor Walker.
Oh, sorry, 2 and 3. Yes, correct.
Fletcher, 2 and 3 as well.
Yeah.
And Councillor Mulholland.
And
L.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Councillor Stewart against 2 and 3. Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Simpson. You are against 2 and 3.
Correct.
And Councillor Mulholland,
Sayers
please.
against 2 and 3, L 2 and 3.
I'm asking Councillor Mulholland, please.
L in entirety and M. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Sayers, you're against what?
L.
You said L2 and 3.
Right.
Members, if we actually listen and give the opportunity to somebody, a councillor to respond, it's probably going to be a lot shorter, this meeting. So, Councillor Sayers, tell me again, what are you voting against?
Sorry, Steve. L 2 and 3.
Thank you very much. Okay,
You're welcome, Steve.
we're concluded that part, and then we will go through to P through to V. P through to V, we'll scroll it up. Just waiting, just to make sure what you're voting on. Okay, I'll put that to the vote on the voices. All those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. And declare that carried.
Could I have my vote against P? That's Richard.
Against,
the light rail.
Against P. And we have...
Delaying the implementation of that corridor.
Yep. And abstain on P, Councillor Henderson. Okay, I'll just check with Senior Governance Advisor. We're confident we've got all the records correct? Because members, you can't email later. It has to be in the meeting. It has to be during this meeting.
Yep, that's fine. And you just have to say no extraordinary items.
Right. And we have no extraordinary items, so that draws us to the conclusion of the meeting. Thanks for your attendance. But
No, that was it.
no, we brought the confidential item into the open record. That was the Albany decision.
Yeah.
Yes. So declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everybody.